There were more treasures on the 8th level than on the 7th level. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and space attribute pills. Each pill was on the level of a universe overlord. Other than that, there were 3 books that contained powerful energy. This book was a treasure that was comparable to an innate supreme treasure. It was water, wind, and space respectively. Wang Xian opened the space attribute book. On the book, there was a drawing of a sharp sword. Enchantment Space Book. This was the name of this book. It was a supplementary innate treasure. However, this support was very powerful. It could be enchanted on the sharp sword to increase its destructive power. This improvement was extremely huge. It was just right for Wang Xian to use it. Other than these treasures, there were also some other cultivation pills. There were also quite a number of them. Wang Xian kept all of them and continued to sit cross-legged to cultivate. With his current strength, defeating 3 people who were of a higher level than him was already his limit. If it was 4 people, it would be more troublesome for Wang Xian. It was hard to say whether he could win or not. Therefore, Wang Xian was not prepared to challenge him immediately. Instead, he was prepared to make a breakthrough. He would train to the peak of the Universe Night Realm on the 8th level before challenging him again. From the peak of the Universe Night Realm to the peak of the Universe Overlord Realm, this was a huge shackle. Once he reached the peak of the Universe Night Realm, the one who would be challenged would be the Universe Overlord Realm. However, Wang Xian could always accumulate his strength in the Universe Night Realm, just like Wuxia and the rest who were once crazy demons. By accumulating his strength and not breaking through, he would have the strength to kill a level 1 Universe Master at the peak of the Universe Night Realm. As long as Wang Xian could accumulate his strength to this point, he would be able to easily kill 5 to 6 or even more level 1 Universe Masters. This was Wang Xian's plan. At that time, he would be able to control this treasured land. The Holy Moon, which was once a forbidden land, was also a very powerful treasured land for Wang Xian. This was also the only treasure that Wang Xian was interested in. Obtaining him could also be considered as having a base. Wang Xian pondered in his heart as he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Time passed quickly once again. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years had passed. However, this time, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace midway and spent some time with Guan Shuqin and the rest of the girls. He continued to cultivate. On this day, a fluctuation came from the side. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked over. However, when he saw the figure who appeared there, he was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. It was the saintess from the Dragon's Cry Forbidden Land called Long Yinin again. Just like the last time, Long Yinin was lying on the magic stone in a miserable state. Her clothes were torn, and she was even more miserable than the last time. Furthermore, the injuries on her body were even more miserable than the last time. Now, she was completely gasping for air and gasping for air. She looked like she was on her last breath. According to Wang Xian's prediction, she would lose her life completely in a few hours. Wang Xian looked at her and felt a little speechless. Every time she came in, she almost lost her life. Saving her once is still saving her life. Saving her twice is also saving her life. Wang Xian shook his head and waved his arm. A surge of energy surged into Long Yinin's body and quickly restored her life force. Long Yin let out a low moan and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze landed on Wang Xian. Following that, she sensed something and hurriedly tugged at her clothes. When she saw the condition of her body, her face turned extremely red. "Thank you. You saved me again." Long Yin hurriedly thanked him in a low voice. She used her energy to transform into clothes and wrapped them around her body. "There's no need. You're pretty strong. You only managed to climb up to the 8th level when you were on the verge of death." Wang Xian looked at him and teased him. "There's no other way. I have an attack that requires me to give up all my defenses and consume some of my life force. That's why I'm always in such a miserable state." Long Yin looked at Wang Xian with a bitter expression. It was extremely difficult to climb up to the 8th level. The reason why she was able to climb up was basically at the cost of her life. If Wang Xian didn't save her again, she would have died immediately. "You won't be able to reach the 12th level in your current state." Wang Xian looked at her and shook his head. "There's no other way. The holy moon is an extremely powerful treasure to any forbidden land. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I can't give it up. Long Yin shook her head. Then, she looked at Wang Xian and said, however, I feel that if anyone can enter the 12th level, it would be you. When you reached the 8th level, it was too easy. Do you really not have any influence? Then, do you want to join a force? How about our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to join, the position of the Holy Sun in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground would be you. Furthermore, we can give you the cultivation resources and treasures you need. We will definitely nurture you as our core disciple. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Xian with anticipation. When Wang Xian heard her words, he was speechless. Wang Xian didn't really care about joining a forbidden ground. However, if he wanted to join now, he would need sufficient cultivation resources. Moreover, it was best if these cultivation resources were not ordinary cultivation resources. Since he could obtain ordinary cultivation resources, there was no need for him to join a forbidden ground. I don't lack cultivation resources. Wang Xian shook his head and rejected with a smile. Don't reject me yet. If our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land can produce treasures that satisfy you, how about you join us? Dragon Roar looked at him with anticipation. He had a good impression of Wang Xian. Not to mention his great talent. Just the fact that he had saved his life twice was already enough to make her extremely grateful. If Wang Xian could join their Dragon Roar Holy Land, she would be able to repay him well. Wang Xian smiled and raised his eyebrows. It's possible, but this treasure must be useful to me. If you join our Dragon Roar Holy Land, I can promise you one thing. That is my forbidden spell. When I cast it, it will unleash a terrifying destructive power. If this forbidden spell doesn't join our forbidden land, our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land is not going to spread it either. Dragon Roar In continued, however, regardless of whether you join us or not, I will repay you for saving me twice. I will ask my family for a treasure that is useful to you. The forbidden spell that you cast? You can use the spatial attribute as well? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, there is no restriction on the attributes. You must know that this move of our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land is ranked in the top 10 among the forbidden spells in the Sword and Magic continent. Dragon's Roar In said with slight pride. Oh? Is it that powerful? When Wang Xian heard that, his eyes lit up. If such a forbidden spell really existed, it would be of great use to the Dragon Palace. This was especially so for the charming dragon seed of the Dragon Palace. Now, everyone of the charming dragon seed possessed a black resurrection lily. The black resurrection lily had an ability which was the reincarnation of the other shore. After casting the forbidden spell, one could cast the resurrection of the other shore, allowing one's body to go back to the past. In other words, the resurrection of the other shore could eliminate the injuries suffered during the period of the forbidden spell. This could allow the charming dragon species to receive a huge upgrade. Of course. However, this forbidden spell cannot be used wantonly. After one use, it can only be used again after hundreds of thousands of years. Long In said. Wang Xian nodded his head and didn't mind it. With the reincarnation of the other shore, this sequela could be eliminated instantly. I'll ask the seniors of the Dragon Cry Forbidden Ground again to see what treasures they can give you. Long In saw that Wang Xian didn't refuse and was even a little interested, so he immediately said. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. He sat cross-legged beside the cultivator. At the same time, Long In immediately contacted his parents and grandfather. The reason why Long In and her younger brother could become the holy sons and saintesses of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land was firstly because they were extremely talented. Secondly, their great-grandfather was the founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Currently, his great-grandfather was no longer the leader of the Forbidden Land. However, the person who took over the position was also one of his great-grandfather's disciples. In the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, his great-grandfather was still the #1 expert. One could imagine the position of the Long family in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. And her father was also her grandfather. He was also in the ruler realm now and was the top expert in the Forbidden Land. After Long In passed on the news, it immediately attracted the attention of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Now, the news of Wang Xian had already spread to all the forbidden lands around the Void Moon. All the forbidden grounds were shocked by the sudden appearance of this devilish young man. There were also some forbidden grounds that were prepared to recruit Wang Xian, especially since Wang Xian was the one they thought had the best chance of ascending to the top of the Tower of the Moon and taking control of the Holy Moon. Now that they saw that their saintess had been saved twice by that mysterious young man and that they had a good relationship with him, they invited him to join the Forbidden Grounds. Naturally, the Dragon Roar Forbidden Grounds couldn't be stingy. Soon, Long Yining received a list of treasures. When she saw it, her eyes flickered slightly. What's your name? Our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground has taken out some treasures. You can choose 3 of them. What do you think? Long Yining looked at Wang Xian and greeted him. Just call me Wang Xian. Let me take a look at the items. Wang Xian nodded and said with interest. If there were really items that could satisfy him, Wang Xian could really consider joining. However, even if he joined, Wang Xian would still make his own request. Here, PLL use energy to condense it into words for you. Let me introduce it to you. Long Yining waved his arm and the names of the items appeared in front of Wang Xian. There were a total of more than 20 items. Furthermore, all of them were space-type or useful treasures. The first item is the celestial fruit. This fruit is a life-saving fruit. It's equivalent to a life. As long as you place the celestial fruit in a safe place, you can be revived immediately even if you die. How about it? Is this valuable enough? Long Yining introduced the first item and looked at him with a smile. Continue. Wang Xian nodded. He wasn't interested in the Deva fruit. The second item is a spatial attributed innate treasure grade weapon. Long Yining continued to introduce. Remove the weapon. I don't need any elixirs either. Do you have any special items? I need something special. Wang Xian interrupted her and asked. This? Special? My grandfather prepared everything for you that you can use. If this is special, there's nothing special about it. Does training in the core of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground count? Long Yin opened her mouth and asked. Wang Xian shook his head. I don't need any weapons or resources for training. I will only agree if there are special items that I need. All right then, I'll continue to ask. Long Yining nodded and continued to send messages to her grandfather. Do you have any items that you need? We will try our best to satisfy you. Long Yining raised her head and asked Wang Xian. Items that I need? What is the realm of the strongest person in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground? Wang Xian asked. The strongest person is naturally my great-grandfather, the founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. He reached the level 9 of the universe's ruler 10 billion years ago. I don't know if he has made a breakthrough yet. Long Yin replied with some pride. Forget it then. Just bring out the special treasures from your place and I will take a look. Wang Xian shook his head. The strength of a level 9 universe dominator was not even comparable to his. If the Dragon Roar Holy Land was really stronger and had many experts at the peak of the Dominator realm, Wang Xian could ask for a large amount of resources. He could use these resources to increase the strength of his main body. However, he was only at the level 9 Universe Dominator realm. This Dragon Roar Holy Land could not afford to give him so many resources. Long Yin pouted speechlessly and looked at him. All right, I'll see if my grandfather has any special treasures. After she finished speaking, she waited quietly for her grandfather's reply. Benefactor Wang Xian, my grandfather sent me 5 special items. Let me tell you about them. A few hours later, Long Yin spoke to Wang Xian. Speak. Wang Xian opened his eyes and spoke to her. The first item is broken wood. Legend has it that broken wood is a small fragment on the space bridge. The space bridge is a very powerful space treasure that cannot be compared to ordinary innate treasures. In short, it is very, very powerful. However, it is useless now. Long Yin introduced the first item and looked at Wang Xian secretly. The second item is a corpse. It is a strange soul corpse. My grandfather said that it is the body of an inhuman from another universe. The third item is a jar. It has a huge space and is almost infinite. However, it can't contain living things. The fourth item is a treasure from another universe. It's a very special treasure. The specific abilities are unknown. The fifth item my grandfather said is the universe's breathing soil. This breathing soil can be molded into a human and give life to it. In other words, it can create a human. I think this item is very practical and can nurture my subordinates. The person molded from the breathing soil can be molded just like a normal human being. Their talents are also different. There's another characteristic. The breathing soil is very beneficial to wood element cultivators. It can be integrated into the body and bring one closer to our sword and magic continent.
Dragon in introduced one by one.
A piece of broken wood.
A corpse.
A space jar.
A treasure from another universe.
The soil of this universe. Cosmic soil? It can make wood element mages closer to the universe. What does it mean? Wang Xian listened to Long Yin's introduction of the treasures one by one and squinted his eyes slightly. His mind landed on the last treasure and asked, "It is to be able to sense the energy in our universe better. However, it is only more effective for wood element mages." Long Yin replied, "You mean that as long as you fuse the universe breath soil into your body, you will be able to get closer to the sword and the magic universe?"
Wang Xian stared at him as his eyes sparkled.
"Is that what you mean?"
Long Yin nodded his head. "How much universe breath soil do you have?" Wang Xian asked again.
"There should be quite a lot. The biggest characteristic of this universe breath soil is that it is special and has no other abilities." Long Yin said, "What grade is the soul corpse?" Wang Xian asked again.
"I don't know the grade of the soul corpse, but I heard from my grandfather that even a corpse can give him a lot of pressure. My grandfather is an expert at level 8 of the universe dominator. When he was alive, this corpse was definitely higher than the level 8 of the universe dominator."
Long Yin replied, "Is there much universe breath soil on the continent?" Wang Xian continued to ask. "Not much. There is very little universe breath soil. As far as I know, only the strongest 1 or 2 forbidden lands on our continent have it. Only our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land has it."
Long Yin answered truthfully.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Long Yin. "I can join the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, but I want a lot of universe breath soil, as well as that soul corpse. PLL decide on the last treasure after I see it." "Really? You're willing to join our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground?"
Long Yin was pleasantly surprised.
Wang Xian nodded. "I can join, but I have one condition. After the arrival of the calamity, I will leave the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground." "After the arrival of the calamity, you will leave our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground?"
Long Yin was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Xian's condition. His face was filled with astonishment.
He didn't expect Wang Xian to make such a request. "Yes." Wang Xian nodded his head. "I will leave when the calamity arrives. However, I will not say that I will only occupy the resources of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground without contributing anything. I have all the top-notch spells and sword techniques of the Void Moon Forbidden Ground. I also have a magic mantle of the 7th level of the Water Elemental Universe. I can give you the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground as a contribution."
"Really?"
When Long Yin heard this, her eyes lit up again. She knew about the calamity. It would be billions of years later for her to leave immediately after the calamity.
The calamity was a crisis for the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land and the entire universe.
The Dragon Roar Forbidden Land naturally didn't want the experts it nurtured to leave immediately after the calamity arrived.
However, compared to this request, she could obtain all the spells and sword technique manuals of the Forbidden Land, Void Moon.
Compared to the magic mantle of a level 7 universe overlord, it was nothing?
In fact, a level 7 universe overlord's magic mantle could even be traded for her 3 items. The magic mantle was extremely precious and couldn't be obtained unless it was a great opportunity. Even she didn't obtain the magic mantle.
In addition, the cultivation method of the Forbidden Void Moon.
This was even more precious.
The strength of the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, was only slightly weaker than their Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Their secret manuals were also treasures that could hold the fort in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
Benefactor Wang Xian, you should know that this is a loss for you. The things that you took out are too precious.
The Dragon Roar was excited for a few seconds. After hesitating for a moment, it reminded Wang Xian. "It's all right. I understand the value of it. Wang Xian smiled. When he joined the Dragon Roar Holy Land, it was mainly for the universe's breathing soil.
The universe's breathing soil was like what Longin said. It could bring living beings closer to the universe. It could even create humans.
Then, if the disciples of the Dragon Palace were to absorb enough universe's breathing soil, what would happen? Would it be able to make the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace ignore the rejection of the sword and the magical universe? If it was really possible, it would definitely be a great benefit to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian could make the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace come here to cultivate and look for opportunities. Not to mention other things, he could at least make some of the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace come to the Tower of Moon to cultivate.
Wang Xian was confident that he could control the Tower of Moon.
By then, the Dragon Palace would have an additional precious place for training. In addition, by joining the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, Wang Xian could quickly integrate into the top level of the sword and magic universe and understand everything in this universe.
Although he had the ability to absorb souls with his current strength, he could only be a level 8 master of the soul-absorbing universe.
After all, most of his current strength depended on the fragments of the heaven's origin destiny. Anyway, joining the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground would not interfere with his cultivation.
That's great. I'll tell Grandpa and the rest now that you joined the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. In the future, I'll let you be the Holy Sun and let my brother play around. Also, we'll provide you with any cultivation resources you want.
Long Yining said happily.
Wang Xian smiled and looked at her. He waved his hand casually and said, "You should go back first. Bring those special treasures over first. Also, this is a water element magic mantle. I'll give it to you first. Why don't you go back with me?"
There are elders from our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground outside the Moon Tower. Also, we can go back to our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and get those treasures directly. I'll ask my grandpa to give you more treasures then.
Long Yining's eyes were sparkling as he said to Wang Xian,
"Shall we go over?"
"Sure." Wang Xian nodded and didn't refuse. His current strength had already reached the peak of the Universe Night
realm. What he needed to do now was to accumulate his strength. Just like Wuxia and the rest back then, he would only accumulate his strength and not improve. By then, he should be able to step into the top level of the Moon Tower and take control of it. However, if he wanted to continue to reach the level of Wuxia and the rest, he would need a large amount of time to accumulate. It would take about 1 to 2 million years.
Therefore, Wang Xian was not in a hurry to spend a day, 2 days, or even a year and 10 years. All right, let's go.
Long Yin said happily and gestured to Wang Xian. The two of them moved and disappeared from the 8th level in an instant.
The next moment, they appeared outside the Moon Tower.
"Follow me." Long Yin said happily and flew out with Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled and followed closely behind. The two of them flew out of the Holy Moon. Buzz. Lady Saintess. The moment they flew out, the powerhouses from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land were already waiting at the entrance.
Just as Wang Xian and the rest came out from the Holy Moon, there were dozens of powerhouses at the entrance to welcome them. One by one, the masters of the universe bowed to Dragon Roar.
Among these powerhouses, the strongest one was at level 4 of the Masters of the Universe.
It was obvious that Dragon Roar Yin's status in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground was very high. Let's return to the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground first.
Long Yin faced the powerhouses in the Forbidden Ground and nodded her head indifferently. She was filled with the temperament of a saintess.
Cold, proud, and extraordinary.
It's the saintess.
The powerhouses in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground nodded their heads and immediately flew to the side with them. Sister, wait for me.
At this moment, a voice came from behind. Wang Xian looked over and saw a young man who looked slightly similar to Long Yin flying over quickly.
This was not the first time Wang Xian had seen him. When he was on the 7th level, Wang Xian had already seen Long Yin's younger brother. As for what his name was, he didn't know.
Sister, wait for me. Let's go back together. The young man flew over with a cheeky smile on his face. He looked at Wang Xian who was beside him and his eyes sparkled. Brother Wang Xian, right? Hello. You're very good. I really admire you. He's my younger brother. His name is Long Yinhao. He's very mischievous.
Long Yin introduced him to Wang Xian.
Yes, hello?
Wang Xian nodded his head.
Let's go. Let's make a trip back home first. As Long Yining spoke, the experts around them brought them away quickly. They flew to a temporary base in the Dragon's Roar Forbidden Land. There was a teleportation formation here. Through the teleportation formation, they went through 5 interchanges before arriving at the lair of the Dragon's Roar Forbidden Land. The Dragon's Roar Forbidden Land is on an island. When Wang Xian noticed his surroundings, he realized that he had arrived at an island. The surrounding area was filled with the ocean. They were currently on an island. And in front of this pirate, there was a strange island. In that island, there was an incomparably huge mountain peak.
The mountain peak pierced through the clouds and reached an extremely terrifying height.
Furthermore, there was an incomparably huge waterfall that flowed down from it. It was an extremely spectacular spectacle. The waterfall fell from the sky and gave off an incomparably loud roar.
However, this roar was completely different from the dragon's roar.
As for whether there were dragons in the sword and magic universe, Wang Xian learned from the information he obtained that there were none.
That's right. Brother Wang Xian, do you know that our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground is in the Sky Sea?
That is the sky peak of our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Isn't it very spectacular?
We will live and cultivate there.
Long Yinhao said to Wang Xian. Let's fly over. Long Yining said to Wang Xian and gestured to the surrounding elders. The elders nodded and did not follow him. Long Yining brought Wang Xian towards the sky peak of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
The sky peak of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground was indeed spectacular. Compared to the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, Mingyi's Sacred Academy was like a weak ant.
In this universe, the difference between the sacred grounds was huge. Wang Xian flew to the front of the sky peak and immediately sensed a majestic water energy. At the same time, he sensed that he had entered a special space.
The defense around the sky peak is pretty good.
Wang Xian sensed his surroundings and thought to himself. This defense could at least fend off existences at the 9th level of the Universe Dominator. Come here. The sky peak is very tall and huge. Let's go to the top. Long Yin continued to speak to Wang Xian as they flew towards the top of the sky peak. The sky peak was indeed very high. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the top. Yin Hao.
A few hundred kilometers below the top of the sky peak.
When they flew over, a voice was heard.
Wang Xian looked over and saw 5 to 6 elders and more than 10 middle-aged men standing at the edge of the sky peak.
Their gazes landed on Wang Xian. Wang Xian could sense streams of energy sensing him. However, these energies didn't have any malicious intent. Grandpa, elders, deacons, dad, mom. Long Yin and Long Yin Hao shouted immediately. Hee good, not bad. This is young Master Wang Xian.
The old man in the middle of the group smiled and nodded at the two of them. Then his gaze landed on Wang Xian. Thank you, young Master Wang Xian. You saved my granddaughter's life twice. We at the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground are eternally grateful.
Senior, it was nothing. Wang Xian cupped his hands politely. With his current body strength, there was no problem for him to address him as senior. Furthermore, Long Yinin's grandfather was definitely much older than Wang Xian. He was someone who had lived for at least 10 billion years. It's not a small matter to be indebted to you for saving my life. Furthermore, little brother, you are able to suppress the rest of the holy sons and saintesses. You have unlimited potential. Come in and sit. Long Yinin's grandfather smiled and gestured with his hand. Wang Xian nodded and flew inside. The location inside was not a luxurious palace. Instead, it was a cave surrounded by plants. Water flowed through the cave and it was exceptionally beautiful.
Wang Xian, my grandfather, is in the center. These two are my parents. The rest are my second and third grandpas. They are also the elders and deacons of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
Long Yin came to Wang Xian's side and introduced him in a low voice. Wang Xian nodded his head. Come and sit. Little brother, you are called Wang Xian, right?
I shall call you Xiao Xian. You have outstanding talent. If our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land can have such a spoiled child joining us, it will be our luck.
When they came inside, everyone sat down.
Long Yinin's grandfather said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face.
I heard that you like some special treasures. They are all in here.
As he spoke, he threw an interspatial ring to Wang Xian.
Thank you, Elder. Wang Xian took it and called him Elder as well.
Haha, we will be on the same side in the future. Yinin has also mentioned your condition. Our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land will naturally agree to it. Of course, we are the ones who have the upper hand since you were able to join our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land this time.
Grandpa Dragon Roar Yin laughed and said, joining the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land will also bring me a lot of benefits in my cultivation.
Wang Xian replied politely and sensed his interspatial ring. He realized that there were not only 3 treasures inside.
Instead, the 5 items mentioned by Dragon Roar Yin were all inside. Especially the universe breath soil that he paid the most attention to. There were indeed many of them. The energy of the breathing soil also made him a little excited. This breathing soil contained a large amount of sword and the aura of the magical universe. Perhaps the living beings in this universe could not sense it, but Wang Xian could. It should not be a problem for the disciples and experts of the Dragon Palace to use it to resist the repulsion of this universe.
Xiaoxian, with your strength, you can have the status and strength of a holy sun in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. After a period of time, we will prepare a holy sun inauguration ceremony for you. Wang Xian was checking the treasures in the interspatial ring. In front of him, Long Yinin's grandfather, who was also the 3rd elder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, continued with a smile on his face.
There's no need. Long Yinhao will be the saint.
Wang Xian was slightly stunned and shook his head with a smile.
He, in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Whoever has the better talent and strength will be the saint. Your talent and strength far exceed Yinhao's. You deserve the position of saint. As a saint, you will naturally have a lot of rights and enjoy a lot of things. The 3rd elder said to him, in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, the position of the saint child is above the deacons and below the elders.
When Wang Xian heard the 3rd elder's words, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Ahem, Grandpa, I think that our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground can have 2 saint children, right? Hee, big brother Wang Xian is the boss. I can also be second.
At the side, Long Yinhao coughed and said, that's not impossible. It's not like there's only one holy sun in the Forbidden Ground. An elder smiled and said, there are only 2 holy sons and holy daughters in the twin holy grounds. Although it has something to do with the characteristics of their holy grounds, Yinhao's strength is worthy of being a holy son. That's fine too. However, we have to inform the Lord of the Forbidden Land about this matter.
The 3rd elder nodded and looked at Wang Xian. Xiaoxian, you don't have to refuse.
All right. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Since this was the body of the Void Dragon God, he could be the holy son of the Dragon Roar Holy Land.
All right. After a period of time, we will hold a holy sun ceremony. The 3rd elder nodded with a smile. Also, I'll have to trouble you to bring Xiaoxian to our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground to take a look first. It's a treasure land and a good place for the holy sun to stay. All right, 3rd brother.
The 6th elder nodded. He stood up and gestured to Wang Xian. Let's go, Xiaoxian. I'll bring you around our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground first. When we come back, we'll have something to eat and enjoy some delicacies. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He followed 6th elder to familiarize himself with the situation in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
Sister, tell me the truth. Are you having an affair with brother Wang Xian?
He'll be my brother-in-law in the future. Wang Xian and the rest left.
At the side, Long Yinhao couldn't help but look at Long Yinin and asked,
what nonsense are you talking about? His words made Long Yinin's face turn red. She glared at him. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys got together, how could there be such a good thing? To give you a water element magic mantle at the 7th level of the Universe Dominator, how could it be water element?
There are also the secret manuals in the Forbidden Land of the Void Moon. The value of these things is not comparable to the position of a holy sun. Some special items cannot be compared to them.
Furthermore, he has saved you twice. I feel that brother Wang Xian is definitely interested in you. I think he is not bad. Sister, you can consider it. No, maybe you have already been with that Wang Xian, cough cough. After all, you guys have been alone for a long time on the 7th level. Long Yinhao guessed as if he had already understood the truth. This made Long Yinin's face turn darker and darker. She stared at him while the magic staff in her hand shimmered.
Hee, all right, Yinin. We will not be involved in your matters. You can make your own choice. Long Yin's mother said with a smile from the side.
Mom, there's really nothing going on between Wang Xian and me. When I first invited him, he rejected me. Long Yin explained to her mother.
All right, no matter what the situation is, we won't interfere with your matters. Have you given the secret manuals of the Forbidden Void Moon to you?
Long Yin's mother smiled and asked.
I have. Long Yin nodded and waved her arm, sending the secret manuals to her grandfather. A few elders of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land waved their arms and took a few of the secret manuals that were obviously more powerful.
They immediately opened the contents. It really is the secret manuals of the Void Moon. It's a complete secret manual. These secret manuals are of great benefit to our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. An elder looked at the contents and said excitedly,
Indeed, they are all true. The top-tier cultivation secret manuals of the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, should be these. These secret manuals of spells, sword techniques, and secret manuals are incomparably precious.
If there was another treasure land, it would be able to create a powerful forbidden ground.
The third elder looked at them and was also a little excited. The value of these things was immeasurable to their Forbidden Land.
He even thought that the special treasures that he gave to Wang Xian would be considered pretty good if he could exchange for one of these top-notch manuals. According to the records of the Moon of the Void in the Forbidden Land, all their manuals are placed in the 10,000 Arts Pavilion behind the Moon Tower. It seems that he has entered the 10,000 Arts Pavilion.
Didn't they say that the 10,000 Arts Pavilion is enveloped by a powerful formation and there is no way for him to enter?
An elder asked in surprise. That Wang Xian is not simple. He should have some secrets on him. He appeared out of nowhere and there is no information about him.
A deacon opened his mouth and pondered for a moment. Elder, should we be on guard? No need. No force is willing to take out such precious treasures just to infiltrate the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. The third elder shook his head immediately. The treasures that Wang Xian took out were too precious. In order to infiltrate the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, he had to expend so much energy. No holy ground had such a huge expenditure. If they had such a huge expenditure, it would be very easy for them to destroy the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
That's true. They might really like it. An elder beside him nodded in agreement. He looked at Long Yinin leisurely and revealed a smile that belonged to an old mischievous child. This made Long Yinin's face turn even redder. Her face was filled with helplessness.
However, when she thought about how Wang Xian had saved her twice, her heart started to beat faster.
She was the saintess of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Her younger brother was also the saintess of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. In the entire Roaring Dragon Forbidden Ground, there was no one who was more outstanding than the siblings. This made her feel nothing special about the other members of the opposite sex. This was because she was outstanding, and her younger brother was also very outstanding. Moreover, even if he was the saintess of the other forbidden grounds, she wouldn't be able to take a fancy to him easily. And Wang Xian had saved her life twice. His talent and strength that was even stronger than hers had indeed given her a peculiar feeling. Wang Xian. Could it be that he really took a liking to himself just like what Grandpa and little brother said? Otherwise,
her heart was in a mess as her thoughts ran wild.
Long Yin's heart was a little confused. This was the first time in her hundreds of millions of years of cultivation.
Yes, Long Yin had lived for hundreds of millions of years. However, most of his time was spent in closed-door cultivation.
A random closed-door cultivation would last for millions of years. At most, it would last for tens of millions of years. For powerhouses like them, hundreds of millions of years was equivalent to more than 10 years for mortals. Their only life calamity was the time of the calamity.
If they could survive the calamity, the lifespan of powerhouses like them would normally be more than 30 billion years.
Judging from such a lifespan, she was still young. She was even very young. Her mind was running wild.
She had to let her mind run wild. Otherwise, how could these priceless treasures and cultivation methods make sense?
After Wang Xian followed the sixth elder and toured around the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground,
The two of them returned once again. The third elder and the rest of them also prepared extremely sumptuous delicacies. Not only were these delicacies delicious, they also contained a powerful energy. This was the first time Wang Xian tasted the delicacies of the sword and the magic universe. It was indeed unique. However, to his surprise, the dragon roar at the side looked at him from time to time. There was a hint of shyness and curiosity in his eyes as he looked at him. This made him feel that something was wrong. Set a time to hold Xiao Xian's son of Saint ceremony. After everyone enjoyed the delicious food, the third elder looked at the surrounding elders and said, "Let Xiao Xian set the time." An elder pondered for a moment and said, "That's true." The third elder nodded. His gaze landed on Wang Xian. "Xiao Xian, look at the time. Set an auspicious day to hold your son of Saint ceremony. This is a very big matter for us in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. This third elder is not in a hurry. How about 10,000 years later?" Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said, he wanted to wait for Enlai to come again. At that time, he could give it a try. If the disciples of the Dragon Palace could descend into this universe, it would be of great benefit to the development of the Dragon Palace. Currently, the disciples of the Dragon Palace no longer dare to move around in the Nine Origin universe. If there was a base in the Sword and Magic universe, it would be of great benefit to the Dragon Palace. And the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, was a good treasure land. It could be used for the cultivation of the disciples of the Dragon Palace, and it could be used as a nest. 10,000 years later? No problem. The third elder nodded. 10,000 years was just a time for a simple retreat. Yin Hao, and Xiao Xian, the three of you can continue to cultivate in the Sacred Moon. Before that, Yin, take Xiao Xian to the 10,000 Arts Pavilion in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. You can choose the spatial attribute sword techniques and secret manuals in there. If it's a spatial innate treasure, we also have it in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. You can choose two of them at will. The cultivation resources will be distributed according to the standards of the Holy Sun. Sixth Elder said to Wang Xian and the rest. With a wave of his arm, a token flew into Long Yin's hand. "It's Sixth Grandpa." Long Yin took the token and nodded. "All right, the three of you can exchange ideas and get familiar with each." The third elder waved his hand with a smile. Long Yin Hao said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head and followed her out. "Damn it, I forgot about my younger brother so quickly." Long Yin Hao saw that his sister was completely ignoring him. He muttered to himself speechlessly and immediately followed behind her. The 10,000 Arts Pavilion in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground was open to Wang Xian. There was only one top-notch spatial attribute sword technique book in there. Wang Xian opened it and took a look. It was still useful to him. In fact, Wang Xian had already mastered the secret manual that he obtained in the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon. Top-notch secret manuals could not be copied. The concept contained in it could only be comprehended from the original secret manual. However, Wang Xian's strength was too strong. Many Wang Xian could easily understand and control the spells. There were only a few top-notch spells that he needed to ponder over. After completely comprehending them, Wang Xian could record these spells and sword techniques himself for the reference of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. In fact, these spells and sword techniques only had some reference value to the dragon wizards and the charming dragon species. It was only a reference. After all, the Nine Origin universe also had its own cultivation system and characteristics. As for sword techniques, Ao Jian and the rest were cultivating the best Tianyuan sword technique in the universe. The sword techniques in the Sword and Magic universe could only be used as a small reference. The gap between them and the Tianyuan sword technique was still too big. Wang Xian checked the spatial sword technique in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land and went to the treasury to get 2 innate treasures. Such treatment was indeed the best in the entire Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Even the deacons who were at level 5 or 6, the masters of the universe in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, did not receive such treatment. Wang Xian, let's go back to the Holy Moon to cultivate. Although our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground has a treasure ground for cultivation, we don't have a treasure ground with spatial attributes. Moreover, the absorption of energy from the treasure ground for cultivation will be reduced. It's best to cultivate in the Holy Moon.
After coming out from the treasure vault of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, Dragon Roar spoke to Wang Xian. Yes, that's fine.
Wang Xian nodded. Following that, the three of them rushed towards the Void Moon once again.
When they arrived at the 8th level of the Holy Moon, Dragon Roar taught him the forbidden spell that she was cultivating. After he had completely mastered it, Wang Xian sat cross-legged on the magic stone and began to cultivate.
This stunned Long Yin, who was at the side.
What a fool! He only knows how to cultivate. She couldn't help but grumble in her heart. She looked at Wang Xian helplessly. However, very soon, she sat cross-legged at the side with a smile on her face and began to cultivate. Time passed quickly while she was cultivating. The time that she had agreed upon with Enlai soon arrived.
Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked around. He and Long Yin were still the only ones on the entire 8th floor.
Wang Xian waved his arm and a surge of energy enveloped him. Long Yin was at the side. He could only see that Wang Xian was still cultivating with his legs crossed. He couldn't see any other movements or changes. Wang Xian immediately set up a demonic altar in front of him. Buzz.
Greetings, Dragon King.
Not long after, Enlai's figure appeared. Wang Xian nodded at him. Is there any situation in the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian asked as usual.
Dragon King, everything is fine in the Dragon Palace.
Enlai replied.
All right, I want to conduct an experiment. Bring Ao Jian here now. Wang Xian instructed Enlai. He wanted to see if the universe breath soil was effective.
Buzz, buzz. Inside the 10,000 Arts Pavilion in the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon Holy Moon.
Wang Xian, Enlai, and Ao Jian appeared.
This was Wang Xian's true form. His void dragon body was still cultivating in the 8th level of the Moon Tower.
Ao Jian's arrival immediately caused a surge of energy to press down on his body, causing his expression to change slightly.
This was the suppressive force from the sword and the magical universe.
Ao Jian's current strength had already reached the 3rd level of the Universe Overlord.
His realm was not very high, mainly because the Dragon Guards had just obtained the Tianyuan sword technique not long ago. To be able to reach the 3rd level of the Universe Overlord in a few million years was already very terrifying. Of course, this was also due to the heart of faith.
Dragon King, my level has been suppressed by 3 levels.
Ao Jian reported to Wang Xian.
Okay.
Wang Xian nodded. With a move of his arm, a handful of breathing soil appeared in his hand. Ao Jian, absorb it and see if there are any changes.
Wang Xian spoke to Ao Jian.
Ao Jian nodded and immediately took it. With a thought, he began to absorb it.
Little by little, the breath soil entered his body, causing him to be slightly stunned.
Dragon King, I can sense that the rejection of me from this universe has decreased by a lot. Soon, Ao Jian's eyes lit up as he reported to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian's eyes were glowing as well. This breath soil is in your body. Are there any side effects? Can you expel it in the future?
There are no side effects at the moment. The breath soil is in my body and has no effect on my body. I can expel it as well. However, the speed is very fast. Furthermore, the breath soil that is expelled will dissipate immediately. Ao Jian sensed it and said, All right, that's enough. Wang Xian smiled. He moved his arm and took out more breath soil. Absorb it until the universe is suppressing and absorbing you. Then stop. It's the Dragon King.
Ao Jian immediately responded and began to absorb a large amount of it.
Wang Xian waited quietly by the side. Then, he looked at the breathing soil in his interspatial ring. There were many of them. There were dozens of tons of them.
Other than the breathing soil, there were a few other special treasures. Some of them were not of much use to Wang Xian.
It was the corpse of a powerhouse from another universe. It was a soul corpse. This soul corpse, under Wang Xian's senses, was the body of a powerhouse at level 9, the ruler of the universe. It also contained a tremendous amount of energy. To Wang Xian, this was not of much use. However, to Ming Shixing, it was definitely a great treasure. Ming Shixing, one of the 7 mad demons, was a powerhouse from the netherworld race. This soul corpse was of great use to him. Other than this corpse, there was another special treasure from another universe. It indeed contained a tremendous amount of energy.
Wang Xian was more familiar with this energy.
The power of faith. However, Wang Xian could not use the treasure of the universe of faith. The space jar with an infinite space was useless to Wang Xian. The last treasure was the broken wood.
It was a part of the space bridge. It looked like a wood element item.
Wang Xian was not sure if the broken wood was useful or not. He could ask Enlai to bring it back to the Dragon Palace to take a look. He wanted to see if the ancestral tree had any reaction to it. Wang Xian stood at the side and watched Ao Jian's absorption speed quietly. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Xian sensed that the suppression from the sword and the magical universe on Ao Jian had completely disappeared. Ao Jian also opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Very good.
Wang Xian looked at the amount of breath soil Ao Jian had absorbed and a smile appeared on his face. He had only absorbed more than 10 kilograms of the universe breath soil and the repulsive force from this universe had been eliminated.
In that case, with the universe breath soil in his hands, it was enough for more than 10,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace to come to this sword and magical universe. Wang Xian was deep in thought. Currently, the Starry Universe was the main activity area of the Dragon Palace.
However, the Starry Universe still had the suppression of the universe. Only Lan Qingwei, Xiaolan, and the rest were not suppressed.
However, Lan Qingwei, Xiaolan, and the rest did not dare to step into the infinite Starry Universe.
This caused the Dragon Palace to have a huge restriction on the access to resources.
Not to mention the 9 origin universe. Now, the development of the Dragon Palace had gradually reached a bottleneck. The sword and magic universe was a good place for the development of the Dragon Palace. It could definitely attract tens of thousands of disciples from the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was even prepared to establish a forbidden land here.
The name could be called Void Dragon Forbidden Land. It represented the holy land of the Void Dragon God. He had already thought of the location of the Forbidden Ground. It was here. The Forbidden Ground, Void Moon, would be changed to the Forbidden Ground, Void Dragon Forbidden Ground.
Not bad, not bad. At the thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. Enlai, bring 10,000 dragon guards and 10 charming dragon species.
Wang Xian looked at Enlai and immediately gave the order. It's the Dragon King.
Enlai nodded his head and his figure disappeared instantly.
The dragon guards were the best choice for the sword and magic universe. This was because they were practicing sword techniques.
It could be compared to the cultivation of the sword and magic universe.
The other 10 charming dragon species were called over to oversee the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground in the future.
The Void Dragon Forbidden Ground needed at least some strong people who could handle the situation. Of course, Wang Xian had his own ideas. In the future, he would be the master of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. His original body had always been here, while the body of the Void Dragon was at the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian began to plan. An hour later, 10,000 dragon guards and 10 charming dragon species arrived.
Wang Xian immediately asked them to absorb the universe's breath soil.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When all the disciples of the Dragon Palace had finished absorbing, they looked at Wang Xian in unison and waited for the order. For now, let's cultivate here. After we take control of this place, I will build a forbidden land in this universe. It will be called Void Dragon Forbidden Land.
This is also a restriction of our Dragon Palace in this universe.
In the future, all of you can go to this universe to explore and cultivate and look for opportunities. Wang Xian gave them an order. It's the Dragon King. The group of Dragon Palace disciples replied immediately. All right, continue to cultivate.
Wang Xian nodded and instructed Enlai to bring him to the 8th level of the Tower of Moon.
After returning to the body of the Void Dragon, Wang Xian continued to cultivate. Buzz. A few hundred years later, an energy fluctuation came from the side. Wang Xian opened his eyes and saw that the dragon's roar was connecting spells.
Why aren't you practicing? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking her.
I'm about to make a breakthrough while I'm practicing. I can't make a breakthrough anymore. I need to start practicing spells to increase my combat experience.
Long Yin said to Wang Xian.
Once she made a breakthrough, she would reach the level 8 of a universe knight. In that case, his combat ability in the level 8 of a Universe Knight wasn't too strong. At that time, it was basically impossible for him to fight against 2 or 3 people stronger than him.
Breakthrough.
When Wang Xian heard her words, he naturally knew what she was thinking.
Here, everything was for the sake of reaching the top.
This didn't mean that the stronger a person was, the higher they would be able to reach the top. Instead, it meant that the stronger one's ability to fight above their level was, the higher one would be able to reach the top. As for Long Yin suppressing her own strength, it was completely unnecessary. Because to reach the top, one had to have the power of a Pinnacle Universe Knight and have a long-term accumulation at the Pinnacle Universe Knight level. Only then would one have a chance to reach the top. Secondly, this place belonged to him.
It belonged to the Dragon Palace.
He had already regarded this place as his own. Long Yin looked at him in surprise. If you want to reach the top level, you have to go through a huge amount of accumulation. It's impossible for you to reach the top with the accumulation of a small realm. Only when you reach the peak of a Universe Knight can you achieve this. Therefore, it's impossible for you to reach the top without breaking through. Wang Xian explained to her. Is that so? Long Yin nodded her head thoughtfully.
What do you think?
Wang Xian looked at her and smiled. You should be able to sense where your limit is.
That's true. It took me a lot of effort to reach the 8th level. If I want to reach the 12th level, it will be even more difficult. It's simply impossible. Long Yin mumbled.
In that case, do you mean that I have to advance to the peak of the Universe Knight realm first?
She looked at Wang Xian.
Yes, there's no need to suppress it now. Wang Xian nodded. There's plenty of energy here. It will only take 1 to 2 million years for the energy to reach the peak of the 8th level of the Universe Knight realm. When that time comes, I will raise my combat strength to another level. Yes, yes. Long Yi nodded and listened to Wang Xian. He looked at him and asked,
Wang Xian, have you reached the peak of the Universe Knight realm now? Yes, although I have reached it, I still need a long time to reach the next level and reach the top.
Wang Xian nodded without hiding anything. Doesn't that mean you have a chance to reach the 12th level and control this place?
Long Yin looked at him with a hint of admiration. It's possible, but the possibility is not very high.
Wang Xian said with a smile. But he didn't tell the truth.
You will definitely succeed. You will definitely reach the top. Good luck. Long Yin smiled and clenched his fists at him. Wang Xian smiled. Continue your cultivation.
Yes, yes. Long Yin nodded and immediately began his breakthrough.
Wang Xian sat cross-legged and began his cultivation.
Wang Xian, it's time for the appointed time. It's time for the ceremony to confer the title of saint to you. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Long Yin shouted at Wang Xian. Are we there yet? Wang Xian opened his eyes and nodded. All right then, let's go. He. The ceremony to confer the title of saint to you is a very important matter in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. When the time comes, the Lord of the Forbidden Land will confer the title of saint to you personally. We will hold a banquet for 10 days to celebrate the entire Forbidden Land. The two of them moved and flew out. Is it that grand?
Wang Xian looked at her in surprise.
Long Yin explained to her. Therefore, every holy sun and
Saintess's conferment ceremony is very grand. Of course, our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land has a generation of 1 billion years. In other words, a new holy sun and Saintess's conferment ceremony is only held once every 1 billion years.
Wang Xian nodded slightly.
The two of them flew out of the holy moon. At the entrance, the powerhouses of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land were already waiting.
The experts who were waiting this time were the 2 elders from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. One of them was the 6th elder whom Wang Xian had met before. Xiao Xian, since the last time you came to our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, we have already gotten some information from the surrounding Forbidden Grounds. As the son of the spatial swordsman who could easily reach the 8th level of the Moon Tower, we are worried that other Forbidden Grounds would do something to you. The 6th elder smiled at Wang Xian and said, 6th elder and 10th elder, please come over personally. Wang Xian heard it and smiled. He immediately sensed it. Haha, this is what I should do. You don't know how envious PvE been ever since the other Forbidden Grounds found out that you joined our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
The 6th elder laughed out loud. With a wave of his arm, he brought them away immediately. The current Wang Xian had already made a name for himself in the surrounding area, the sacred grounds, and the sacred academy. Everyone knew that there was a mysterious swordsman with the space attribute in the Moon Tower who had easily ascended to the 8th level of the Moon Tower. He suppressed all the holy sons and saintesses. His talent was extremely terrifying. Most importantly, he had the space attribute. In the sword and magic universe, there was also a saying, the top 10 attributes, space was king. Among the top existences of the space attribute, they were able to fight against experts of other attributes. With such talent and strength, coupled with the space attribute, Wang Xian's reputation was very well known among the Holy Land's forbidden grounds. After he joined the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, it caused quite a stir. Under the lead of the two elders, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Splash! Splash! When they arrived at the island of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, the sound of an incomparably huge waterfall could be heard. However, at this moment, in the middle of the waterfall that descended from the sky, there were 4 big words, flowing water. It was exceptionally eye-catching and could be clearly seen from afar. The Holy Sun Ceremony. In the main island of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, it looked more festive compared to the last time they came. There were hundreds of times more people below the sky peak compared to the last time. With a glance, there were at least hundreds of millions of people gathered there. There were also a large number of strong disciples floating in the air. There were also sounds of battles. It's really lively. Wang Xian looked over and sighed slightly. Compared to this place, the Dragon Palace was much quieter. There were only a few million disciples of the Dragon Palace. There are a few hundred magical kingdoms under the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Some of these magical kingdoms were founded by strong disciples who came from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Some of them are under our protection. Wang Xian, since you have become the Holy Sun, they must come to pay their respects. They must also send some gifts. Long Yin smiled and introduced to Wang Xian. In the future, you will have supreme authority in any magical kingdom under the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. The Dragon Palace was very strong. However, the Dragon Palace could not even return to the 9 origin universe. However, one day Wang Xian would make the Dragon Palace stand upright in the universe and be worshipped by all races. Whoosh! 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 Wang Xian and Long Yining flew towards the sky peak. The two elders looked on with a smile. In front of the sky peak, a large number of strong disciples were gathered. At the edge of the sky peak, there was an empty space. In front of them, there were luxurious chairs. On the left and right sides, there were flags. The words Saint were written on them. Sister, Brother Wang Xian. When Wang Xian and Long Yining flew over, a voice was heard. Long Yinhao quickly came over to welcome them. Behind him, there were over 100 disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Their gazes were all on Wang Xian. This was the first time they saw Wang Xian. However, they had heard of Wang Xian's great name like thunder. He was an existence that could suppress more than 10 holy sons from the forbidden grounds of the Holy Land. He was even more powerful than their holy sons and holy daughters. His strength and talent were beyond doubt. Okay. Wang Xian saw Long Yinhao and nodded his head. Greetings, Lord Wang Xian. At the back, a group of disciples flew over. They immediately cupped their hands and bowed to Wang Xian. You re-welcome. Wang Xian waved at them and nodded with a smile. Brother Wang Xian, come. Let me introduce you. Long Yin started to introduce the surrounding disciples to Wang Xian enthusiastically. Those who were able to follow him were the elites among the current generation of disciples in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. The future pillar of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian got to know them one by one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after, rays of light lit up one after another. They were located in the sky peak. One by one, figures with powerful auras flew over. One by one, the figures landed on the seats in front of them with a smile on their faces. These figures were all at least at level 5 of the universe dominators. Haha, come here, Xiaoxian. Let me introduce you to the elders and deacons. The third elder flew over and said to Wang Xian with a loud laugh. All right, third elder. Wang Xian nodded. He looked at the elders and deacons and cupped his hands.
Greetings, elders and deacons.
Wang Xian cupped his hands.
I dare not, I dare not. Wang Xian, your talent is outstanding. You will definitely become one of the strongest people in the continent in the future. The deacons immediately returned the greeting and said with a smile. The status of deacons in the Forbidden Land was inferior to that of holy sons and saintesses.
Come here, Xiaoxian. Let me introduce our great elder to you. The third elder started to introduce him to Wang Xian.
The great elder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land was an old woman with white hair and a walking stick.
The child is not bad. It is our honor to be able to join our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land and bring so many treasures. As the great elder, I can't be stingy. Take it.
The great elder waved his arm and a human-shaped water droplet floated in front of Wang Xian.
This? He was stunned. Such a treasure was more precious in the sword and magic universe. It was comparable to an innate treasure.
Even if you have such a treasure, take it. The first elder smiled and said to Wang Xian, Thank you, first elder. Wang Xian did not bother to be polite and took it. Since the first elder has given it to me, I, the second elder, cannot fall behind. Although it is not as precious as the first elder, it is not weak either.
The Void Sword is 90 and its power is almost comparable to an innate treasure. The space attribute is just right for you to use.
The second elder waved his arm, and numerous sharp swords floated around Wang Xian. Void Sword 90 was 90 spatial attribute sharp swords, and each of them was at the level of an innate supreme treasure.
However, this was a set and its power was comparable to an ordinary innate supreme treasure. Thank you, second elder.
Wang Xian's eyes shone when he saw the sharp swords. Currently, Wang Xian's strength had already reached the peak of a universe knight. The Tianyuan sword technique that he was practicing had also reached the most crucial point. That was sword control. The most terrifying and core point of the Tianyuan sword technique was the sword tomb.
The sword tombs were built one after another and they instantly erupted with terrifying power.
This sword tomb required Wang Xian to build with energy. In the past, he needed to teleport or fly to another place before laying down the sword tomb.
But now he only needed to control the sharp sword to set up a sword tomb in the surroundings with the help of the sharp sword, forming a terrifying attack power.
Compared to the past, it was even more terrifying.
Originally, he needed to reach the level of a universe master before he could cultivate.
But because of Wang Xian's uniqueness, a peak universe knight could already do it. These 90 spatial attribute sharp swords of the innate numinous treasure level were extremely useful to him. Haha, Xiaoxian, you guys are the future pillars of our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Come and take over. Following that, the third elder took out his treasures as well.
Every elder gave Wang Xian some treasures and cultivation resources.
Following that, the deacons also started to give them to Wang Xian.
This was also the tradition of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
This was also the reason why the holy sons and saintesses were so powerful. Of course, if one wanted to become a holy son and saintesses, it wasn't because of their background. It wasn't because my grandfather was an elder that I could become a holy son and saintesses. It was because of my true talent and talent. This was a test that every Forbidden Ground had their own set of methods to test. Some universe knights who were at level 6 or 7 could become holy sons. Some universe knights at level 9 couldn't become holy sons.
Not long after the elders and deacons finished delivering all the treasures, a blue light covered the entire sky.
An old figure suddenly appeared in the sky.
When everyone saw this figure, their faces were filled with respect. The elders and deacons immediately stood up and faced the figure.
Greetings to the Lord of the Forbidden Land.
Greetings to the Lord of the Forbidden Land.
In the surrounding area, more than 100 million strong disciples of the Forbidden Land hurriedly bowed and shouted loudly. Their voices reverberated throughout the entire island.
There's no need to be cautious during the Holy Sun ceremony.
The Lord of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land said faintly. His voice reached everyone's ears. Wang Xian looked at the master of the Roaring Dragon Forbidden Land with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The master of the Roaring Dragon Forbidden Land was an old woman. Yes, it was a woman. This was something that he had never expected. Wang Xian, right? Not bad.
At this moment, Wuxia sensed that the master of the roaring dragon forbidden land was looking at him. He nodded with a smile and his eyes were filled with admiration. Thank you for your praise, master of the forbidden ground.
Wuxia cupped his hands and thanked him.
Space attribute. It's my honor to be able to fight against someone of a higher level. Please take a seat.
The master of the dragon roar forbidden ground was still smiling as he spoke. He looked at the group of elders and deacons and said softly, "It's the master of the forbidden ground." The group of elders and deacons immediately sat at the front.
The elders and deacons sat down. Wuxia felt an energy enveloping him.
At the next moment, he appeared on a stage in front of him.
The figure of the master of the forbidden ground also appeared in front of him.
In front of her, there was a special crown suspended.
The towering crown of the saint. This time, after Inhao, the saintess and saint son, the dragon roar forbidden ground has welcomed its second saint son. He is also the most talented saint son. The name of the saint son is Wuxia. Today, I am the saint son of the dragon roar forbidden ground.
All the powerful disciples of the dragon roar forbidden ground shall obey the orders of the saint son. Holy Son. He represents the future, reputation and power of the dragon roar.
Forbidden ground. He shall not be blasphemed or offended.
As the master of the dragon roar forbidden ground spoke, his voice reverberated across the entire sky of the island. Today's coronation. The master of the dragon roar forbidden ground continued to speak. He picked up the towering crown of the Holy Sun in front of him and slowly stood on top of Wuxia's head. Greetings, Holy Sun Wuxia.
Greetings, Holy Sun Wuxia.
In the surrounding area of the dragon roar forbidden land, all the strong disciples below the level of deacons bowed and shouted loudly. When Wuxia saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging in his heart.
This kind of ceremony and the importance attached to it. Even he who had just joined had a great impression of the dragon roar forbidden land. Thank you, everyone. In the future, I will be around. The younger generation of the dragon roar forbidden ground will not lose their prestige. Wuxia faced the group of strong disciples of the dragon roar forbidden ground and replied indifferently. The younger generation will not lose their prestige. Good. The leader of the dragon roar forbidden ground nodded with a smile. He looked at Wuxia and said, according to the rules of our dragon roar forbidden ground, the Holy Sun needs to show his strength and challenge those of a higher level. Xiaoxian, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Wuxia nodded and looked forward.
In front of him, there were more than 1,000 masters of the universe who were below level 5. Give me a space attribute. Those who are at level 1 of the masters of the universe spar with the Holy Sun Wuxia. The master of the dragon roar forbidden ground also looked down and said, this was not to make things difficult for Wuxia, but the process of crowning the Holy Sun.
Furthermore, they all knew that Wuxia had ascended to the 8th level of the Tower of Moon. It was easy for him to fight above his level. Lord Leader of the Forbidden Ground, let me spar with Wuxia.
A middle-aged man moved and came to the front. He bowed to the leader of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and Wuxia. The leader of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped Wuxia and the middle-aged man.
Then he retreated to the side.
Holy Sun Wuxia, please enlighten me. The middle-aged man bowed to Wuxia again and said, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. He was also a spatial swordsman. Make your move first. Wuxia gestured to the middle-aged man.
Holy Sun Wuxia, make your move first.
The middle-aged man smiled and gestured to Wuxia. If I make my move first, you won't stand a chance. Take it. Wuxia looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile. With a wave of his arm, Void Sword 90 appeared around him and disappeared instantly. I am. When the middle-aged man heard Wuxia's confident words, his eyes narrowed and the power of space immediately filled his entire body.
Naturally, he had heard of Wuxia's deeds and knew that he was able to fight above his level.
Furthermore, he was able to fight against 3 people who were stronger than him.
However, this sentence sounded a little too arrogant to the middle-aged man.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, the next second his gaze focused. The sharp swords trembled slightly.
The surrounding space began to change drastically. The middle-aged man sensed this change and his gaze focused slightly. He felt that the space around him contained a great terror. It was as if terrifying magical beasts were sleeping. When the sharp sword attacked him, he felt all the magical beasts wake up and pounce towards him. This caused his expression to change drastically, and he hurriedly waved the sharp sword in his hand. A huge sword surrounded his surroundings and slashed out. Bang, bang, bang. But in the next moment, the spatial energy that he had gathered with all his strength directly collapsed. The 90 sharp swords continued to attack him. Bang, bang. The 90 sharp swords pierced through his surroundings. The defense of the Lord of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. This defense represented a life. The defense was destroyed, and the 90 sharp swords floated around him, surrounding him. His pupils constricted slightly and his face revealed a look of horror. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. I really didn't expect you, Holy Sun Wang Yun, to be so terrifying that you could kill me in an instant. His body trembled and he cupped his hands at Wang Xian. Your space swords are not pure. Your influence on the surrounding space is too weak. You need to strengthen it. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile. As soon as he finished his sentence, 90 sharp swords returned to him. With a wave of his arm, he put them away. I've learned my lesson. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and nodded his head heavily. The swords that he loved were indeed not pure. This had something to do with his proficiency in swordsmanship. However, being pointed out by the sage Wang Xian in front of him in an instant, he was extremely shocked. The sage in front of him was too terrifying. He could not be compared to the sage Long Yinhao. Brother Wang Xian is awesome. Isn't he too strong? Long Yinhao's shocked exclamation came from the back. He widened his eyes and could not help but stand up. This was the first time he saw Wang Xian make a move. He instantly killed an existence one level higher than him. Furthermore, he only used the ordinary 90 innate spiritual treasure swords. He didn't use any other innate treasures at all. What kind of concept was this? His dragon roar was vast. He was able to step into the 6th level of the moon tower, and he was able to step into the 7th level. That was because he used a desperate forbidden spell. That was done by piling up a large number of innate treasures. However, Wang Xian didn't have any powerful treasures. He instantly killed an existence one level higher than him. It was too terrifying. He's indeed so powerful, so terrifying. What a perverse attack. At the front, the elders and deacons saw this scene and their pupils constricted slightly. Some of the deacons and elders couldn't help but stand up. They naturally saw the battle clearly, including all the energy fluctuations. They naturally knew that the middle-aged man didn't hold back at all. Under such circumstances, he was easily killed in an instant. It could only be said that Wang Xian's strength was too terrifying. Hiss, it can't be. He killed an existence one level higher than himself in an instant. A peak universe knight who killed an expert at the first level of the universe dominator in an instant. And this was even without using any powerful treasures. This, fighting someone of a higher level. Isn't this too easy and casual? At this moment, hundreds of millions of disciples couldn't help exclaiming when they saw this. Just now, because of the presence of the master of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, all the strong disciples were well-behaved and didn't dare to make any noise. However, when they saw how Wang Xian easily killed the spatial swordsman who was at the first level of the universe dominator, all the strong disciples couldn't help but exclaim. Even the elders and deacons were exclaiming in surprise. This strength was too terrifying. The spatial attribute was already known as the King of the 10 Attributes. The powerful spatial attribute swordsman was able to fight above his level. Now, this sage Wang Xian was able to easily kill a spatial dominator who was at the first level of the universe dominator. Was he able to fight against a powerhouse who was at the second level of the universe dominator and had other attributes? This was not impossible, because the strength of the spatial attribute was here. Very good. A hint of shock flashed across the eyes of the master of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground as he spoke heavily. The strength that Wang Xian had displayed had indeed shocked her. The holy sons and saintesses of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, Long Yin and Long Yinhao, they were now able to fight against opponents of a higher level. However, they were fighting against opponents of a higher level. If they defeated someone stronger than them, they would be able to achieve victory even if they fought for a long time.
However, Wang Xian was different. He was able to kill instantly.
An instant kill without any resistance.
The most important point was the space attribute.
The space attribute was the king among the top 10 attributes. It also had a huge weakness. That was that it was difficult to cultivate. There were fewer spatial sword techniques and spells.
Otherwise, all the strong disciples would have cultivated the space attribute. Among the 100 level 1 masters of the universe, there were only 1 or 2 strong masters of the space attribute. In addition, on the sword and magic continent, the third-ranked force mainly cultivated the space attribute.
Wang Xian's combat strength was really terrifying.
Thank you for the praise from the Lord of the Forbidden Land. Wang Xian heard the praises around him and nodded with a smile.
Hee, not bad. From today onwards, little Xian, you will be the holy son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
The master of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land smiled in satisfaction and said,
Greetings, holy son Wang Xian. Holy son Wang Xian can suppress the same generation.
Greetings, holy son Wang Xian. Holy son Wang Xian can suppress the same generation.
As the master of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land finished his words, all the strong disciples bowed respectfully once again.
Wang Xian stood in the middle and smiled.
You guys continue with the rest of the matters of the Holy Sun ceremony. After the leader of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground said that, he moved and left in an instant. All the leaders of the magical kingdom have come to pay their respects to the Holy Sun.
After the leader of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground left, a deacon immediately spoke up. Brother Wang Xian, please take a seat.
At the back, Long Yinhao smiled at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded and sat in the middle.
Greetings, Saint Sun Wang Xian from the dragon-descended magical kingdom.
At this moment, the kings of the magical kingdom flew over from the front and bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. These kings were high and mighty in their magical kingdom.
However, there was still a huge gap between them and the Holy Sun.
A single sentence from the Holy Sun could even change the kings. The kings of the magical kingdom were not weak. They were all at the level of the ruler of the universe. Each king would offer up treasures.
Wang Xian sat there and accepted the gifts from the hundreds of kings of the magical kingdom.
After receiving the gifts, it took him a few hours.
Hold a feast.
Following that, the next event continued.
Hold a feast to celebrate.
There were also disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land who were performing sparring. Wang Xian waved his hand and took out the treasures that the kings of the magical kingdom had sent as a reward. This made the entire Holy Sun ceremony exceptionally lively.
The process of holding a banquet took a few days.
Wang Xian, the next step is to ease up on the guidance. The Holy Sun has outstanding talent. Naturally, his thinking and thinking skills are better than ordinary disciples. The Holy Sun is giving guidance to the other disciples in order to increase the prestige of the Holy Sun. The third procedure, guidance. In order to establish the prestige of the Holy Sun faster, the Holy Sun would give guidance.
He would give guidance to the ordinary disciples in their cultivation.
Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head.
He was good at giving guidance to some disciples in their cultivation.
After all, Wang Xian's actual strength was there.
Putting everything else aside, even the founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground might not be as good as Wang Xian in giving guidance to his disciples in their cultivation.
After all, Wang Xian was a 9-origin divine dragon and was proficient in 9 attributes. Adding on the body of the void divine dragon, that would be 10 attributes. Next, I will be preaching my teachings. Any disciple can come up and ask for guidance.
Wang Xian sat there and said indifferently.
His voice was transmitted to every disciple.
Greetings, Saint Sun, Saint Sun. I am a space-attributed person, Long Etienne. I am a level 3 universe knight. I would like to seek your guidance in sword techniques.
A space elemental disciple immediately flew up and greeted him respectfully. All right, show me your swordsmanship. Wang Xian nodded and gestured at him. Yes, Sir Holy Sun. Long Etienne nodded and immediately began to perform his space swordsmanship. Wang Xian watched quietly as his eyes sparkled. There was no distinction between attributes in the heaven origin swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship that could reach the heaven origin realm could be cultivated with any attribute.
Wang Xian, who was cultivating the Tian Yuan sword technique, watched Long Etienne's sword technique.
He was like an adult watching a child learn how to walk. The level of your sword technique is too low, and there are insufficient flaws and techniques. Let me modify it for you. Feel it with your heart.
Wang Xian flicked his finger and a wave of space power surged into Long Etienne's body.
This wave of space power immediately controlled him to execute a sword technique.
Long Etienne widened his eyes and sensed it with his heart. His eyes revealed a look of shock. Dragon Roar In, is there no high-level spatial attribute sword technique in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground?
Long Etienne sensed it while Wang Xian looked at Long Etienne and asked directly. We really don't have this in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. There aren't many cultivators in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Our main focus is on the water attribute. Dragon Roar shook his head and said truthfully.
No wonder. With the sword technique that Long Etienne has mastered, he can't even fight against those of a higher level.
Wang Xian shook his head. He looked around and said directly, I have a spatial sword technique here. All spatial attribute disciples, come over. Is Saint Wang Xian going to teach us sword techniques? This is great, this is great. Thank you, Sage Wang Xian.
The space-attributed disciples looked excited and flew over immediately.
Even some masters who had reached the realm of universe dominators hesitated for a moment before flying over.
Sage, we don't have many space-related sword techniques in the Forbidden Land and our level is relatively low. Thank you, Sage Wang Xian, for teaching us sword techniques today.
A space swordsman at the 4th level of the Universe Master realm, who was also a deacon, cupped his hands and thanked him directly. It's a small matter. Wang Xian waved his hand at them. With a thought, each and every move was directly condensed in his heart. Buzz. In front of him, a small person was condensed, contained a strong power of space.
With a wave of his arm, the small person flew forward.
Follow the practice and enlightenment. Wang Xian said directly.
The IMP in front of him began to display his sword technique. The eyes of the group of spatial attribute swordsmen focused. They immediately began to cultivate and comprehend it.
As the IMP danced, the luster in the eyes of all the spatial swordsmen became colder and colder. They revealed excited expressions.
This is a spatial sword technique that is only inferior to the top tier.
At the back, the group of elders and powerhouses saw this scene and their eyes focused slightly. Condensing the technique into a skill. This Wang Xian is actually able to condense a skill from a high-level sword technique. Hiss! How terrifying is our Wang Xian's understanding of spatial sword techniques. Wang Xian has at least mastered a powerful top-level spatial sword technique. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Condensing the technique into a skill, and it's a high-level spatial attribute sword technique. In our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, only I, the founder, can do it. Even we, the masters of the Forbidden Land, can't do it.
The elders were filled with shock. Condensing the technique into a technique. The technique represented the sword technique. As long as one completely comprehended a sword technique, they would be able to form their own powerful sword technique.
And if one wanted to display their own sword technique, it would be even more difficult. Even if one completely transformed the sword technique into one's own sword technique, it would still be very difficult to display one's sword technique. Unless there was a possibility that you had completely mastered the advanced sword technique and comprehended it as your own sword technique.
In that case, there was only one possibility for Wang Xian to be able to condense the intermediate sword technique into a technique. There was only one possibility for Wang Xian to be able to condense an advanced sword technique into a technique.
He had mastered a top-notch sword technique. Regardless of whether it was a sword technique manual or a magic book, they were all exceptionally precious in this continent. For an expert to be able to completely master a top-tier magic book and turn it into his own magic skills, that was already very abnormal.
Most of them could only be done by those masters who were above level 8, the masters of the universe. However, the sage Wang Xian, could do it just by being at the peak of the universe night realm. It was too terrifying.
When Wang Xian heard the exclamations of the elders behind him, he didn't understand what they meant.
This was the first time he had heard about condensing techniques into techniques.
What he had mastered was the Heaven Origin sword technique. Creating a high-level sword technique was a piece of cake. There was no pressure at all.
If he were to painstakingly study and spend millions of years, he would be able to create a top-level sword technique. After all, he only needed to use the superficial parts of the Heaven Origin sword technique. No wonder Brother Wuxia is so abnormal. It turns out that he has mastered a top-notch sword technique. He's a monster, a monster.
When Long Yinhao heard the exclamations of the elders, he looked at Wang Xian with his mouth agape. Now, he finally understood why Wang Xian could easily kill an existence that was a level higher than him. How much he knew about the spells and what kind of spells he mastered would directly affect the combat strength of the strong disciples of the Sword and Magic Continent.
At the side, Long Yinin was also looking at Wang Xian with sparkling eyes. Her eyes were filled with starlight and admiration. Thank you for your teachings, Saint.
The entire process of teaching lasted for a whole month. A month later, a group of strong disciples with space attributes thanked Wang Xian with respect.
They knew how terrifying the condensation technique was. Hee hour.
Wang Xian waved his hand indifferently and gave a few pointers. A few days later, Wang Xian flew out from the venue of the Holy Sun ceremony and heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Xian, you are so powerful. You have completely comprehended a top-notch sword technique. No wonder your combat strength is so strong. Long Yin was beside him and said with admiration, I have only grasped 60% of a top-notch spell in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Is that so? Wang Xian smiled and looked at him. Over the past few months, he had gained some understanding of the condensation technique.
Don't you think so?
You are very abnormal. If I could master a top-notch spell.
Manual, at my current level, I should be able to fight against 2 or 3 people of a higher level without using the forbidden spell.
You have no idea. The strength and abilities you have displayed over the past few months have shocked even us elders. You are too amazing, she continued.
Wang Xian smiled and didn't care much about it. The Dragon Roar Forbidden Land was just a transition. What he wanted to do now was to raise his strength to the limit of a peak universe knight as soon as possible so that he could control the Tower of the Moon.
Build the Void Dragon Forbidden Land.
This time around, when I return to the Holy Moon, I'm prepared to cultivate properly and strive to enter the 9th level.
With Wang Xian's current strength, entering the 9th level was not a big problem.
However, he was not in a hurry. The energy in the 8th level was sufficient. He was prepared to cultivate to the limit and ascend to the top level in one go so that he could control the Holy Moon.
Yes, I've just broken through 2 p.m. prepared to reach the limit as soon as possible. Long Yin nodded and said, Brother Wang Xian, with your insane strength, you might be able to reach the top in the future.
Long Yinhao interrupted from the side. It's not that easy. I need to deal with 4 people whose realms are higher than mine on the 9th level. There might be 5 on the 10th level, 6 on the 11th level, and 7 on the 12th level. It's difficult.
Wang Xian said faintly. Naturally, he wouldn't say that he was confident.
Yinhao, you have to try your best to reach the 8th level as soon as possible.
Stop fooling around. Long Yin reminded Long Yinhao. I'm not fooling around, sister. I'm very serious in my cultivation. Long Yinhao replied speechlessly. As the 3 of them spoke, they entered the Holy Moon again through the teleportation formation.
Then they stepped into the Tower of Moon. When they arrived at the 8th level of the Tower of Moon again, Wang Xian and Long Yinin immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate.
Time passed quickly. Wang Xian was also accumulating energy rapidly. After 500,000 years, with the help of this powerful treasure land, he had accumulated energy to the peak of a universe knight. With his understanding of the power of space, he could definitely make a breakthrough. However, Wang Xian did not make a breakthrough. He continued to suppress his realm and continued to cultivate. Time flew by. 2 million years passed once again. The power of space in Wang Xian's body was accumulating more and more.
He slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face.
It's about time. It's time to reach the top level, Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked around and realized that there were already other holy sons and saintesses who had reached the 8th level.
Long Yinhao had also arrived successfully. Long Yinhao PM going to the 9th level.
Wang Xian looked at them and said directly,
On
On the 8th level of the Tower of Moon, when Long Yinhao heard Wang Xian's words, he immediately opened his eyes and revealed a shocked expression.
Brother Wang Xian, are you confident that you can enter the 9th level? Long Yinhao widened his eyes and asked Wang Xian. In the surrounding area, when the other holy sons and saintesses heard it, their pupils constricted slightly.
They already knew Wang Xian very well. He had joined the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and became a holy son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. They also knew his performance during the Holy Sun ceremony. All the holy sons and saintesses were shocked by his strength.
In particular, they didn't hide the fact that he had already mastered a top-notch sword technique and found out about it. When they heard that he was going up to the 9th level, the faces of the holy sons and holy virgins turned ugly. They were in a competitive relationship, but now there was an existence from the same generation that made them feel hopeless and powerless. This made them feel a deep sense of defeat.
Wang Xian nodded. I'll go up first. I'll wait for you guys at the 9th level.
Yes, yes.
Long Yin nodded his head at Wang Xian with some admiration.
Wang Xian's figure slowly disappeared and entered the test space. In the next second, the shadows of 4 spatial swordsmen who were at level 1 of the masters of the universe appeared in front of Wang Xian.
Wang Xian smiled when he saw them. After 2 million years of accumulation, his strength had reached an extremely terrifying level.
Even Wuxia and the others at that time could not compare to Wang Xian.
After all, Wang Xian was cultivating the Heaven Origin Sword technique. Wang Xian could end the battle within 5 minutes with 4 spatial swordsmen who were at the level 1 of the universe dominators. However, Wang Xian did not end the battle quickly. Instead, he fought with the 4 phantoms who were at the level 1 of the universe dominators slowly. After 5 hours, he finally managed to destroy the 4 phantoms. Buzz.
The scene changed and he arrived at the 9th level.
Brother Wang Xian has succeeded. It only took him 5 hours. He's too strong.
Long Yinhao exclaimed in awe when he saw that Wang Xian had succeeded. Around him, the other holy sons and saintesses were also in awe when they saw this.
It took him only 5 hours to reach the 9th level. It was truly terrifying. There aren't many treasures on the 9th level, and the value isn't very high either.
Wang Xian came to the 9th level and looked around with a smile on his face.
He kept the treasures and moved his body to continue the challenge. In order to enter the 10th level, he needed to fight against 5 powerhouses at the 1st level of the Universe Dominator.
This time, he only used 7 minutes.
When he arrived at the 10th level, he looked around and kept the treasures on the 10th level.
However, the moment Wang Xian stepped into the 10th level, he was at the top level of the Tower of Moon. The 12th level of the Tower of Moon was completely different from the other 11 levels.
There was only one magic stone here. Above this magic stone was an object that looked like a bathtub. An illusory figure was suspended in the bathtub. However, this illusory figure only had the appearance of an infant. The moment Wang Xian entered the 10th floor, his eyes opened instantly. On the infant's face, his eyes were filled with endless coldness and wisdom. This wasn't the look a baby should have.
Someone actually entered the 10th level. How many years have passed?
Ha ha ha. I finally waited for this day. Those who can enter the 10th level are definitely extremely powerful heaven's favored ones. If nothing goes wrong, they should be the holy sons and saintesses of the other sacred lands. An old and excited voice came from the illusory baby's mouth. He looked down slowly as if he could see through space and see everything on the 10th floor. Not bad, not bad. He should be the holy son of a big force. What a perfect body.
Ha, what a perfect body.
The baby shouted excitedly and slowly raised his palm.
However, at this moment, he was slightly stunned when he saw the figure below slowly becoming illusionary. He actually wants to continue the challenge. Is he that confident? Good. The baby's eyes were filled with excitement. He retracted his arm and watched quietly. However, when Wang Xian was about to continue the challenge, he narrowed his eyes slightly.
He did not stop. His figure disappeared instantly. In the instant just now, he sensed that someone was spying on him.
If Wang Xian's real body was not in his body, he would not have been able to sense it. Interesting.
There are still living beings in this Tower of the Moon. Wang Xian thought to himself. In front of him, there were 6 existences at level 1 of the Universe Dominators.
Wang Xian moved his body and immediately began to attack.
Wang Xian could still easily deal with the 6 phantoms of level 1 of the universe dominators.
Now, with his strength, he could totally deal with the spatial swordsmen who were at level 2 of the masters of the universe.
The battle was already very fast. It ended in 10 minutes. What kind of strength is this? What a terrifying ability to fight across levels. What kind of sword technique is this? At the 12th level of the Moon Tower, the baby trembled in excitement when he saw Wang Xian's battle. His eyes were filled with madness. He was filled with disbelief.
I, the path of nihility, have waited for an unknown amount of time. To think that I would be able to obtain such a valuable piece of jade. To think that I would be able to obtain such a talented body. Ha 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 ha, it's worth it. It's totally worth it.
An excited voice came out from his mouth. His eyes started to turn red. With his strength, he can definitely reach the top level directly. Then I will wait for him here. I will wait for this little cutie. The baby continued to speak. His mouth cracked open and his face was filled with a strange smile. He mumbled crazily, "Come on. Come on. Come on, my baby." Wang Xian entered the 11th level without any change in his expression. He scanned his surroundings and kept the treasures inside. His eyes flickered as he sat cross-legged on the magic stone and continued his challenge. Buzz.
Very soon, he came to the illusory space again and faced the illusory figures of the 7 masters of the universe who were at level 1. The battle instantly erupted.
This time, Wang Xian still used only a dozen minutes to finish him off easily. In the next second, he arrived at the 12th level.
The moment he appeared, he sensed a weird baby staring at him from the side.
Ha ha ha, this is great. This is great. With the strength of a universe knight, you have the strength of a level 2 universe overlord. Furthermore, it is of the space attribute. You must have mastered a top-notch space sword technique and must have obtained the sword bowl of a space swordsman. Ha ha ha. Welcome to my arms, little one, the baby said with a wild laugh.
The strange voice that came out of nowhere did not cause Wang Xian to have the slightest fluctuation.
He sized up this illusory spiritual body with a curious look in his eyes. This infant spiritual body was very excited. Very excited. His expression was extremely ferocious.
He slowly opened his arms and stared at Wang Xian greedily.
The energy contained in his body was not weak. It was enough to kill a level 5 master of the universe.
The baby stared at Wang Xian. When he saw that Wang Xian did not react to him at all, he was slightly stunned. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. You were once a master of the Void Moon?
Wang Xian stared at him and asked calmly. Kakik, that's right. I am the master of the forbidden land of the Void Moon. I never thought that there would really be someone who could ascend to the 12th level of the Moon Tower. I thought that if I could ascend to the 10th level, I would still be a powerful saint child. You have really exceeded my expectations.
The baby sized up Wang Xian once again and sensed the energy in his body. After confirming it completely, he laughed again. As long as I can occupy your body, I will be able to obtain all of your memories and be able to completely absorb them with you. I will also be able to return to my peak. With your powerful talent, I might be able to reach a higher level.
His eyes were filled with greed once again as he spoke.
You are so arrogant with just a soul?
Wang Xian looked at him and raised his eyebrows. Then, he smiled and said, That's true. According to the rules you set, the strongest person who can enter the holy moon is not a ruler. The baby frowned slightly when he saw that Wang Xian was still calm and did not show any signs of worry. What was going on? Why was this young man in front of him so calm? His gaze turned cold as a majestic force gushed out from his body and pressed down on Wang Xian. Wang Xian felt this force and his body transformed.
It seems like you have used some powerful treasure to resurrect yourself and maintain such a form. When you take on another form, you can even
perform a perfect possession. It's a pity that you met me. Wang Xian smiled. With a wave of his arm, he transformed into a dragon claw and grabbed the baby in his hand. What? When he saw that Wang Xian was not affected in the slightest and that the terrifying dragon claw was clawing at him, a look of shock appeared on his face. How is this possible?
With your strength, how can your strength be?
The baby's face was filled with shock. He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief and screamed shrilly.
You deserve to die. Wang Xian stared at him coldly. A surge of energy surged into his body.
Soul capture. No, what kind of existence are you exactly? Why are you able to enter the holy moon?
No, no.
The baby cried out in despair. However, very soon there was no more sound.
At the same time, some information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. This was the memory belonging to the Tao of Nihility.
The Tao of Nihility was the lord of the forbidden land of the forbidden land, the void moon.
Due to an internal conflict with the Supreme Elder, he finally cast a forbidden spell to destroy his enemy and himself.
However, he possessed a special resurrection treasure.
This special resurrection treasure could allow him to return to his soul state.
It would allow him to possess again. The Tao of Nihility did not possess him immediately. Instead, it carried out a plan and fell into a deep sleep.
It was not until he reached the 10th level that he woke up.
His goal was to possess the body of the saint son and saintess who possessed powerful talents. However, he would never have expected that Wang Xian would actually enter the holy moon. In the entire sword and magic universe, the only ones who were stronger than Wang Xian were probably those few terrifying existences. After absorbing the memories of the Tao of Nihility, Wang Xian had a complete understanding of the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon, and the entire Holy Moon. With a wave of his arm, this special bathtub treasure moved to the side. With a wave of his arm, a surge of energy was injected into it.
Buzz! In the next second, a diamond-shaped magic stone flew out slowly.
This magic stone had 10 faces, and each face contained an attribute. This was the Holy Moon Stone that controlled this Holy Moon. The entire Holy Moon was a natural treasure ground. This Holy Moon Stone was the key. After the death of the Tao of Nihility, the mark inside had disappeared. Wang Xian placed his mark inside. In an instant, he had complete control over the Holy Moon. He could clearly sense all the living beings in the Holy Moon. He wrapped up all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace who were still cultivating in the 10,000 Arts Pavilion.
His mind moved. Buzz! In an instant, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace appeared in front of him.
Greetings, Dragon King. Ao Jian and the rest came back to their senses. Sensing the energy around them, they looked at Wang Xian and bowed immediately. Hee. This place has been completely under my control. In the future, this place will be the base of our Dragon Palace in this universe. In the future, all of you will call yourselves the disciples of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian instructed them. It's the Dragon King.
Ao Jian and the rest replied immediately.
All right.
Next, my main body will be guarding this place. My Void Dragon body will leave this place to cultivate alone.
Wang Xian nodded. With a thought, he separated from the Void Dragon body. Buzz.
In the next second, the Holy Moon Stone in his hand floated around him and emitted a luster.
Following that, Wang Xian's Void Dragon body was directly teleported out. At the same time, the entire Holy Moon emitted an endless radiance. All the disciples in the Holy Moon and the Moon Tower were subjected to a strong repulsive force. In an instant, they sensed the changes in their surroundings. They were instantly teleported out. Huh? What's going on?
What happened? What's going on?
What's going on?
Why are we suddenly being transported? All the heaven's favored sons and saintesses said in shock, looking at the Holy Moon in front of them in astonishment.
Whoosh!
Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the experts from the sacred grounds and sacred academies quickly flew past Ali.
They were also looking at the Holy Moon that was blooming with radiance with a shocked expression. They were extremely bewildered. There's a change in the interior of the Holy Moon. All the disciples have been teleported out? What's going on? An expert could not help but ask. However, no one could answer his question. Wang Xian's Void Dragon body also appeared outside. He looked at Long Yin and Long Yinghao and flew over directly.
Wang Xian, you were teleported out as well? Long Yin looked at Wang Xian and asked.
Wang Xian nodded his head. Looking at the Holy Moon that was glowing in front of him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Boom! 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 The entire sacred moon shone brightly.
Around them, more than a dozen experts from the Sacred Land and Sacred Academy looked on in shock. Their expressions changed unpredictably. They had been planning for the sacred moon of the Void Moon's sacred land for tens of millions of years, but they had never expected that an accident would happen today. At this moment, a wave of energy swept out from the sacred moon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures slowly appeared at the entrance of the sacred moon. 10 charming dragon species flew out, and their auras surged out in all directions. Oh, who are they? The expressions of the experts of the forbidden land of the void moon changed slightly when they saw figures flying out from the sacred moon and sensed the positions on their bodies. From today onwards, the sacred moon of the forbidden grounds of the void moon will be ours. From today onwards, our void dragon sacred ground will be established. Everyone, please return. A charming dragon announced calmly. What? The sacred moon has been occupied by them. This? Who is this sacred ground of the void moon? How did they occupy the sacred moon? Damn it, how did they enter the holy moon? How did they suddenly occupy the holy moon? 10 universe masters at the 7th level, and this is not even their leader. It seems that their leader is at least at the 8th level of universe masters. Their strength is not weak, but this is the first time I've heard of void dragon holy. The expressions of the warriors of the sacred land changed when they heard these words. Sacred moon was actually occupied by another power. They looked at the 10 charming dragon species, and their expressions didn't look too good. Wang Wang. However, the 10 charming dragon species didn't say anything. They waved their arms and a wave of energy swept out in all directions. This wave of energy didn't harm anyone, but it made everyone quickly retreat. When all the experts saw this, their expressions turned ugly. However, they did not resist. A new forbidden land had suddenly taken over the holy moon. Furthermore, there were 10 experts at the 7th level of the universe dominator flying out. In a situation where their strength was unknown, they did not dare to rashly offend them. The group of experts from the forbidden land retreated with helpless expressions on their faces. Sai, where did this void dragon forbidden ground come from? If it wasn't for them, Wang Xian, you would definitely be able to climb to the top of the tower of the moon and control the holy moon. It's all their fault. Long Yin looked over and said to Wang Xian with a face full of regret. That's right. Brother Wang Xian has just stepped onto the 9th level and is not far away from the 12th level. The great opportunity is gone just like that. Long Yinhao also spoke with a helpless expression. What a loss! When Wang Xian heard the regretful words of the two of them, he said in a cooperative manner and frowned slightly. This is also a matter of luck. Many experts from the Holy Land are coveting this holy moon. They didn't expect that a powerful force would suddenly appear and occupy it. This can't be said to be the bad luck of the sage Wang Xian. It's possible that this force has been scheming for a very, very long time. A deacon from the Roaring Dragon Forbidden Land also spoke with a helpless expression. If we can cultivate for tens of millions of years in there, it would be an opportunity. Wang Xian looked at it and shook his head. Then he said a few words in cooperation. Hee, Wang Xian, you don't have to worry about your cultivation resources. You won't lack them. Long Yin comforted him. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. He still had the resources that the elders and deacons of the Dragon Roar base had given him that he had yet to absorb. After absorbing these resources and items, it was enough for him to improve a lot. Furthermore, there was no need for him to continue staying at the peak of the Universe Night Realm. He could break through directly. Let's go. We have already reported this matter to the elders. The elders told us to return immediately and not to offend Void Dragon Holy Land rashly. Everyone nodded and left. Although the rest of the experts from the Holy Land were unwilling, they could only leave immediately. At the top floor of the Moon Tower, Wang Xian looked at everything outside with a smile on his face. The Void Dragon's body was cultivating in the Roaring Dragon base while he was overseeing this place. Multitasking. It was not easy for experts like them. However, Wang Xian was not prepared to go out. Ao Jian, tidy up this holy moon. After that, you guys will cultivate here. After you have absorbed all the energy in this place, go out and train. Wang Xian instructed Ao Jian and the rest. The energy in each treasure land was limited. For example, the energy contained in this place would be absorbed after a large amount of absorption. After the absorption, the treasure land would automatically recover. However, this recovery would require a period of time. Only a fixed amount of energy could be recovered every day.
The fixed amount of energy recovered was simply not enough for a large number of great beings to cultivate.
At most, it could only allow a few Universe Ruler Level 1 and Level 2 great beings to wantonly absorb it.
However, this moon tower had accumulated quite a bit of energy. The main thing was that even though there were many disciples who had been absorbing energy here over the past few million years, however, these disciples were all below the level of Universe Knights. This was enough for the energy here to sustain their absorption. It's the Dragon King. Eo Jian nodded. After that, over 10,000 dragon guards came to the 11th level and began to cultivate.
Charming Dragon, you guys go outside and search for all the information about the sword and the magic universe, as well as all the information about the sacred grounds and the sacred academy. Also, search for some information about the treasure grounds.
Wang Xian spoke to the 10 charming dragon species. The 10 charming dragon species nodded and flew out immediately. It's the Dragon King. The 10 charming dragon species replied immediately.
Wang Xian came to the top of the 12th floor and sat there. He didn't absorb the energy here.
Once he absorbed all the energy, it wouldn't take long for him to finish absorbing it.
However, even if he absorbed all the energy here, it would still be difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough.
Let's see if I can obtain secret information about this universe from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
Wang Xian thought to himself and calmed his mind. With this notification, Wang Xian, who had the body of a void god dragon, and the experts from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground came to the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
Wang Xian, our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground doesn't have any treasure grounds with spatial attributes. Do you have any plans for the future? When they arrived at the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, Dragon Roar looked at Wang Xian and asked,
I plan to absorb all the resources first before we take a look. Wang Xian said and then looked at her. Long Yin, if you want to gain experience, is there any place?
It would be best if it is suitable for a master of the universe. Experience?
Yes, there is. The ruins of the universe and the abyss of demonic beasts are all training grounds for a master of the universe. However, there are some dangers there. Long Yin replied.
The universe ruins. The abyss of demonic beasts? Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. He knew these two things. After absorbing the memories of the master of the Void Moon Forbidden Ground, he understood a lot of information. The Void Moon Forbidden Ground was destroyed billions of years ago. However, the universe ruins and the abyss of demonic beasts had always existed in the sword and magic universe. The universe ruins was an ancient battlefield in the sword and magic universe. The ancient battlefield still contained endless power.
According to Wang Xian's guess, that should be the calamity battlefield of this universe.
The special corpses and treasures obtained from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground should have been obtained from there.
Wang Xian also knew that the abyss of demonic beasts was a territory where demonic beasts lived. Demonic beasts were similar to the space beasts, but their size and strength were much smaller than the space beasts.
However, the abyss of demonic beasts had a large number of demonic beasts at the overlord level.
They had no intelligence and mainly focused on hunting.
Long Yin, do you know the ranking of the forbidden lands on the continent?
Wang Xian continued to ask her.
About this? Don't you know about this? There was a ranking of a forbidden land on the continent. The first place was the unfettered forbidden land. The founder of the unfettered forbidden land was also an existence above the ruler realm. The second place was the flowing water holy land. The founder was also an existence above the ruler realm. The third place was the space forbidden land. The founder, Old Man Time, was known as an existence invincible in the ruler realm.
This is the top 3. There are also rankings up to the top 20. Wang Xian, I'll
get you a communication device later. That communication device was made in the unfettered forbidden land. It's also the one with the most users.
It has the rankings of all the forbidden lands in the Holy Land. You can also obtain other information.
Long Yin spoke to Wang Xian. All right. Are there only 2 rulers and above on our continent? Wang Xian asked.
I think so. I've never heard of a third one. Long Yin nodded with a hint of respect on his face. I heard that during the last calamity, these 2 lords led the powerhouses on our continent to resist the foreign enemies and stop their invasion.
I heard that there was a terrifying war that broke out and turned into the ruins of the universe. That war was so destructive that even the legendary book of Water Curse on our continent was destroyed. When Wang Xian heard her words, his eyes sparkled.
Book of Water Curse? Could it be that Lord Water God Dragon was involved in the war?
Wang Xian thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. Oh, what are you going to do next? He looked at Long Yin and asked. I will continue to cultivate and strive to reach the pinnacle of the universe. Night Realm. Only when I reach the pinnacle of the universe Night Realm can I travel far and train. I can also enter the universe ruins and the abyss of demonic beasts to take a look.
Long Yin said.
Oh? Do I have to reach the peak of the universe Night Realm?
Wang Xian looked at her curiously.
Yes, you have to reach the peak of the universe Night Realm. Moreover, when a universe knight reaches the realm of the universe ruler, it is the biggest shackle for all cultivators. This realm is very difficult to break through. Even the holy sons and saintesses will be stuck in this shackle for at least tens of millions of years. Long Yin said, therefore, under normal circumstances, once you reach the peak of the universe night realm, you can go out to train and break through as soon as possible. If your luck is good, you might be able to break through in a few million years.
Wang Xian nodded. Then why don't you go into closed-door cultivation now? We can go out together then.
That's great. Long Yin replied happily. However, will this delay your cultivation? I will need at least 10 million years to reach the peak of the venerable realm. All right. Wang Xian shook his head and said, I also need to train my swordsmanship. I can train for 10 million years first. Then I will definitely reach the peak of the venerable realm as soon as possible. When that time comes, I will go out with you to train. Long Yin said with a smile. He was exceptionally happy. Wang Xian smiled. All right, let's train as soon as possible. I will go and train too.
Okay.
Wang Xian moved and flew towards his residence in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. At the heaven peak of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, he had a very luxurious place to stay. There was a magic array that gathered the power of space inside. However, the energy here was much less than in the Tower of the Moon. However, Wang Xian did not plan to go to the Holy Moon to cultivate. The resources in his hands were enough for him to cultivate for tens of millions of years. One must know that the space attribute items given to him by the elders were all elixirs and spirit fruits of level 5 or 6 universe dominators.
The value of these items was not low.
They could allow him to cultivate to level 3 or 4 universe dominators. Wang Xian sat cross-legged in the cultivation room and immediately began to cultivate. Buzz. His body shook and a wave of spatial energy gushed out into the surroundings. He easily broke through to the first level of the universe dominator. Following that, he took out the resources and treasures of the spatial attribute and began to absorb them. After 2 million years, Wang Xian's cultivation base had risen to the second level of the universe dominator. He moved and arrived at the second level of the heaven peak. The heaven peak of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground was divided into many levels. As long as one reached the dominator level, he would be able to have a residence on the heaven peak. The higher the level, the denser the water attribute energy contained. The Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground mainly focused on the cultivation of the water attribute. Although the place where Wang Xian lived was in a relatively high position, his space attribute and the denser water attribute did not have much effect on him. 2 million years to reach the second stage of the Overlord realm was too slow for Wang Xian with sufficient resources.
However, it was absolutely terrifying for other powerhouses.
Dragon Roar Yin was at the 8th stage of the universe night realm. It would take tens of millions of years to cultivate to the peak of the universe night realm with unlimited resources. Furthermore, she had the talent of a saintess.
One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate.
A special existence like Wang Xian was like a master of the universe who was at level 8 or 9 who died. After being resurrected, he would use the resources to cultivate again.
His speed was terrifying. The second level of the Sky Peak was a training ground. On the second level, one could spar with each other and gain some experience.
It was unknown if it was a unique feature of this universe. Like the training method in the Tower of the Moon, the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground also had. The virtual image formed by the formation could be adjusted to a higher level before the battle. Wang Xian was preparing to practice today. When he cultivated the Heaven's Origin sword technique to the level of the universe's ruler, Wang Xian felt a little strained. One had to know that his actual combat strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. However, it was still a little strenuous to cultivate it. One could imagine the difficulty of this Heaven's Origin sword technique. A sword technique that could be practiced to the Tianyuan realm was not that simple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Xian was on the second level of the heavenly peak for his trial. Around him, there were 4 water mages who were at the 4th level of the universe dominator. Under the siege of the 4 water mages, Wang Xian was still able to fight back with ease. One had to know that the current Wang Xian was only at the 2nd level of the universe dominator. However, with the space as the king's attribute and the Heaven Origin sword technique, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He could easily kill a space cultivator who was 1 level higher than him. He could also easily kill other attribute cultivators who were 2 levels higher than him. 4 of them was the current limit of Wang Xian. This was already extremely terrifying. Wang Xian kept fighting with them, and his combat experience had also improved tremendously. His training of the Tianyuan sword technique was also getting deeper and deeper. In the past, Wang Xian relied on his strong physical strength, his strong comprehension ability, and his sense of perception to cultivate the Tianyuan sword technique with ease. But now, regardless of whether it was the breakthrough in the spatial attribute or the cultivation of the Tianyuan sword technique, it was tens of times slower. It was likely that Wang Xian would need hundreds of millions of years or even billions of years to raise his strength to the 9th level of the universe overlord or even the peak. This was already considered his cheating-like cultivation. Cultivate slowly. There are still billions of years before the calamity arrives. Wang Xian mumbled. He was not in a hurry. He still had time, and so did the Dragon Palace. After practicing his swordsmanship continuously, Wang Xian spent a few years on the 2nd level of the Heaven Peak. After that, he returned to the place where he lived and continued to improve. Time passed day by day again. Brother Wang Xian, someone is here to kick up a fuss. After more than 1,000,000 years, Long Yinhao's voice was suddenly heard. He was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. His body moved and he teleported to the entrance. At the entrance, Long Yinyin stood there in a sorry state. There were still some blood stains on his body and his aura was slightly weak. When Wang Xian saw him, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Yinhao, what happened to you? Why are you injured? He asked in astonishment. Brother, let's go. Come and help me teach those arrogant fellows a lesson. Damn it, they still dare to say that there's no one in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Fuck them. Long Yinhao quickly grabbed Wang Xian's arm and said, What happened? Wang Xian asked him, Brother, let's talk as we fly over. Long Yinhao said. He brought Wang Xian down and said, There's a group of arrogant fellows here to challenge us. There's no choice. I can't defeat them. Now, my sister seems to have made her move. However, the opponents are all very strong unless we use forbidden spells. However, the consumption of forbidden spells is too high. It's not worth us using them. Who are they? Wang Xian looked at Long Yinhao and asked curiously. They are the holy sons and daughters of a few holy sons. They are ranked higher in the Holy Land. Fuck. They are imitating the undeserved holy sons of the undeserved forbidden land to walk the path of invincibility again. Long Yinhao said with a dark face. Wang Xian understood a little when he heard his words. A spar between holy sons and holy daughters. Under normal circumstances, the forbidden grounds of the various holy grounds would not interfere in the competition. Such a competition would bring great benefits to both parties. Therefore, it was tacitly agreed that unless one was defeated, one would not reject such a competition. Also, there's an additional ranking of holy sons and holy virgins in the unfettered forbidden grounds. Damn it, it's going to be interesting. But I'm relatively young among the group of holy sons and holy virgins. Many of them are much older than me. Damn it, I'm going to lose my dignity. Of course, this wager is limited to the top 200 forbidden holy grounds and holy academies on the continent. Furthermore, after a forbidden holy ground loses 20 times, it cannot be challenged anymore. He continued to add, There's such a thing? Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise.
Yes, our continent is already preparing for the upcoming Battle of Calamity. I heard that in the future, those powerful forbidden holy grounds will issue a ban on wars. In other words, wars between forbidden holy grounds are prohibited.
In addition, there will be some competitions. The ranking of the holy sons and saintesses is one of them to test the waters. Of course, I also heard all of this from my father. Long Yin spoke with confidence. As the two of them were talking, they quickly flew to the empty space below.
At this moment, Long Yin was fighting with a woman.
That woman also had the strength of a level 9 universe mage. However, she was a wind elemental mage. The two of them were fighting at a distance. Wind energy and water energy were wreaking havoc. However, from the looks of it, Long Yin was clearly at a disadvantage. Oh no, I'm afraid my sister is no match for the Saintess of the Nine Winds Sacred Academy.
Long Yin looked over and said. Wang Xian looked over and nodded his head slightly.
The lady with the wind attribute was obviously stronger than Long Yin.
Be it the mobilization of energy or the condensed attacks, she was much more proficient than Long Yin.
In the universe of swords and magic, it was also calculated in years. However, a billion years was also known as a generation.
A generation of 1,000,000,000 years. Every holy son of the sacred grounds of the Forbidden Land had to be born in this generation.
Otherwise, they would not be qualified to become holy sons and saintesses.
He looked to the side.
Other than the woman who was fighting with Long Yin, there were more than 20 holy sons and saintesses.
The strength of these 20 holy sons and saintesses varied. The strongest one had already reached the second level of the universe dominator.
Wang Xian had some understanding of the current Forbidden Land in the Sword and Magic continent. The Dragon Roar Forbidden Land could be ranked in the top 100 on the continent. Of course, it was only ranked in the 90th place.
This person from the Nine Winds Sacred Institute could be ranked in the top 50.
His overall strength was much stronger than the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Wang Xian and Long Yin landed at the side. There were also many elders and deacons from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land in the surroundings. A large number of disciples were watching. All of them were cheering for Long Yin. However, at this moment, the elders and deacons frowned slightly. They didn't look too good. We're going to lose. Wang Xian spoke after watching for half an hour.
Boom. In the next second, gusts of wind energy surged towards Long Yin.
PFFT. Long Yin couldn't resist in time and was hit directly. She spat out blood.
An elder immediately waved her arm and a healing spell entered her body.
Yin has lost. The Saintess of the Nine Winds Sacred Academy is really extraordinary.
The seventh elder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land looked at the Saintess and said indifferently, Sister Long Yin is also extraordinary. I just took advantage of my age. The Saintess of the Nine Winds Sacred Academy cupped her hands and said very politely, Haha, all of you saint sons and saintesses are indeed powerful, indeed powerful. However, my elder sister and I are a little weaker than my big brother in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
You should also know that there are 2 saint sons in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. I am Big Brother's little brother, Ning Xingchen. I just lost to you, but that doesn't mean that our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land will be given to King Ning's sacred land for free. Next, my big brother will take action and easily suppress you. Haha. Long Yin suddenly laughed out loud and pointed at them as he spoke. Hehe, we've heard about this. The real holy son in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground is Wang Xian. Is this him?
Ning Xingchen heard Long Yinhao's words and spoke indifferently. Then his gaze landed on Wang Xian.
The rest of the holy sons and saintesses' gazes landed on Wang Xian.
To be able to enter the 9th level of the Tower of Moon, the holy son of Wang Xian is quite famous in the continent. Tell us your strength and let's have a spar. The holy son beside Ning Xingchen said calmly.
Do you want to fight? Wang Xian looked at Long Yinhao.
Of course, of course. Otherwise, we will have to give them resources. But if you win, they will have to give them to us.
Long Yinhao nodded his head immediately.
All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and cupped his hands at them. Wang Xian, the second stage of the Universe Dominator Realm, Spatial Swordsman.
As he spoke, the spatial energy on his body soared into the sky. What the fuck? What the fuck, brother? Brother, you have already broken through to the second stage of the Universe Dominator realm. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words and sensing the aura that he was emitting, Long Yinhao's expression changed drastically. No way, big brother. You are actually so freakish. It has only been a few million years, right?
Wang Xian.
Long Yin sensed the aura from Wang Xian's body, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately flew to his side. Yes, when I was in the Tower of Moon, I could have broken through at any time. However, I have been suppressing my strength. Wang Xian smiled and said, Pervert. Ha ha. The second level of the Universe Dominator and the Space Attribute. Among all the saints and saintesses, this is also very top-notch.
At least it can be ranked in the top 10.
Long Yinhao laughed out loud. His face was filled with arrogance.
It was as if he had such a realm.
Huh? What? What a fast cultivation speed.
Wang Xian the sage, you're amazing.
When the seventh elder and the surrounding deacons saw this, they moved and instantly appeared behind Wang Xian. Their eyes shone with a fiery glow. Seventh elder.
Wang Xian smiled and cupped his hands at the seventh elder.
Haha. Good, good. The seventh elder patted Wang Xian's shoulder happily with a look of satisfaction.
Wang Xian is invincible.
Wang Xian is able to suppress his peers. Congratulations, Wang Xian.
Haha, we have Wang Xian in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. He can definitely be ranked in the top 10 among the saints. This time, our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground can be considered to be famous. In the surrounding area, the disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground were filled with excitement as they shouted loudly. What? He has reached the level 2 realm of a universe overlord. In front of them, the faces of the holy sons and saintesses changed slightly when they felt the might of Wang Xian. According to the information they received, this new holy son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground was only at the peak of the Universe Night realm. However, in just a few million years, he had already broken through to the level 2 realm of a universe overlord. The speed of his breakthrough was too terrifying. The expressions of the 20 or so holy sons and saintesses changed. Finally, they sat on the body of a young holy son in the middle. The holy son of Donghua Holy Land had an earth attribute and was at the second level of the Universe Dominator. He was a magician. Donghua Holy Land was ranked 51st in the Holy Land. However, Donghua Holy Land had produced a powerful holy son this time. The holy son of Donghua Holy Land said to Wang Xian as his eyes flickered slightly, Earth Element Spellcaster, you are no match for me.
Wang Xian shook his head at the holy son of Donghua Holy Land and said directly,
How would we know if we haven't competed? Although space is king, it's not that easy to defeat me.
The holy son of Donghua said with a cold expression when he heard Wang Xian's words. Wang Xian shook his head and moved his palm. Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, 90 sharp swords attacked the Donghua Saint.
HMPH, don't underestimate the people in the world. When the Donghua Saint saw Wang Xian standing there without moving, he attacked him. His eyes turned cold as he moved his body and flew toward the center of the battlefield.
With a move of his palm, a magic staff appeared in his hand. At the same time, earthy yellow walls filled with runes were rotating around him.
Pung! 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 However, when his high wall was erected, the 90 sharp swords instantly disappeared. In the next second, they directly smashed into it. The entire earthen yellow runic high wall rapidly collapsed. The 90 sharp swords directly came to his surroundings and aimed at him. They floated there without moving.
How is this possible?
The Donghua Saint's son saw his defense crumbling instantly. When he saw the 90 space swords floating around him, his expression was unusually ugly. His body trembled and he felt a little powerless. Space is the king. Although you are a saint's son, how can I be weak? Wang Xian smiled faintly. They were both saint's sons. Under the situation where space was the king, what could he use to fight?
When one's trump cards were all unleashed, there was a chance to block Wang Xian's attack. However, the prerequisite was that Wang Xian did not use the Heaven's Origin Sword technique or any powerful treasures.
I've lost. With your strength, Holy Son Wang Xian, you can obtain a very high ranking in the ranking of Holy Sons this time. Although the Donghua Holy Son was unwilling, he still cupped his hands and admitted defeat. You flatter me. Wang Xian cupped his hands in response.
Hiss, this Wang Xian from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. His strength is really terrifying. The Donghua Saint is actually not qualified to fight him.
The gap is too big. The gap is really too big. The Wang Xian Saint is probably going to shine in this round of the Saint ranking. Rumor has it that he obtained the inheritance of the Sword Bowl from the top spatial attribute powerhouse. Now it seems that this is the only possibility. At the side, the group of holy sons and saintesses looked at Wang Xian in shock. His strength was enough to rank among the top holy sons. Next, he would probably become famous throughout the entire continent. Wang Xian, holy son, you are mighty. Wang Xian, holy son, you are invincible. In the surrounding area, a group of disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground shouted at Wang Xian in admiration.
Congratulations, Wang Xian. You are simply too awesome. Long Yin looked at Wang Xian with admiration in his eyes.
Big brother is awesome. Big brother is invincible.
Long Yin Hao also shouted along.
Wang Xian smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Wang Xian also felt that he was not bad. This body of his had started cultivating from scratch. There were no external factors. The biggest background was his own body. However, the other holy sons and saintesses also had backgrounds, didn't they? Yes, he was still all right. I'm sorry, holy sons and saintesses. Our holy son, Wang Xian, has won, seventh elder said with a smile on his face.
He glanced at Wang Xian from time to time with shock in the depths of his eyes. This kid is not from the pond. Our small Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground can nurture such a monster.
However, at this moment he was at the top of the heaven peak. The leader of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, a group of elders from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, stood there and looked down. In the middle of them, an old man who was leaning on a walking stick said with slight astonishment.
Upon hearing the words of this old man, the elders around were shocked.
Master, this Wang Xian has a sense of nobility, whether it's from his heart or from the inside out. It's a kind of strength that comes from the heart. PvE only seen this kind of temperament from the masters of the powerful Forbidden Lands. PM starting to doubt if he's some top-notch powerhouse who has retrained.
The master of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land said with a slight sigh.
Yes, I also have this kind of doubt, but I can be sure that he is not a great being who recultivates, but a great being who recultivates.
The old fate cannot be changed. The aura on his body is full of youth and vitality. Unfortunately, this kind of existence can only stay in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land until the calamity arrives.
The old man sighed and said, there must be a big secret on him, or perhaps he has inherited the entire inheritance of a powerful spatial expert. He carries the will of that expert on his back. However, the top spatial experts in our universe are all in the Space Forbidden Ground.
As the old man spoke, he shook his head in puzzlement. There is one more point. His sword techniques are very different from the sword techniques in the Space Forbidden Ground. The master of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land added. Is this Wang Xian holy son so powerful? The elders at the side said with astonishment.
Pay more attention to him. He wants to leave our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land after the calamity. There must be some special circumstances. But no matter what, we should make friends during this period.
If I'm not wrong, his current combat strength is enough to instantly kill a level 4 universe dominator in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
Besides, when he first came to the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, he was only a pinnacle universe knight. His improvement speed was too fast, and his talent was too heaven-defying.
Even the top 3 holy sons and saintesses of our universe were only SOSO.
I even think more highly of him when it comes to fighting against those above his level. The old man continued to speak. It's elder. All the elders immediately replied.
This old man was the founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground,
the strongest person in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared. Lord of the Forbidden Ground, let me go take care of that Wang Xian.
The third elder said to the Lord of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Isn't the little girl on good terms with him? Don't you admire him? Let's see if he can improve further.
The leader of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground suddenly spoke. Then he waved his arm and passed him an interspatial ring.
I want to too. The third elder smiled and took it. Then, his body moved and he immediately flew down.
Haha, little Xian, you're very strong. This time, you've brought honor to our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and brought honor to our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. These resources are for you. The third elder came to Wang Xian's side and said with a smile.
He handed an interspatial ring to Wang Xian. Thank you, third elder.
Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't reject and accepted it directly.
Haha. You are the holy son of our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. You deserve this. The third elder laughed. Then, he looked at Long In and said, In, your combat strength has deteriorated. When you have nothing to do, you can spar with your brother Little Xian and let him impart some combat techniques and cultivation experience. After all, the interaction between you geniuses is more useful than our teachings.
Yes, I know, Grandpa. Long In was slightly stunned and then nodded. She couldn't help but say, But Grandpa, I haven't deteriorated, have I? In cultivation, if you haven't improved, you have deteriorated. Don't you understand this little logic?
Third elder said with a slightly serious tone.
Long In lowered her head with a slight grievance.
Her combat strength had not deteriorated at all.
At the very least, she was much stronger than her younger brother.
Why was she talking about herself? Next, PLL give Long In some pointers.
Wang Xian looked at Long In and said. He had just sensed the resources in his interspatial ring and was quite surprised. It was normal for him to give Long In some pointers. After all, they were from the same faction.
All right. Why don't you thank your brother Xiao Xian?
Although I don't know her age, she is the strongest. You and Inhao should address her as big brother. This will be the ranking of the strength of the holy sons and saintesses in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
Third elder said.
Yes, Grandpa.
Long In had a hint of doubt in her heart. But she didn't ask too much. Big brother, you have to teach me too.
At the side, Long Inhao grabbed Wang Xian's arm and said with anticipation,
I'll teach you after your strength has broken through to level 8 Universe Knight. What's the use now?
Why don't you go back to your closed-door cultivation to improve your realm?
When I was your age, I was already level 8 Universe Knight.
The third elder shouted at Long Inhao, You're covered in blood today. Do you want to keep getting beaten up? As he spoke, he picked up Long Inhao's collar.
Grandfather, you didn't reach level 8 Knight at my age, right?
Long In shouted.
But in the next second, he was taken away by the third elder. This old man is really quick-witted. At the top of the sky peak, the group of elders couldn't help but smile when they saw the third elder's actions. Inhao is just too mischievous. We should lock him up.
Long In said with a smile when he saw his grandfather leaving with his younger brother.
Wang Xian smiled and looked at Long In. Let's go. Let's go to the second level. I'll teach you.
Okay. Long In nodded happily immediately.
The two of them moved and flew
towards the second level of Tianfeng,
teaching and cultivating. Wang Xian still had the ability to do so, although the cultivation methods of the 9-origin universe and the sword and magic universe were somewhat different. The divine dragon transformation that Wang Xian was cultivating required the support of his bloodline. The dragon Roar did not have a bloodline, so naturally, it could not be cultivated.
However, Wang Xian had a water attribute heaven origin creation fragment.
Book of Water Forbidden Spell. This Book of Water Forbidden Spell was a heaven origin creation treasure of the sword and magic universe. There was a powerful forbidden spell on it. A heaven origin creation level treasure did not have the limitations of the universe.
For example, the star field fragment clearly contained the energy attribute of the universe.
In the end, experts who believed in the universe could control it with the power of belief. The energy of the 9-origin universe could be controlled as well. This was the strength of the heaven's origin treasure.
There was no limit to the universe.
Wang Xian had the Book of Water Forbidden Spells. He could use many of the water forbidden spells on it. With a simple simplification, he could impart them to Long In. Furthermore, he had a move that was not weaker than the top-notch cultivation method.
And this was under the condition of being simplified at will. Brother Wang Xian, I'll attack you. Look at my flaws.
The two of them came to a private sparring room on the second floor. Long Yin spoke to Wang Xian.
Mem, how about this?
I'll attack you. You block and counterattack. PLLC, which aspect of you needs improvement? Wang Xian nodded and instructed her. Okay, that works too.
Long Yin nodded his head and smiled at him. Thank you, Wang Xian. By the way, how old are you this year? Are you really older than me? Are you sure you're not younger than me? Of course, PM older than you.
Wang Xian smiled and said.
Of course, he was just casually saying that. Wang Xian was much younger than her.
After all, he had only cultivated for less than 100 million years.
But he couldn't be her underling?
I don't believe you. Anyway, you are strong. Whatever you say, come on.
Long Yin said with a smile and retreated some distance.
All right, pay attention. My attack will be at the ordinary level of a level 9 universe knight. Use all your strength to defend and counterattack. Wang Xian said as he waved his arm. A sharp sword condensed from space energy headed towards her attack. Dragon Roar In immediately started to block and counterattack. Wang Xian watched from the side. He looked at her deficiencies and memorized them one by one. You still lack a lot in terms of attack. Let me teach you some magic to fill in your current deficiencies. After a round of probing, Wang Xian had a comprehensive understanding of her attack and defense. He spoke to her.
Brother Wang Xian, you know water element spells? Long Yin revealed a surprised expression. I know a little. Let me tell you. Try to condense it.
Wang Xian nodded at her and continued.
No way, Brother Wang Xian. If you want to teach a person the cultivation of magic, you have to comprehend a magic that is a level higher than this one. Only then can you do it orally.
Long Yin said in surprise. Although I don't have the water attribute, I have a strong absorption ability towards magic and sword techniques. Just listen to me. Wang Xian found an excuse and said.
Yes. Brother Wang Xian, you are really a genius. Compared to you, I feel that PM not even comparable to an ordinary person.
Long Yin said with admiration.
As for the level of the magic that he taught, Wang Xian didn't know. However, it could perfectly match Long Yin.
It could fill in the gaps that she was lacking at the moment.
Long Yin immediately followed suit and started cultivating. While Wang Xian was teaching Long Yin, his name had already spread throughout the sword and magic universe.
The Donghua Holy Son of Donghua Holy Land. His strength was definitely not weak among the holy sons and saintesses of the Forbidden Holy Land and the Holy Academy. Even if he could not be ranked at the top, he was still a top-notch existence. After he was killed by Wang Xian in an instant, the news spread out and caused quite a stir. Following that, the news that Wang Xian, the holy son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, possessed the strength of a level 2 universe dominator, began to spread across the continent. The strength and talent of a level 2 universe dominator, coupled with the space attribute, was definitely at the top among all the holy sons and saintesses in the entire continent. Those holy sons and holy virgins in the top 10 holy lands and holy academies were only SOSO. In fact, they might even be a little inferior. Not long after, in the ranking of holy sons and holy virgins, the holy son Wang Xian from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land had reached the 4th place in the ranking of holy sons and holy virgins. He was ranked 10th in the entire ranking of holy sons and holy virgins. This shocked a large number of powerful disciples in the sword and magic universe. To be able to be ranked in the top 10, this was definitely an extremely terrifying existence in the entire continent. One had to know that the holy sons and holy virgins of the holy lands and holy academies who were ranked in the top 10 had a total of 20. These powerful holy sons and holy virgins of the holy lands and forbidden grounds. Weren't they even more powerful than a holy son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground who was ranked close to 100? When this list came out, it caused a great controversy. Especially those disciples and great beings of the Forbidden Lands who were ranked near the top. They thought that their own holy sons and saintesses were even more powerful. Some of the holy sons and saintesses were even a little unconvinced. The strength of the holy sons and saintesses of the Forbidden Lands who were ranked in the top 10 were all at the Universe Ruler level 1 or 2, and the powerful ones were even at level 3 or 4. These holy sons and saintesses were not convinced when they were at the same level. They cultivated powerful sword techniques and magic, yet they were still not a match for the holy sons of the Forbidden Grounds who were ranked close to 100. This made them somewhat unconvinced.
Those holy sons and saintesses who were ranked behind Wang Xian were even prepared to challenge him. However, when Wang Xian was teaching Long Yinin to rest for a few decades, Long Yinin told him this news, causing him to be slightly stunned. Brother Wang Xian, you are ranked in the top 10 in the unfettered Forbidden Land. Brother Wang Xian, you are too amazing. The unfettered Forbidden Land will not randomly rank you. Long Yinin had completely turned into a little fangirl as she said to Wang Xian, "They are all just floating clouds. If I were to cultivate for a few million years, none of them would be a match for me." Wang Xian smiled without a hint of modesty. What a joke. Would he, Wang Xian, be weaker than others? Hee, that's for sure. Long Yin nodded with a smile. At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in Wang Xian's mind. The Void Dragon Forbidden Ground had been established for a few million years. The energy in the Forbidden Ground had almost been absorbed. Should they be allowed to go out for a walk? Shun Bian made a name for himself. The Void Dragon Forbidden Land, whether it was Ao Jian or the other dragon guards, was very young. They could all be holy sons. Ao Jian had already broken through to the level 4 Universe Overlord realm. Should he go and challenge them? Once he made up his mind, he would do it. Since he had established a force, he had to at least make a name for himself. He had to turn this place into the second base of the Dragon Palace. In the Void Forbidden Ground, Wang Xian's real body opened his eyes and looked down. Ao Jian. He shouted softly. Dragon King, what are your orders? Ao Jian immediately flew over and bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Our Void Dragon Forbidden Ground has been established here for millions of years. Now, something has happened on the Sword and Magic continent. HMM, I will pass on the information on this continent to you. All of you should go and gain some experience. Also, let's give our Void Dragon Forbidden Ground a good reputation. Wang Xian said to Ao Jian. He waved his arm and a stream of information was transmitted into his mind. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jian received the message and nodded immediately. It's the Dragon King. The energy in our Forbidden Land has basically been used up. I also have the idea of going out to gain experience. Yes, go. Pay attention to your safety. This is a communication device forged in the Forbidden Land. If there's anything, contact me in the communication device and search for this continent. Is there a paradise similar to this holy moon or a treasure land? Wang Xian spoke. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jian nodded his head and left immediately. My current strength is only at the 4th level of the Universe Dominator. Without relying on the Heaven Origin Fate Fragment, PM only comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Universe Dominator. I still need to improve a little more. Let's see if Ao Jian and the rest have good news. Ao Jian's strength is at the 4th level of the Universe Dominator. With the Heaven Origin Sword art, he's already very powerful. Wang Xian mumbled. It would be best if his strength could be upgraded by 1 or 2 levels. If he could upgrade by 2 levels, he wondered if he could fight against existences at the Heaven Origin Creation level. Even if he couldn't, he should be able to escape with the help of the lock plate of the Heaven Origin Creation treasure, right? He thought to himself. However, at the moment, the Dragon Palace was still lacking in resources. They lacked the resources to upgrade themselves. In the starry universe, there was an infinite starry sky with the most resources. They could not step into it. The surrounding resources were not enough to upgrade him quickly. He still had to rely on this sword and the magical universe. Ao Jian led his subordinates and flew out of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. According to the information he obtained from Wang Xian, he immediately flew towards the center of the sword and magical universe. This was not the center of the universe. Half of the center of the universe was occupied by the 10 holy grounds and the Holy Academy. That was the place with the densest heaven and earth spiritual energy and the strongest treasure ground in the entire universe. As for the other half of the universe, it was occupied by the abyss of demonic beasts and the battlefield of cosmic ruins. Ao Jian was prepared to challenge the holy sons of the 10 holy grounds as the holy son of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian didn't pay too much attention to the good fortune of Ao Jian and the Dragon Guards. What he paid the most attention to now was naturally his Void Dragon body. Every time he cultivated, Wang Xian's 2 bodies would comprehend at the same time. This was also one of the reasons why he improved so quickly. Come, I'll attack. You defend. In the second level of the heaven peak of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, Wang Xian continued to guide Dragon Roar. Long Yin nodded her head. Two sharp swords were hovering around Long Yin. They were attacking continuously while she was also defending and attacking continuously. Wang Xian moved his palm and the third sharp sword attacked. Long Yin continued to fight. Not bad, not bad. Brother Wang Xian, I'm much more powerful than I was a few decades ago. If I meet the Saintess of the Nine Winds Holy Academy again, I'm confident that I can defeat her easily. After fighting for a few days, Long Yin ran over and came to his side with a face full of joy. Yes, you can defeat her easily. Wang Xian nodded his head. Brother Wang Xian, how are you so powerful? You have to know that it has only been a few decades. The improvement in my combat strength could not be achieved so much even if I used a few million years in the past. Long Yin looked at Wang Xian with a face full of admiration. It's your talent. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. No, Brother Wang Xian, you are too powerful. This magic seems to be tailored for me. It's too powerful. Long Yin shook his head and said, Sage Wang Xian, there are people outside challenging us. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard that. With a wave of his arm, he opened the door of the training room. At the location outside, a deacon from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground came to report. Deacon Feng, someone is here to challenge Brother Wang Xian? Is he a holy son from a forbidden ground? Long Yin was slightly stunned as he spoke. Yes, he is a holy son from the Fae Saint Academy. He is here to challenge Brother Wang Xian. The deacon nodded his head. Fae Saint Academy? The saint son of the Fae Saint Academy actually came here to challenge Brother Wang Xian. Long Yin revealed a surprised expression. Fae Saint Academy? The fourth-ranked existence among the top 10 forbidden holy grounds and saint academies. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Yes, the saint son of the Fae Saint Academy is ranked 11th among the saint sons and saintesses. He probably wants to challenge and defeat the saint son Wang Xian. Deacon Feng continued, Saint son Wang Xian, let's go over now. The Fani Saint Academy is very strong. All right, let's go over. Wang Xian nodded and followed him to fly out immediately. At the same time, the open space in front of the sky peak was already filled with the strong disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. 5 to 6 elders of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground had also come. In the center of the area in front stood more than 20 young men and women. The two in the lead each held a great staff in their hands, and their clothes flickered with divine light. Their entire bodies were enveloped by divine light. That great staff was a full head taller than them, and at the top of the staff was a beautiful flower that contained a huge amount of energy. They were the holy sons and holy virgins of the Fani Sacred Academy. Their attire was also the attire of the holy sons and holy virgins of the Fani Saint Academy. They possessed terrifying abilities. There were also some young heaven's favorites with strong auras in the surroundings, as well as the holy sons and holy virgins of the other holy sons and holy virgins of the Holy Sun Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian's gaze landed on the holy son of the Fani Saint Academy. He could see through his strength at a glance. He was at the third level of the Universe Overlord realm, which was slightly higher than his current realm. However, he cultivated the power of light. Obviously, this holy son was completely unconvinced of Wang Xian. A level 2 realm of the Universe Dominator was pressing down on him. He was the holy son of the Saint Academy who was ranked 4th on the continent. How could he agree? Even if the other party was a swordsman with the space attribute. You are Wang Xian? When Wang Xian and the rest arrived here, in the middle of the front, the holy son of the Fae Saint Academy landed on his body. At the sight of him, a young man opened his mouth and asked directly, Do you want to challenge me? Wang Xian ignored the young man who spoke and landed on the holy son of the Fae Saint Academy. What a joke. He was here to challenge him and still wanted to show off? I'm not here to challenge you. I'm here to tell the people on the continent that you don't have the right to stand on top of me. The saint son of the Fae Saint Academy stared at Wang Xian and spoke indifferently. He was very slow in acting cool.
Space is the king and you can fight against those who are above your level. However, this also depends on who is above your level. This also depends on who is the one who is fighting against those who are above your level. Beside the Holy Son's voice from the FAE Saint Academy, the Saintess also spoke indifferently. If you want to tell the people on the continent that you are stronger than me, you don't have to rely on your words. You have to rely on your strength. When Wang Xian heard their words, he couldn't help but laugh. Big brother is right. Strength is achieved through fists, not words. Long Yinhao, who had heard the news, flew over and said loudly, "Since that's the case, don't waste my time." The Holy Son of the FAE Saint Academy's gaze turned cold. He picked up the staff in his hand and slammed it heavily on the ground. A terrifying power of light landed on the ground. Cracks started to spread under Wang Xian's feet. Yes, we really shouldn't waste any more time.
Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly when he saw this guy's pretentious look. In the next second, more than 90 space swords instantly rose up around him.
2 of them were at the innate treasure level. The rest were sword 90 sets. Buzz. The 92 space swords disappeared in an instant and attacked the Holy Son of the FAE Saint Academy. The people around him moved and retreated immediately. At the same time, the dragon roars around Wang Xian also retreated immediately.
The battle started instantly.
The Saint Son of the FAE Saint Academy actually came to challenge our Saint Son Wang Xian. Will Saint Son Wang Xian be his opponent?
Definitely. In the ranking of Saint Sons and Saintesses, our Saint Son Wang
Xian is the 10th existence. The ranking of the Saint Son of the FAE Saint Academy is behind our Saint Son Wang Xian. The ranking of the undeserved forbidden ground is very accurate. Although the undeserved forbidden ground is prepared, there are also those who are ranked low and those who are ranked high. The Saint Son of the Fani Saint Academy is not simple. I hope that we, Saint Son Wang Xian, will not be careless.
After all, he is ranked 4th in our group of Saint Lands. The strength of the Fani Saint Academy is very terrifying. The clothing and weapons of their Saint Sons and Saintesses are specially made. It is extremely terrifying.
In the surrounding area, the strong disciples of the Dragon Roar Sacred Land were discussing in a low voice. They didn't have much confidence in this sparring match.
Although Wang Xian was very strong and his ranking was 1 rank higher than his opponents.
However, his opponent was the Saint Son of the Fani Saint Academy after all.
His realm was 1 level higher than their Saint Son Wang Xian's.
It wasn't certain who would win or lose.
This saint from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground is really arrogant. How dare he be so rude to our saint?
This Saint Wang Xian is a little arrogant. However, I don't think that the saint from Star City will lose. He can fight against someone of a higher realm with his spatial attribute. However, the possibility of him defeating our saint from Star City is very, very small.
The group of Saint Sons and Saintesses who had retreated to the back, as well as the Heaven's Pride disciples from the FAE Saint Academy, spoke up.
They were very confident about this battle. Moreover, the most controversial person on the entire list of Saint Sons and Saintesses was the Saint Son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
This was because the undeserved Forbidden Land had ranked the Saint Son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land in 10th place, above the Saint Son of the Fani Sacred Academy, Star City.
This was the most controversial. Therefore, many people thought that the Holy Son of Star City should be ranked 10th. However, no matter how controversial it was, the undeserved forbidden ground did not casually change the ranking of the Holy Sons and Saintesses. HMPH, Holy Light Dharma Body. The Holy Son of Star City snorted coldly when he saw Wang Xian's attack.
He waved the huge staff in his hand and an incomparably huge Holy Light Dharma Body enveloped him.
The appearance of the Holy Light Dharma Body was the same as his, and he was also holding a huge staff in his hand. The terrifying power of light shot out in all directions. In front of him, 92 sharp swords flashed and completely surrounded the Star City Saint. However, the Star City Saint remained expressionless.
He pointed the huge staff in his hand at Wang Xian. A terrifying beam of light shot directly at Wang Xian.
When Wang Xian saw this attack, his figure disappeared immediately.
Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz!
At the same time, the sharp swords surrounding the Holy Son of Star City began to fluctuate. Waves of extremely terrifying spatial swords slashed at him. Holy Palm. When the Holy Son of Star City saw this, his expression didn't change at all. He slowly raised his great staff. The huge holy light Dharma body slowly raised his palm. The palm expanded rapidly and formed a holy palm defense around the holy light Dharma body once again. Boom! 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 Wuxia's spatial sword landed on the holy palm and produced an intense rumbling sound. At the same time, that beam of light power also landed heavily on the spot where Wuxia was just now. His attack was blocked by the holy palm. At the same time, the attack of the Star City's Saint Sun was also dodged by him. HMPH Unleash. The Star City's Saint Sun snorted coldly when he saw Wuxia escaping by teleportation and blocking Wuxia's attack. The holy light Dharma body retracted its palm, and a terrifying light burst out from the head of the Dharma body. Countless rays of light shot out in all directions like hair. This move completely enveloped Wuxia. Sky collapse. Wuxia's expression didn't change at all when he saw his attack. He teleported above the Holy Sun of Star City and condensed a spatial sword in his hand. He thrust it toward the center. The 92 sharp swords in the surroundings started to tremble and aimed at the ground. Boom! 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 Following that, the 92 sharp swords grew bigger and stabbed directly into the ground. They formed a sword shield to defend and absorb the attacks of the Star City's Saint Sun. Bang! 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 Countless beams of holy light landed on the sword shield and were completely blocked. Ha! The Star City's Saint Sun frowned slightly when he saw that his attacks were easily blocked. Looks like you really have some strength. He snorted coldly. Wuxia smiled faintly and said indifferently, let's end this. As soon as he finished his sentence, the 92 sharp swords that enveloped the Saint of Star City instantly slashed towards this space. Sword world-destroying. Numerous sharp swords appeared out of thin air and slashed towards the Saint of Star City in the middle. The terrifying giant sword seemed to cover the entire world from top to bottom. Sword. World-destroying sword. The terrifying spatial sword directly sliced through the entire holy light avatar. The entire space enveloped him. The terrifying power caused the face of the Holy Son of the Fani Sacred Academy, who was in the center, to change drastically. He looked at the world-destroying giant swords with a face full of shock. He raised the great staff in his hand. The holy light avatar raised his gigantic palm once again. That gigantic palm almost covered the entire body of the holy light avatar. Crack, 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 bang, bang, bang. However, the holy light avatar only lasted for a few seconds before it began to collapse rapidly. The terrifying spatial sword was still slashing at it. Sensing this terrifying attack, the Holy Son of the FAE Saint Academy had a drastic change in expression. He could not help but let out a terrified cry. Buzz! While he was filled with fear, Wuxia waved his arm. The gigantic destructive swords began to disappear rapidly one by one. Wuxia waved his arm and numerous sharp swords flew towards him rapidly. In the middle, the Saint Son of the FAE Saint Academy stood there with a pale face. His face was filled with fear and lingering fear. The sudden scene and Wuxia's sudden killing move caused everyone to be unable to react in time. By the time they reacted, the battle had ended. How? How is this possible? How could he unleash such a terrifying attack in an instant? What a terrifying attack! Our Star City's Holy Sun couldn't even defend against it. It's too fast. Too fast. This battle is too fast. In just 3 moves, that Saint Son of Sage Wuxia defeated the Saint Son of Star City in just 3 moves. How is this possible? So strong. So strong. Our Saint Son of Sage Wuxia is really strong. He defeated his opponent in just 3 moves. It feels like they are not on the same level at all. Hiss. Saint Son of Sage Wuxia is so powerful. Just now, I was worried that Saint Son of Sage Wuxia would not be a match for the Saint Son of Star City. Now, it seems that he defeated him easily. Our Saint Son of Sage Wuxia's strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. His ranking can be even higher. What a powerful attack.
He defeated the Holy Son of the Fae Saint Academy in 3 moves. He was able to use his last move freely. What a freak! In the surrounding area, be it the saintesses of the Fae Saint Academy, the favored sons of heaven, or the other holy sons and saintesses. Even the elders and deacons of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, as well as the other strong disciples, looked at this scene in shock. They had also thought that Wang Xian would be able to win. However, they had never thought that he would be able to defeat the Holy Son of Star City from the Fae Saint Academy so quickly. One had to know that the other party was the Holy Son of the 4th largest faction. This victory was too fast. It felt like they were not on the same level.
Huff! Huff! The Holy Son of Star City took a few quick breaths. He looked at Wang Xian with an abnormally embarrassed expression.
He came forward confidently to challenge Wang Xian, but he was defeated in 3 moves.
The strength displayed by the other party was too terrifying.
It made him lose the ability to fight. He was no match for Wang Xian. In fact, there was a huge gap between them. I'll teach you a lesson. The Holy Son of Star City cupped his hands with an awkward expression. Then he left immediately.
And today's battle would definitely reverberate throughout the entire continent.
He, the Holy Son of the Fae Saint Academy, would become Wang Xian's stepping stone. This would cause his reputation to be greatly shaken. It would make him live up to his name. Everyone from the Fae Saint Academy, please take care. The elders of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground said politely with a smile on their faces. After that, they still looked at Wang Xian with a hint of shock. Xiao Xian, your combat strength is really terrifying to the extreme. That's right, that's right. The other party is an outstanding saint son of the Fae Saint Academy. His strength is extremely strong. I didn't expect him to be defeated by you in 3 moves. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xian, you defeated the saint son of the Fae Saint Academy today. Furthermore, you defeated him in 3 moves. This matter will spread across the entire continent very quickly. By then, the reputation of our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground will also be greatly enhanced. A group of elders flew over and surrounded Wang Xian. They smiled and exclaimed in amazement.
My realm is still too low. There's still room for improvement.
Wang Xian smiled modestly.
Xiao Xian, you're too modest.
That's right, that's right. To have such strength at such a young age is already very heaven-defying. The group of elders praised him generously. Big brother, you're simply too strong. You're so strong that it doesn't make sense. You're so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end.
Long Yinhao came to the side and looked at Wang Xian with admiration. Big brother, you'll be my idol for the rest of my life. In the future, if anyone bullies me, I'll report your name.
Go play somewhere else. You don't cultivate properly all day.
Long Yining patted Long Yinhao's head proudly and said with a smile.
Ha ha! The surrounding elders laughed and said, after today's battle, I think I can still improve a little on the ranking of the holy sons and saintesses. Those who can achieve such accomplishments will basically be able to become the top existences in our continent in the future. All the elders are praising me. I've only cultivated to where I am now.
Wang Xian spoke humbly to them for a while. Then, under the respectful and admiring gazes of the surrounding disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, he returned to his residence.
Next, PLL increase my strength first. I'll strive to break through to the 3rd level of the Universe Dominator.
Wang Xian did not continue to teach Dragon Roar. Instead, he began to cultivate.
The resources in his hands were sufficient to allow him to advance to the 4th level of the Universe Dominator. However, the process of breaking through still required time to comprehend. It was no longer as simple as it was at the beginning.
Wang Xian had estimated that it would take between 5 million to 10 million years to advance to the 3rd level of the Universe Overlord.
However, time was the most worthless in the universe.
Time passed quickly. On the road to the Sword and Magic Universe, the battle between Wang Xian and the Saint Son of Fani Saint Academy, Star City, caused quite a stir. In the past, Wang Xian and the Saint Son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground were ranked 10th among the Saint Sons and Saintesses, which attracted a lot of attention.
Many Saint Sons and Saintesses, as well as some powerful disciples, did not agree with this. However, this battle shocked everyone.
The Saint Son of Star City from the Fani Saint Academy was undoubtedly powerful.
However, in this battle, he was instantly killed by his opponent in 3 moves. What kind of concept was this?
This meant that the Saint Son of Star City from the Fani Saint Academy had a huge gap with him.
It was not even on the same level of combat strength. This shocked countless strong disciples.
Very quickly, the ranking of Holy Sons and Holy Virgins in the lawless Forbidden Ground raised Wang Xian's ranking to the 6th place.
Yes, it went straight from the 10th place to the 6th place. As for the top 5, the weakest realm had already reached the level 4 of the Universe Dominator.
In fact, in the current ranking of saint children and saintesses other than the top 2 who had reached the level of a Universe Overlord, the rest were all at the level of a Universe Overlord.
The reason why the 2 saint children were able to reach such a high level was because they had cultivated for over 900 million years. I really didn't expect that a small dragon roar forbidden ground could produce such a terrifying Holy Sun. It's really surprising. I heard that Holy Sun joined later. The dragon roar forbidden ground is only a water elemental existence with a strength ranking over 90. Their strength isn't very strong. This dragon roar forbidden land is so lucky that Wang Xian must have obtained an extremely powerful opportunity. He might have obtained the sword alms bowl of the powerful spatial swordsman.
On our continent, the strongest people who cultivate the space element are all in the space forbidden land. How did that Wang Xian obtain such a powerful sword alms bowl inheritance?
I don't know. Everyone knows about it after a battle. If that Wang Xian doesn't perish in the future, he might become one of the top experts on the continent. After all, the space element is the king.
Wang Xian's fame caused a lot of discussion on the continent. This also increased the reputation of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground greatly.
Wang Xian didn't know about the matters on the continent, and he didn't care about such matters. After all, in other universes, Wang Xian was almost standing at the top.
At least in the 9 Origin universe, the Dragon Palace was one of the top 13.
Even if he was forced to leave the 9 Origin universe now,
Wang Xian devoted himself to his cultivation.
In the middle, Wang Xian had Enlai take out some Heart of Faith and absorb it. The Heart of Faith was extremely beneficial to the breakthrough of one's realm.
After Wang Xian absorbed some, he could clearly feel that it was indeed of great use.
It could greatly shorten the time for him to break through. However, it would still take millions of years for him to advance to the 3rd level of the Universe Overlord. After all, it would also take a long time for him to accumulate the power of space. Time passed quickly. Due to the ranking of the Holy Sons and Saintesses, the entire sword and magic continent became lively. Long Yin would come over from time to time and tell him about the ranking of the Holy Sons and Saintesses, as well as about him. This allowed Wang Xian to have some understanding of the changes in the entire continent.
Brother Wang Xian, Brother Wang Xian. For million years later, Wang Xian was cultivating. Long Yin's voice rang out. He opened his eyes and revealed a smile.
What's wrong? Did something interesting happen again?
Wang Xian stood up and walked up to her with a smile on his face. It's a big deal. Something big happened not long ago. Do you still know about the Forbidden Land, the Void Moon?
Isn't it occupied by a force called the Void Dragon Forbidden Land now? Long Yin asked. Of course I know. Why?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. A terrifying saint appeared in the Void Forbidden Land. Not long ago, he went to challenge the 3rd-ranked saintess of the undeserved Forbidden Land. Do you know the result?
The saintess of the undeserved Forbidden Ground was defeated by him. Long Yin's face was filled with shock as he spoke. Oh, is that so?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and revealed a faint smile. The Void Dragon.
Forbidden Ground is very powerful. It actually has such a powerful Holy Sun.
That's right. All the strong disciples in the entire continent didn't expect that.
You must know that they have never heard of this Void Dragon Forbidden Ground before. Even when they occupied the Void Moon previously, they were still unknown in the continent. They didn't even have a ranking.
However, the battle this time has shocked everyone. To be able to nurture such a terrifying force, it's definitely not simple. Of course, there's another possibility. This Holy Sun was nurtured by the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground with all its might.
Long Yin still spoke with surprise. If the challenge is successful, so be it.
Wang Xian nodded and didn't make a fuss.
The dragon guards of the Dragon Palace might have been very weak in the past. In fact, they were considered the weakest dragon species in the Dragon Palace. However, it was different now. With the Heaven's Origin Sword technique, their strength was already extremely terrifying. The dragon guards who had the Heaven's Origin Sword technique at the same level were basically invincible. Of course, if the other party also had a cultivation manual of the same level, they would be able to contend against them. However, it was hard to say if such sword techniques and magic existed in the sword and magic universe. After all, a sword technique of this level was comparable to a heavenly Yuan creation realm treasure. A heavenly Yuan creation realm treasure had a terrifying effect. As for the power of the heavenly Yuan sword technique, it could allow one to cultivate to the heavenly Yuan creation realm. Of course, there was a limit. If an expert used this sword technique to cultivate to the heavenly Yuan creation realm, the others who cultivated this sword technique would not be able to cultivate to the heavenly Yuan creation realm for their entire lives. This was an extremely terrifying shackle. The Tian Yuan sword technique could not mass-produce the Tian Yuan blessed realm existences. Brother Wang Xian, aren't you surprised? His sudden rise caused your ranking to drop by 1 place. Now you are ranked 7th. Now, the Saint's Sons and Saintesses ranking is very exciting. Those heaven's favored sons from the powerful Forbidden Grounds have also made their moves. Many Saint's Sons and Saintesses have been kicked off the ranking. Long Yin continued. It doesn't matter how high my ranking is. These are all just empty names. Oh right, what's the situation with this heaven's favored son making his move? Wang Xian asked. It's like this. The strength of some holy sons and saintesses of some holy grounds might not be as strong as the disciples of some holy grounds that are not holy sons and saintesses. For example, the holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden grounds that are rank 20 might not be as strong as some heaven's favored sons and saintesses of the undeserved forbidden grounds that are only second to holy sons and saintesses. Now, some of the heaven's favored sons and saintesses who are second only to holy sons and saintesses in the powerful forbidden land of the Holy Land and the Holy Academy have already made their moves. Many holy sons and saintesses have been defeated by them. Long Yin opened his mouth, he continued. Like my brother and I, we might be very strong and talented in the forbidden land of the Void Dragon Forbidden Land, but we are not as strong as some of their heaven's favored sons and saintesses in the forbidden land of the Holy Land and the Holy Academy which are ranked higher. Now that I look at it, Ao Jian, the holy son of the Void Dragon Forbidden Land, is indeed terrifying. Even the saintess of the undeserved Forbidden Land is no match for him. After all, she's the saintess of the undeserved Forbidden Land. This saintess can even defeat a holy son of the same level of the spatial Forbidden Land. As she spoke, she sighed slightly. Obviously, she was very shocked by Ao Jian, the holy son of the undeserved Forbidden Land who had appeared out of nowhere. Hee. It seems that the saint's son and saintess list has changed. Wang Xian smiled and said, Yes, it has changed. In the past, only the saint's sons and saintesses could participate. Now, those heaven's favorites can also participate. Moreover, some experts from the undeserved Forbidden Ground said that the Saint's Sons and Saintesses list might be renamed as the Sword and Magic Universe's Heaven's Favorites list. Long Yin said, in addition, this kind of ranking will continue in the future. It seems that there will be some benefits later on. How's your current cultivation? Wang Xian and Long Yin were discussing about the current ranking of holy sons and saintesses. After chatting for a few hours, Wang Xian asked her, It will probably take a few million years to break through to the pinnacle of the universe night realm. I don't know the details yet. Long Yin said. It was difficult to break through. Usually, it would be considered pretty good if one could break through to the pinnacle of the universe night realm within tens of millions of years. Long Yin relied on his great talent and unlimited resources to be able to improve so quickly. As for the universe ruler realm, even those extremely monstrous existences could break through to the next realm within 100 million years. That was already very terrifying. Currently, in the entire universe, after cultivating for close to 1 billion years, the strongest was only at the universe ruler level 5. These two existences were the holy sons and saintesses of the first Forbidden Land and the second Forbidden Land. They relied on the strongest magic techniques of the cultivators under the strongest background in the universe and controlled the strongest resources.
Under such circumstances, they also used close to 1 billion years.
As for whether they wanted to continue improving, the speed was even slower.
However, with the power of the unfettered Forbidden Land and flowing water Forbidden Land, this Saint Child and Saintess were enough to cultivate to the peak of the universe ruler realm.
After all, these two Forbidden Lands had heavenly fate. As for the other Saint Child Forbidden Lands and Sacred Academies, they didn't have such powerful Saint Children and Saintesses. Let's go out after 6 million years. I will be in closed-door cultivation for 6 million years to improve myself.
Wuxia said to Long Yining.
All right, 6 million years later we will go out to train. By then, I will be able to cultivate to the peak of a universe night.
Long Yining nodded. Wuxia nodded with a smile. After chatting with Long Yining for a while, Wuxia began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. Time passed quickly.
Wuxia was prepared to achieve another breakthrough in his strength during these 6 million years. 6 million years was not short. It should be enough.
A few million years in the universe was not long nor short. However, to the experts in the universe, it was just the time for closed-door cultivation.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
In less than 6 million years, Wuxia's body trembled and a burst of space energy erupted from his body.
Feeling the strength in his body, a smile appeared on his face. He had made a breakthrough.
It took him more than 5 million years to complete the breakthrough.
The third level of the Universe Dominator.
The next breakthrough will probably take tens of millions of years.
After Wuxia made the breakthrough, he opened his eyes to feel it. It would probably take at least tens of millions of years to make another breakthrough. This was under the condition of abundant resources. It would be extremely difficult for him to advance step by step after reaching the realm of the ruler of the universe. This was the first time that Wuxia experienced the difficulty of increasing his strength.
It was unlike the past where he could make a breakthrough directly as long as he had sufficient resources.
He shook his head and calculated that there were still about 500,000 years left until 6 million years. His mind stirred. In the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground, Wuxia opened his eyes.
While he was in seclusion, Wuxia's real body had been helping him to comprehend the power of space and think of ways to break the shackles of space.
Could be said that he was fully devoted.
Buzz. He moved his hand and took out a communication device. He sent a message to Audiobook. At the same time, he checked some of the messages in the communication device.
The communication device created in the undeserved Forbidden Ground was the largest communication device in the entire Sword and Magic universe. It was also a universal communication device.
The other Forbidden Holy Lands and Sacred Academies, even if they had their own communication devices, most of the information and things they shared were made in the undeserved Forbidden Land.
The current young generation of the Sword and Magic universe was still very lively. One by one, young geniuses rose up against the heavens. He looked at the ranking of the Holy Sons and found that he was already in the 8th place. A Heaven's Pride disciple from a holy land suddenly went against the heavens.
He defeated a group of holy sons and holy virgins. It could be said that he was an extremely huge dark horse.
This dark horse was far darker than Wuxia.
Of course, currently, the biggest dark horse was still Audiobook.
Audiobook was ranked 3rd.
This was because he defeated the holy virgins from the undeserved Forbidden Ground, a terrifying existence ranked 3rd. The unfettered Forbidden Ground was the most powerful force in the entire universe.
Currently, the person ranked 1st was also the Holy Son of the unfettered Forbidden Ground.
Apart from these, Wuxia also discovered that the entire ranking had undergone a huge change.
Half of the top 50 were occupied by the Holy Sons and Saintesses of the top 10 Holy Grounds, as well as the Heaven's favored sons and saintesses of the Holy Academy. This was the difference in resources. Even though the top 10 forces couldn't become sacred sons and daughters, it didn't mean that they weren't a match for the sacred sons and daughters of other forbidden grounds.
A powerful force was ultimately a powerful force. Wang Wing.
At this moment, Audiobook replied.
Audiobook had gone to the cosmic ruins. According to what he said, this cosmic ruins was an incomparably huge battlefield. The energy there was chaotic. In some places, even the ruler of the universe could be destroyed. The energy was chaotic. The entire Sword and Magic universe had explored for more than 20 billion years, but they still hadn't finished exploring. There were still many treasures there. The most important reason was that there was the power of space.
With the power of space, many places in the ruins of the universe were constantly changing.
This was also the reason why they had not finished exploring.
Aojian was not the only one there. He had brought many subordinates with him. Among the dragon guards, there were still a few who had reached level 4 of the Universe Overlord. The rest had all reached level 3 of the Universe Overlord. After Wang Xian replied to Ao Jian's message, he was deep in thought. This time, I'll head to the ruins of the universe to see if I can obtain any opportunities and treasures. If I can obtain treasures and improve my main body, that would be great. Wang Xian thought to himself. In the next few 100,000 years, Wang Xian started to practice his swordsmanship. Brother Wang Xian. The agreed time arrived very quickly. The sound of a dragon's roar could be heard from outside. Wang Xian opened his eyes. His body moved and he teleported outside immediately.
Did you make a breakthrough? Wang Xian looked at her and asked. Yes, I made a breakthrough. It has been a long time since I made a breakthrough. I have already told father and grandfather about us going out for training. They have also given us permission to go out.
Long Yin said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face.
A look of anticipation appeared on his face. Speaking of which, other than going to the center of the Forbidden Land once during a grand ceremony, we've never been there again. For this trip, are we going to the ruins of the universe or the abyss of magical beasts?
Let's go to the ruins of the universe.
Wang Xian spoke to Long Yin.
This was something that he had already decided on. All right, I have no objections. Long Yin nodded. When the time comes, my younger brother will be coming with us. There will only be the 3 of us for this experiential learning. No problem. Wang Xian nodded his head.
Yes. Before we leave, my grandfather told us to look for him.
Long Yin nodded her head. Let's go. We'll go over first.
Wang Xian nodded his head. The 2 of them moved and immediately flew outside.
Long Yinhao, come out.
When they arrived outside, Long Yin called out. Sister, I'm coming, brother Wang Xian.
Long Yinhao immediately flew over from a corner. His face was filled with excitement. Let's go to Grandpa's place.
Long Yin said to him. There's no problem. We can finally get out. We can finally get.
Long Yinhao's face was filled with excitement as he shouted excitedly. Wang Xian looked at him and smiled.
At the side, Long Yin revealed a speechless expression.
Grandpa.
The 3 of them flew towards the sky peak. Before they arrived at Long
Yinhao, they shouted loudly. Little Xian Yinhao, you're here. There's a change of plans. This time, your plans need to be changed. The voice of the 3rd elder could be heard from the palace above.
Wang Xian and the rest were slightly stunned when they heard that. They immediately flew into the palace. When they flew over, they realized that there were quite a number of elders inside.
Greetings, elders. Wang Xian and the rest bowed to the elders. Just take a seat. It's fortunate that you guys didn't leave. There's something that happened. This time, you guys will be delayed for your training. No, it should be that you guys have a better training ground. The 3rd elder looked at them and said, What's wrong? Grandpa?
What's the situation?
Long Yinhao asked with surprise. Grandpa, I've already reached the pinnacle. Universe Night Realm. Why can't I go out again?
It's not that I can't go out, but there's a good thing. It's a huge opportunity for you.
The 3rd elder smiled. He said, This time, the top 10 Forbidden Lands, led by the Undeserved Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land, are preparing to open a treasure land and send the current generation of holy sons and saintesses of a forbidden land, as well as those heaven's favorites, to a place.
Oh? Grandpa, there's such a good thing.
Long Yin was slightly stunned and could not help but ask. In order to deal with the calamity, a group of powerful forbidden lands are willing to take out some things. Of course, in fact, all of the holy lands, forbidden lands, and sacred academies know that the reason why they are willing to open up that treasured land is because they have explored the forbidden lands in the past 20 billion years and did not obtain any great opportunities. That's why they are willing to open it up to all the heaven's favorites this time. The 3rd elder asked. 3rd elder, what is that place?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that. He could not help but ask. According to rumors, that place is the center of the universe ruins. It is the battlefield of the heaven origin creation level existences. We have also heard some rumors that it is the battlefield where our universe's heaven origin creation level existences are fighting against the heaven origin creation level powerhouses from other universes. Although there are no heaven origin creation level experts that have fallen there, many peak universe masters have fallen.
The third elder replied. However, he wasn't sure what he said, and he had only heard rumors. Perhaps only those powerful forbidden grounds and sacred academies would know the real reason. Now, with the undeserved forbidden ground flowing water forbidden ground as the leader, they have given all the sacred grounds and sacred academies a benefit. That is, all the sacred grounds sacred sons and saintesses can enter. In addition, if any sacred lands, sacred sons and daughters are ranked in the top 10 on the universe's prodigy roll, they can bring an additional 20 disciples. If they can be ranked in the top 20, they can bring 10 disciples. This time, because of you, little Xian, our dragon roar forbidden land might benefit from it. We can send 20 disciples to enter. The first elder of the dragon roar forbidden land said from the side. His face showed a hint of excitement. Once they were able to enter and cultivate, it would be comparable to cultivating in the core of the dragon roar forbidden land.
And the core of the dragon roar forbidden land couldn't possibly be given to a universe knight disciple to cultivate.
If they were able to enter and cultivate, doing nothing, just cultivating would be a vast opportunity. In particular, the time they could enter this place to cultivate could be very, very long. There's such a good thing?
Long Yinhao's eyes shone with excitement.
Yes, it's also your good luck. It's also our dragon roar forbidden land's good luck. If nothing goes wrong, with little immortal strength, it won't be too much of a problem to stand firmly in the top 10 of the prodigy roll. When the time comes, our dragon roar forbidden land will be able to send 20 people with the addition of the 3 of you. The elder next to him said with a smile.
In addition, in a while, I'll lead you to the center of the continent, Tianyuan City. Right now, the exact number of spots hasn't been determined and the ranking of the prodigy roll hasn't been confirmed yet.
Next, there should be another round of competition for the prodigy roll. This spot is very important to many forbidden holy lands.
The third elder continued to speak to them.
Grandfather, then this time, many holy sons, saintesses, and prodigies will be able to enter that place. Long Yinhao said, moreover, those powerful forbidden places and sacred academies should have many more spots than us. Of course, for example, the undeserved forbidden land and flowing water forbidden land, they should send hundreds of disciples to enter. It's already good enough for 2 of us to go to these forbidden places. Only our dragon roar forbidden land and void dragon forbidden land are lucky enough to have a dark horse. Third elder replied with a smile. That means that there might be thousands of heaven's favorites who can enter. I wonder how many places I can rank among those heaven's favorites. Long Yinhao said with a smile, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Don't talk so much nonsense. Get ready. We're going to Tianyuan City. The third elder said, I'm afraid that you will have to stay outside for a long time when we go out this time. All the necessary preparations have been made. I will also prepare some things for you here.
It's Grandpa.
It's the third elder.
Wang Xian and the rest nodded their heads. After saying a few words, they left.
He came to the place where he lived and his eyes flickered slightly.
Wang Xian did not expect that there would be such benefits. He could enter the core of the universe ruins directly. Wow, is this Tianyuan City?
Isn't it too vast? This is my first time coming to Tianyuan City. It's like 100,000 mountains. It's too spectacular.
Tianyuan City was the city with the longest history in the sword and magic universe. During the last calamity, this place was called the Tianyuan Point General Stage.
The so-called Point General Stage was where the disciples of the sword and magic universe gathered during the last calamity. After the end of the calamity, this place became Tianyuan City. It could be said that this Tianyuan City was protected by the lives of the disciples of the sword and magic universe during the last calamity. Therefore, Tianyuan City did not belong to any power. It was the largest trading ground in the entire sword and magic universe. It was also a place where all the forbidden holy grounds conducted public affairs.
For example, negotiations.
In Tianyuan City, there was a rule that forbade any strong disciples from fighting here.
No matter which forbidden ground you were in, anyone who fought here would die. This was an order given by the strong cultivators in the sword and magic universe. No one could disobey it. Not even the strong disciples from the unfettered Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land.
After Wang Xian and the rest had made some preparations, they came straight to Tianyuan City. It was the first time for Long Yin and Long Yin how to be here. It was also the first time for the 20 disciples from the Dragon's Roar Forbidden Land to be here.
They looked at their surroundings with a look of amazement. Their eyes were sparkling. Wang Xian was also scanning his surroundings.
This Tianyuan City was more like 100,000 mountains.
The mountain peaks were transformed into flat roofs.
On top of each mountain peak, there were various stalls and restaurants. The scene here was indeed very spectacular.
Wang Xian looked at his surroundings. His eyes were sparkling. Let's go. Let's go to the center seat.
Leading the group was the great elder and the rest. There were more than 10 elders who came this time. This time, it was a great opportunity for a forbidden land of their level. If they were lucky, they could nurture many elite powerhouses for the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
Of course, the main reason was also because of Wang Xian. Ordinary Forbidden Lands and Saint Academies only had 2 spots.
As Wang Xian was currently ranked 8th on the Heaven's Pride roll, they had 20 spots. They continued flying forward. The entire Tianyuan City was extremely huge.
After flying for half an hour, they arrived at the center of Tianyuan City. There was an incomparably huge mountain peak. The mountain peak was cut off by the lazy waste, forming a huge arena.
In the surrounding area, there were many mountain peaks guarding it. These mountain peaks were also humongous. However, compared to the arena at the center of the mountain peak, they were much smaller. Wow, what a humongous mountain peak. There's simply no end to it.
Long Inhao looked at the mountain peak that was cut off at the waist and said with a face full of shock.
Hee. According to the rumors, this mountain peak was directly cut off by one of our sword and magic universe's Lord Tianyuan creation. Do you see the front? That's the top half of the mountain peak. The first elder smiled and pointed to the front. There was a mountain peak in front, and that mountain peak was also extremely huge.
If one looked carefully, they would find that it completely overlapped with the mountain peak that had been cut off by the lazy waste. On that mountain peak, there were many huge words.
The words flickered with golden light, and the 3 words that were eye-catching were the prodigy roll. Below these 3 words, there were names. The first name was the undeserved Holy Son from the undeserved Forbidden Ground. The second name was the Flowing Water Holy Maiden from the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground.
The third name was the undeserved Holy Son from the Void Dragon Holy Ground. Each name was exceptionally eye-catching and could be seen from afar.
Among them, Wang Xian's name was ranked 8th. Brother Wang Xian, look, your name is also on it. Long Yin pointed at the 8th name and said loudly.
Wang Xian smiled. There were a total of 20 names, and his name was also on it.
The group of elders from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground looked over and revealed excited expressions. This ranking also made them famous in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Come on, let's go to the edge of the Tianyuan Peak in the center. In the next 1,000 years, we will completely determine the ranking of the Heaven's Pride roll. At that time, the experts from the undeserved Forbidden Ground will send a group of saint sons, saintesses, and Heaven's Pride roll to the ruins of the universe for cultivation. The first elder continued speaking and continued flying forward.
Only when they arrived in front of the Tianyuan Peak arena did they feel extremely small. Compared to this enormous mountain arena, they were even smaller than ants.
This was like throwing an ant into the ocean. At the edge of the arena, there were numbers. These numbers corresponded to the rankings of the forbidden sacred grounds and sacred academies.
The sacred grounds and sacred academies that were ranked were all gathered here. When the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and the others arrived, there were already many forbidden sacred grounds and sacred academies around them.
However, when their gazes swept over them, not many of the top forbidden sacred grounds and sacred academies had arrived. We will have to wait here for 1,000 years first. This 1,000 years will be the most intense 1,000 years of competition. The first elder spoke to Wang Xian and the rest. His gaze finally landed on Wang Xian. Xiao Xian, you don't have to be nervous. You are currently ranked 8th. It won't be easy to pull you out of the top 10. Yes, it's alright, First Elder. My strength has improved a little over the past 10 million years.
Wang Xian smiled and said nonchalantly. He now possessed the strength of a level 3 universe overlord. His combat strength was sufficient to fight against a saint son or saintess who was a level 4 universe overlord.
Furthermore, due to his own attributes, Wang Xian's current strength should not be weaker than Ao Jian's. The current Ao Jian was a level 4 universe overlord with metal attributes.
That's good. This time, our dragon roar forbidden ground is proud because of you, little Xian.
The great elder said with a smile. Wang Xian also smiled as he sat at the side and scanned his surroundings. The people who came now were basically the sacred grounds and academies that were ranked below the 50th.
In the front, there were disciples sparring. Wang Xian didn't have much interest. He sat there and chatted with Long Yimin and Long Yinhao. Time passed little by little. More and more strong disciples from the sacred grounds and academies came.
200 years later, almost all the strong disciples from the sacred grounds and academies had arrived.
Look at Big Brother, those are the undeserved and flowing water forbidden grounds. They are the two strongest existences on our continent. They have the Lord of the Heavens' origin destiny.
When all the forbidden lands arrived, Long Yinhao looked towards one direction and spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked in the direction that Long Yinhao was looking at. In his line of sight, at the other half of the peak of Tianyuan Peak, there were two forbidden grounds that occupied a huge area.
Waves of vast energy were transmitted from there without any concealment. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and his eyes flickered slightly. There were 4 powerhouses at the peak of the universe's ruler realm. 2 existences at the peak of the ruler realm had come from each forbidden land.
The unfettered forbidden land mainly cultivated the wind attribute. The existence of the heaven's destiny was also of the wind attribute.
However, there were powerhouses of all attributes in the unfettered forbidden land, including swordsmen and magic.
The flowing water forbidden land was different. Most of them cultivated the water attribute, and most of them were mages. This strength is not bad. The undeserved forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground are considered very powerful existences in the 9 origin universe.
Wang Xian thought to himself.
Located not far from the 2 forbidden grounds, a forbidden ground caught his attention. Space forbidden ground. This was also a very pure forbidden ground. All the people in the forbidden ground were space attribute cultivators.
In this universe where space was the king and could fight across levels, one could imagine how terrifying a powerful space force was.
The leader of the forbidden land in this space was known as an existence that was second only to the heaven's origin destiny realm.
Wang Xian looked around. Only these 3 forces could attract his attention.
They could make Wang Xian feel some fear. The other forbidden grounds and sacred grounds were still alright. Wang Xian's main body could deal with them with the help of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
I, the Wolf Saint, am challenging the 10th rank Jingjiu Saint.
At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard. Following that, a figure flew towards the arena in front of him. HMH with just you? The reply was heard. Wang Xian looked over. The challenge had begun. In the next few hundred years, it would be the most intense time to break out of the rankings. There were many benefits to being in the top 20. In addition, the Heaven's Pride roll this time would be attended by all the strong disciples from the Forbidden Lands and the Saint Academy. If he could make a name for himself here, even if it was just to increase his ranking, it would be a huge boost to his reputation. In addition, it could also increase the reputation of the faction he belonged to.
Therefore, regardless of whether it was for the powerful holy sons and saintesses or those who wanted to challenge them, they all hoped that their ranking could be improved. Wang Xian's realm had already improved. His ranking could definitely be improved a little.
However, he had no interest in challenging them. All he wanted was to be ranked in the top 10. At this moment, Wang Xian noticed a familiar voice in a corner. Led by the 5 charming dragon species, Ao Jian and the rest. They were located slightly further away from the roaring dragon forbidden ground.
The group of charming dragon species and Ao Jian had obviously sensed Wang Xian as well.
Wang Xian nodded at them and did not say anything. At the front, the battle between the 2 holy sons had already begun. All kinds of energy were attacking from the center. Every elder of the forbidden land of the Holy Land was resisting the aftershocks of their battle.
The battle lasted for a few days. The challenge had failed. Wang Xian sat there and watched indifferently. He had some understanding of the strength of the 10th heaven's favorite, the 3rd level of the universe dominator.
This was the threshold of the 10th level. As for the 4th level of the universe dominator, there were only 5 of them. Wang Xian's ranking was almost invincible among the 3rd level masters of the universe. After all, he had killed the Holy Son of Star City from the FAE Saint Academy in 3 moves. He had a real battle record. The challenges ahead continued. Disciples and dark horses rushed out one by one.
If the heaven roll ranking at the beginning was still hidden.
However, in the face of the temptation of opportunities, all the heaven's favorites of the Forbidden Land Saint Academy did not hide anything at all. This also resulted in the ranking changing continuously.
A dark horse has appeared. A few years later, a dark horse suddenly appeared. When the elders of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground saw the scene, their expressions changed slightly.
It had only been 200 years since the dark horse appeared. It had successfully challenged the 10th place. In less than 100 years, a saintess in front of Wang Xian was defeated. If the saintess in front was defeated, the challenger would have her name. The loser would take a step back. Just the appearance of a dark horse had brought Wang Xian to the 9th place. Oh no! Why are there so many dark horses? It hasn't even been half the time yet.
The 3rd elder frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Now that Wang Xian was ranked 9th, if there were more dark horses appearing, wouldn't Wang Xian be ranked below the 10th place?
After the 10th place, there would be 10 fewer spots to enter the cosmic ruins. Wang Xian saw that there were people ranked before him again, but there was no fluctuation at all. With his strength, it was enough to stabilize the top 10. This time, due to the cosmic ruins, many dark horses have been attracted. They are all trying their best to enter the top 20, especially the top 10. As for the top 10 heaven's favorites, they wanted to get a higher ranking. They also wanted to continue to challenge and fight for a higher ranking. After all, this time was too important. It was also the showground for all the heaven's favorites. After 100 years, the 10th heaven's favorites were once again challenged.
I want to challenge the 9th ranked Holy Son Wang Xian. Come out. However, to Wang Xian's surprise, the Holy Daughter who had just defeated the 10th ranked Holy Daughter had recovered her injuries and energy. She continued to challenge him. Brother Wang Xian, this is bad. This guy wants to challenge you.
Brother, are you confident?
He is very strong. I feel that he still has some reservations after defeating the 10th ranked Holy Daughter. His dark swordsmanship is really amazing.
When the group of elders and disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground saw that Wang Xian was the first one to be challenged, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Wang Xian and said, "You want to challenge me?"
Wang Xian was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face.
However, when Wang Xian heard the unexpected challenge, he was slightly stunned. Then he laughed. He did not fly over directly. Instead, he waved his arm and a space appeared in front of the challenger in an instant. The spatial sword emitted a terrifying force, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly.
Compared to the past, I have already broken through. You are not my match.
Wang Xian said calmly.
As soon as he finished his sentence, the Saint Son who was challenging Wang Xian froze slightly and revealed a stunned expression. You broke through? The 3rd level of a universe overlord.
He was slightly shocked and could not help but ask, "Buzz?"
At this moment, the spatial sword that was flying in front of him shook.
Boom!
A terrifying energy slashed towards him.
When the Saint's Son saw this, his expression changed drastically and he quickly tried to defend with all his strength. Boom! 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 Bang! Bang!
Bang!
A spatial sword attacked the challenging Saint's Son.
The Saint's Son's expression changed drastically. He waved the sword of darkness in his hand and resisted continuously.
However, as he resisted, his body was repelled and repelled continuously. He had to retreat for a long distance before he could barely withstand Wang Xian's casual attack.
What a powerful attack!
When the Holy Son saw that the spatial sword in front of him had disappeared, he had a grave expression on his face. With your strength, you won't only be ranked 9th. You can fight for the top 5 or 6 spots. He couldn't help but speak to Wang Xian again. It's good enough to be ranked in the top 10. I don't expect too much.
Wang Xian smiled and replied.
His words caused the face of the Saint's son to turn dark. The person ranked 8th was also an expert at level 3 of the universe. Dominator. However, he was the Saint's son of the Space Forbidden Ground. The Saint's son of the Space Forbidden Ground was at level 3 of the Universe Dominator. He could fight above his level.
He was definitely not a match for him. In other words, unless he was at level 4 of the Universe Dominator, he wouldn't be able to enter the top 9.
As for him, he needed to be invincible in the level 3 Universe Overlord realm in order to maintain his current ranking. The pressure was great.
This?
Holy shit, no way. Brother Wang Xian has broken through again?
Broken through again?
Isn't this too terrifying? Our Wang Xian Holy Son's breakthrough is as simple as drinking cold water. This talent is too terrifying.
Is this the sage Wang Xian?
With his combat strength, he might be able to rank in the top 5.
The top 5 is about right. I feel that our sage Wang Xian's strength is stronger than the sage of the Forbidden Space Zone.
This is too heaven-defying. With our sage Wang Xian's current combat strength, he is able to challenge a level 4 master of the universe. This is also very powerful in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Everyone around Wang Xian was filled with shock when they saw this scene. Especially the Dragon Roar, Yin Long, Yin Hao, and the rest. Back then, when they knew about Wang Xian, they had just entered the Moon Tower. When they first entered, he might have concealed his strength and was not only at level 6 of the Universe Night Realm. But later on, they knew that his strength was at the peak of the Universe Night Realm.
It had only been tens of millions of years and he had already reached the 3rd level of Universe Master?
And it was the most difficult to cultivate the space attribute. It was universally acknowledged that the space attribute was difficult to cultivate.
The Space Forbidden Ground was ranked 3rd among the Holy Land Forbidden Grounds. That was already very terrifying, right?
But the Holy Son of the Space Forbidden Ground was only ranked 8th on the Prodigy roll.
The Holy Maiden was even ranked in the 20th place.
This was because the space element was too difficult to cultivate.
Although they could fight across levels, there weren't many who wanted to cultivate to the peak.
In the entire Forbidden Space, there weren't many peak universe masters. One could even count them with one hand. Of course, the powerful destructive power and combat power were enough to make up for the lack of experts. At the same time, in front of them were the undeserved Forbidden Ground, Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, and Space Forbidden Ground. When all the strong disciples saw this scene, their eyes focused slightly.
Their gazes were all fixed on Wang Xian.
Especially the Holy Sons, Holy Virgins, and Heaven's favorites from the major Forbidden Grounds. This Wang Xian's strength is really not simple. I heard that he was able to ascend to the 9th level of a test tower in the past. He was able to fight and kill 4 Shadows of Trials who were 1 level higher than him. Then, with this foundation, Su NP's strength should be inferior to him. Senior brother, I really didn't expect that on this continent, other than us and Lu Shui, there would be such powerful peers. I have really underestimated them.
At the unfettered Forbidden Land, a man and a woman were talking.
They were the holy sons and saintesses of the unfettered Forbidden Land. They were very honorable existences in the entire continent. When they traveled, no one dared to offend them. This was the prestige and status of the unfettered Forbidden Ground. The real dark horses are this Wang Xian from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and Ao Jian from the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Not far away from them, a lady holding a Dharma ball spoke slowly. Yes, if we give them enough resources and opportunities, their strength will not be weaker than ours.
Beside the woman holding the magic ball, a young man nodded in agreement. They were the holy sons and saintesses of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground.
In the surrounding area, some of the strong disciples were also discussing Wang Xian in a low voice. Currently, with Wang Xian's strength and talent, he was enough to enter the sights of the powerhouses of the universe. Little Xian, I didn't expect you to break through again. This is great. This time, you will definitely be ranked in the top 10. When the elders of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground saw this, They also spoke excitedly.
Don't worry, elders. There is still a place for me in the top 10.
Wang Xian smiled. With his current strength, he was confident that he would be ranked third. Ao Jian was no match for him. Of course, there was no need to compete. With just a word from Wang Xian, Ao Jian would admit defeat. Brother Wang Xian, you are too amazing. How can you cultivate so quickly?
My cultivation is so slow.
Long Yin looked at Wang Xian and said with admiration. He. PLL, if I can help you with your cultivation later. Wang Xian said to her with a smile.
The competition continued.
However, there were fewer battles in the top 10.
With Wang Xian in 9th place, they still had to consider if they wanted to challenge him. Some Saint Sons and Saintesses would rather challenge the 8th-ranked Su Ni Saint Sun than the 9th-ranked Wang Xian Saint Sun. 1,000 years passed quickly. Later on, there were fewer and fewer challenges. The top 20 spots had basically been locked in.
As for the rankings at the back, the Holy Lands and Sacred Academies did not care much about it.
Only the top 20 had the authority to bring their disciples in. First of all, congratulations to the top 20 Heaven's favorites.
Congratulations on achieving such outstanding results. When the quota was completely determined, at the undeserved forbidden ground, an old man rose into the air and stood directly in the sky above the center of Tianyuan Peak. His body was emitting a vast power. Looking over, one could clearly see his entire face from any side. It was as if one could not see his back at all. The calamity, I believe all the experts of the Forbidden Sacred Grounds and Sacred Academy know that although there are still billions of years before the calamity, we still have to make preparations in advance. Next, the Sacred Lands and Sacred Institute will gradually make some rules. Of course, this is for the future. The disciples on the prodigy roll will be our main force in the calamity. The Sacred Lands and Sacred Institute have decided to send talented prodigies and saintesses to a treasure land to cultivate and look for opportunities. The elder said, the second treasure land is the center of the universe ruins, the center of a battlefield. During the last Great War, many top-tier great beings were killed there, and there were dozens of pinnacle universe masters. The bodies of great beings are floating there, and the valuables of great beings might be there, as well as the special items of great beings. Of course, none of this is easy to obtain. It all depends on one's luck, one's ability, and one's luck. However, even if you don't obtain any treasures, cultivating there will bring you great benefits. Cultivating there won't be any weaker than cultivating in the Sacred Land and the Sacred Academy. The experts from the unexpected Forbidden Land continued their introductions. In the surrounding areas, all the experts from the Sacred Land revealed excited expressions. Also, I'll remind all of you to not think about treasures and resources after entering. Ordinary places aren't dangerous there, but the things left behind by the experts' corpses contain terrifying power. For you, one wrong move and you'll lose your lives. At the flowing water forbidden ground, an old woman added after the experts from the undeserved forbidden ground finished speaking. That's right. Treasures aren't that easy to obtain. If they were, we would have already taken them all. All disciples from the Sacred Land, Forbidden Ground, and Sacred Academy, come to Tianyuan Peak. Don't follow the other experts. Let me and the Great Elder from the Flowing Water Forbidden Land bring them to a place and send them there. The powerhouse from the undeserved Forbidden Land nodded. Xiao Xian, you will lead the team from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Let's go. When the Great Elder from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land heard the voice of the powerhouse from the undeserved Forbidden Land, he immediately instructed Wang Xian and the rest. All of your disciples, remember this. Listen to the orders of your saint son Wang Xian. Do you understand?
Yes, Great Elder.
The group of 20 disciples replied excitedly.
This time, they were lucky enough to be able to enter the ruins of the universe. This was already a great opportunity for them. Among the disciples present, they were definitely the weakest and the weakest in terms of talent.
Once they entered, they would naturally hug the thighs of the sage Wang Xian. All right, let's go. Wang Xian nodded his head and flew forward.
Wang Xian brought along the group of disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
The rest of the holy sons and saintesses from the sacred grounds and the Sacred Academy also flew over. However, the ones with the most numbers were the undeserved forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground.
The total number of disciples who flew over from the two forbidden grounds was around 1,000. That was about 500 disciples per family. There were only around 100 disciples in the space forbidden area, which was a lot less. The other top 10 sacred lands and sacred academies only had around 100 spots. From this, one could see the strength and status of the undeserved forbidden area and flowing water forbidden area.
All the forces, holy sons, saintesses, and prodigies only had around 2,000 spots combined. All right, let's go.
The expert from the undeserved forbidden ground waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped them.
In the next second, everyone felt the scene before their eyes changing. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings.
The space around them was very strange. It was as if they were in a broken glass.
The space around them was broken. If they entered a random space, they might not know where they went.
It was also very difficult to return here.
I will open the passage into the universe ruins. After you enter, remember not to kill each other. No barbarians, Lu Yu, you will maintain order. Those who kill each other, you can deal with them yourselves. The experts from the unexpected forbidden land spoke, and their gazes fell on the saint son and the saintess from the flowing water forbidden land. The two of them were the only ones who had reached the universe ruler level 5. It's the first elder.
It's the first elder. The barbarian sacred son and the flowing moon sacred lady immediately cupped their hands.
The great being from the unexpected forbidden land nodded and looked at the old woman from the flowing water forbidden land. The old woman waved her arm, and a glass-like object appeared. The old man also threw out the same object. The two objects merged together. A passage slowly appeared in front of all the saints' sons and saintesses. Enter the passage. This passage can be opened once every 100 million years. The last time it was opened was 1 billion years ago. This passage is enough for you to cultivate for a long time.
As for when you will come out, you will know. The old woman from the flowing water forbidden ground said slowly, enter.
The group of holy sons and saintesses immediately responded. Under the lead of the disciples from the undeserved forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground, the rest of the holy sons and saintesses and heaven's favorites also entered directly. Wang Xian led the group of disciples from the Dragon Roar forbidden ground and entered as well.
On the side, Ao Jian led 20 subordinates and followed by the side.
Wang Xian swept his gaze over and revealed a faint smile. After entering this place, he might be able to let an lie in the future. By then, there might be unexpected gains.
Furthermore, according to what they said, dozens of experts at the peak of the universe dominator realm had fallen at the center of this place.
In that case, there must be treasures here.
When Wang Xian and the rest stepped into the passageway, they immediately felt the world spinning.
Oh my God!
Hiss, what's that in front of us? Is it a corpse?
What a terrifying and huge corpse. What kind of creature is this?
It's so huge. Even if it's just a skeleton, its power is extremely terrifying. When Wang Xian entered the tunnel, he heard a cry of surprise. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he immediately looked ahead. Wow, my God, what kind of behemoth is this? Long Yin, who was at the side, was also looking ahead in shock. It was the skeleton of an incomparably huge behemoth.
When Wang Xian saw the skeleton, he immediately recognized it. It was the skeleton of a space behemoth from the starry universe. This was the corpse of a space behemoth that was at the peak of the universe overlord realm. The corpse contained a special elemental energy that filled the entire space. This is the corpse of a space beast from the starry universe. According to our records, the starry universe is a very powerful universe. Terrifying space beasts were born there, but these space beasts don't have intelligence. Some of them will be tamed and join the calamity battlefield. The voice of a disciple from the unfettered forbidden land came from the front. It was obvious that the undeserved forbidden ground had a lot of records about this place. In fact, the heavenly Yuan Destiny realm experts from their forbidden ground had even participated in this battle. A cosmic beast? This body is too big. The disciples from the other forbidden grounds and sacred academies heard this and sized it up with slight astonishment. What a terrifying corpse. Even a giant beast of this level can fall. This war is really unimaginable.
Just the pressure of this corpse makes me tremble. Is this? The battle of the apocalypse really that terrifying?
Huff huff. There are still a few billion years until the apocalypse. I wonder what will happen.
All the powerful disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground saw the scene and their faces were filled with shock.
Just a single corpse was enough to make them shiver. Then how terrifying would this war be? Everyone, this is the very center of the universe ruins. This space is very large, and the energy within is also very abundant, especially beside the corpses of some powerful warriors.
Also, some places here are very dangerous. Be careful, life and death are determined by fate and wealth are determined by heaven. The barbarian saint of the undeserved forbidden land said lightly, and his voice reached everyone's ears.
Disciples of the undeserved forbidden land, follow me.
The barbarian saint shouted and led the disciples of the undeserved forbidden land in a direction. Disciples of the flowing water forbidden land, follow me.
The flowing moon saintess of the flowing water forbidden land also shouted softly and flew in a direction. Clearly, they had their own goals.
The powerhouses of the two forbidden lands had been here before, so they were very familiar with this place. Let's go and take a look at the front.
Wang Xian opened his mouth and said. A force of space enveloped all the disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Buzz.
He led the group of disciples and flew rapidly in a certain direction.
The deeper they entered, the more abundant the energy became.
Wang Xian watched as his eyes sparkled.
As they continued flying forward, a glowing corpse floated in the air.
This corpse looked like a human. It was very small, but it contained an oppressive aura. It was still terrifying.
This was also the skeleton of a master at the peak of the universe.
They continued to fly deeper and deeper. All kinds of corpses were floating in the air. When Wang Xian flew for more than 10 minutes, a huge building appeared in his line of sight.
Brother Wang Xian, what is that thing?
It's so huge. It looks like a war machine.
Long Yinhao looked at the strange building in front of him. The building was filled with holes. It was obvious that they had gone through a terrifying war. However, there were powerful formations on the building. This formation was similar to a wizard's formation, but it was also similar to a magic formation. The entire building was covered by a messy formation. No one knew if they could enter it. I don't know. It might be a war treasure from some universe. This space is huge. It seems like we need to explore it ourselves.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and looked at the group of disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground behind him.
Yes, Brother Wang Xian is right. Everyone has their own opportunities. Look at the surrounding areas. Even the disciples from the undeserved Forbidden Ground and Flowing Water Forbidden Ground have scattered. In this space, we rely on strength but also on luck. If we are careful, our lives will not be in danger. I think we can split up to search for information and cultivate. We can use the communicator to communicate in here.
Long Yin hesitated for a moment before speaking up.
I need to separate from you guys and investigate this place. Wang Xian didn't hide anything and said, you guys can form a team. Since the Unfettered Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land have announced that you are not allowed to fight, as long as you don't enter a dangerous place, your lives won't be in danger. The energy density here is comparable to that of a treasured land. You can also cultivate here and improve before exploring. It's up to all of you. He continued. All right, Sage Wang Xian. Our strength is very weak and we can't hold you back. You can go and look for opportunities. Perhaps, our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land will give birth to a great powerhouse in the future.
A disciple of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground said with a smile.
The group of disciples didn't have any objections to Wang Xian's request to explore the place himself. It was already Wang Xian's credit that they could enter this place.
The sage Wang Xian had already given them a huge opportunity. They couldn't be more grateful.
All right, cultivate well. Your strength is still too weak. It's difficult to compete with the disciples of the other forbidden grounds for treasures. Let's take a stroll and try our luck. If there's any danger, it's best if we don't enter recklessly. The energy here is extremely terrifying.
With just a casual shockwave, all of you will be reduced to ashes. Wang Xian reminded them again. His gaze landed on Long Yinin and Long Yinhao. Contact me directly when you need me. Currently, I'm not a match for the Holy Son of the Undeserved Forbidden Ground and the Holy Maiden of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground.
All right, Brother Wang Xian. You have to be careful too. I'll be walking around with my sister later. Brother, be careful. Long In and Long In Hao said.
Wang Xian nodded and left immediately. Wow, our sage Wang Xian was so confident just now. Among all the saints, saintesses, and heaven's favorites, only the unfettered Forbidden Grounds sage and the flowing water Forbidden Grounds saintess are not his match. Doesn't this mean that our sage Wang Xian can be ranked third?
That's definitely true. Our sage Wang Xian is very low-key, but he is also very confident in his own strength. He is too cool.
The group of disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground exclaimed in awe. All right, let's take a look around. This place is probably not too big. After taking a look around, those who want to cultivate and those who want to look for opportunities will look for opportunities.
Long In watched Wang Xian's figure disappear and said with a smile. At the same time, Wang Xian had already arrived beside Ao Jian and the rest. Ao Jian and his men were floating in the void and standing respectfully beside Wang Xian.
Ao Jian, bring them around here and see if they can obtain any opportunities. Contact me if anything happens.
Wang Xian spoke to Ao Jian. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jian nodded. All right, let's split up.
Wang Xian said. He was prepared to act alone to see if he could find any treasures.
There were the corpses of experts and terrifying and powerful war machines here.
The space here was not very stable either.
Wang Xian sensed for a moment. He felt that the space here could only support the level 6 realm of the universe's ruler at most.
In other words, once an expert at the level 7 realm of the ruler entered this place, this space might collapse.
No one knew what would happen if it collapsed. However, it was clear that it was extremely dangerous. No wonder this treasured land was taken out for all the heaven's chosen disciples to enter. There must be a reason. Wang Xian mumbled. Fortunately, Wang Xian's original body didn't enter this time. Wang Xian was worried that his original body would be discovered, so he didn't merge with his body. This decision was very correct.
In this space, even if his main body came, he could not appear. Furthermore, he had to suppress the energy of his main body.
Since my main body cannot enter, I have less of an advantage. Of course, there are only a few, and Lai should be able to enter. And Lai should be able to bring people in as well. Wang Xian mumbled. His body moved and he continued flying forward. He scanned his surroundings. The deeper he flew, the more war machines there were. On those war machines, there were many corpses.
The energy of these corpses was not as terrifying as those at the peak of the
Universe Dominator realm, but they were not weak either. They must be experts at the 8th or 9th level of the Universe Dominator realm. With the help of the war machines, they could unleash the destructive power of those at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. Wang Xian came to the side of a war machine and found that he could enter it.
He entered the depths of the war machine and did not find any treasures.
Even if there are treasures in the war machine that can enter, they were taken away by the undeserved Forbidden Ground and Flowing Water Forbidden Ground in the past. Wang Xian mumbled as he spoke. His body moved and he flew towards a war machine that was like a spaceship.
On this spaceship, there were streams of energy enveloping it. Similarly, there were terrifying holes on it.
After he entered from one of the holes, he realized that there was an energy barrier in the depths of the spaceship.
He used his hand to sense that it was not something that he could break through.
At the very least, he needed to have the strength of a master at level 9. Even if there are treasures in this spaceship, it would be difficult to obtain them. Wang Xian thought to himself. He estimated that even if there were opportunities and treasures in this spaceship, it would be dangerous and difficult to obtain them. Otherwise, why would he leave it for them?
With this thought in mind, he moved his body and continued to investigate the surroundings. See how I am?
When Wang Xian continued to fly forward, he was slightly stunned when he saw a dilapidated building. This is the Kingdom of God?
There is actually a Kingdom of God here. Wang Xian looked at the huge building and was slightly shocked. A hint of astonishment appeared on his face.
It was the divine kingdom of a powerhouse from the 9 origin universe.
This Wang Xian was definitely not mistaken. Powerhouses from the sword and magic universe did not cultivate the divine kingdom.
Wang Xian flew over and took a look at the divine kingdom. He realized that it was of the water attribute.
The divine kingdom was in ruins, but there was still an energy seal that prevented one from entering. This divine kingdom does not have the aura of the divine dragon. It seems that it is not the divine kingdom of the divine dragon race. I wonder why a divine kingdom would appear here.
Wang Xian muttered to himself with a puzzled look on his face. He continued to search the surroundings but didn't see the divine kingdom again. There were about 50 to 60 other broken war machines, corpses, and the like. There were no treasures that could enter the divine kingdom either.
Wang Xian couldn't enter the divine kingdom even if there was an energy barrier.
It seems like I have to wait for Inflate to come before I can enter these war machines and the divine kingdom. I should be able to get a decent harvest. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was like opening a blind box. What if he could find a powerful treasure? He did not encounter any danger. Wang Xian continued flying. At this moment, his powerful sensing ability sensed a powerful spatial fluctuation.
His body moved and he flew over immediately.
When he flew over, he saw a pagoda floating in the air askew.
The entire space had no land and the entire city was floating in the air.
The position below gave people a sense of danger. That was the bottom and there was danger there. And in the position in front, the huge askew pagoda, which was upside down, had its tip inserted into the void below. It was as though it had entered another space. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a curious expression. He got closer and looked at the place where the tip was inserted. At the edge, he could vaguely sense that it was another space. However, there were spatial storms within a short distance. The energy of the spatial storms was not very strong. With Wang Xian's strength, he should be able to pass through with difficulty. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and sensed with his mind.
Someone came here just now. I think he entered the place. In the surrounding space, Wang Xian could feel the fluctuation of the space. It was obvious that someone had been here before.
The holy sons and saintesses of the undeserved forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground? Wang Xian mumbled. He hesitated for a moment before moving his body and flying straight in. There were only a few decades left before he could contact Inflate. He could go inside and take a look. Even if he was trapped inside, he would be able to get Inflate to bring him out. Buzz. A powerful tearing force of space was transmitted over. Wang Yun's space force covered his entire body and condensed into numerous sharp swords to defend against it.
Buzz. Very soon his figure appeared in another space. When Wang Yun saw the space, his body paused slightly.
This space was not very big, and it could not be compared to the space above. However, this space was not very small either.
Moreover, the energy of this space was more stable than the space above.
In the front of this space, there were more than 10 enormous pillars. These pillars seemed to support the entire space.
In this space, there was a building that was similar to the Void Pagoda. It contained the power of space. This building was almost complete and contained a huge amount of space power.
It is indeed similar to the Void Pagoda. No, this should be the Void Pagoda. It should be similar to the Void Pagoda of Inflate. The aura and level should be the...
Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled. Other than the Void Pagoda, there were more than 10 corpses.
These corpses were all trapped and killed here. Other than these, there was nothing else. To think that the Void Pagoda of the Void Clan would appear here. What a surprise. Moreover, this Void Pagoda has not been destroyed. It is obviously suppressed. Could it be that the Void Universe is involved in this war as well?
Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. His eyes flickered.
This should be a huge formation. The formation trapped and killed these experts. Impressive. A huge formation that trapped and killed more than 10 existences at the peak of the Universe Overlord realm. There's also a terrifying Void Pagoda. Wang Xian sighed slightly. Buzz. At this moment, he sensed something in his heart and immediately looked to the right. There, he saw some human figures standing in front of the huge pillars.
Those are the holy sons and holy virgins of the unfettered Forbidden Land, flowing water Forbidden Land.
I think there are also the holy sons and holy virgins of the Forbidden Land,
the Sacred Academy and the Sacred Land.
Wang Xian looked over and mumbled. At this moment, he realized that there were holy sons and saintesses and Heaven's Pride disciples around each of the huge pillars. This made him a little curious.
He hesitated for a moment before flying over.
However, before he arrived in front of them, he saw many figures at the center of the huge pillars. Obviously, these figures had been sealed and were dead.
There were many magic symbols carved on the pillar. These figures that had been sealed and died sat on a throne.
Each of them held a great magic staff and were filled with determination.
Wang Xian's arrival attracted the attention of some holy sons and saintesses in this space.
They looked over and their eyes were sparkling. "It's that Wang Xian, the holy son." One of the holy sons spoke when he saw Wang Xian. The saintesses beside him took a glance at Wang Xian and nodded.
They didn't say anything. There were 12 demon pillars here. Within each of the demon pillars was an expert who was once at the peak of the universe as a ruler of the sword and magic universe.
During the last calamity, they used the demon pillars to kill a bunch of external enemies. One of the enemies even possessed extremely terrifying battle equipment.
These demon pillars contained vast amounts of energy and their understanding of magic.
If one was lucky, they could even absorb the spiritual energy of the remaining experts. If this spiritual energy was absorbed in the future, it would be equivalent to obtaining a terrifying inheritance. It depended on how much spiritual energy was absorbed.
If it was too much, it would be even more terrifying than a magic mantle inheritance.
In addition, if one was able to enter the interior of this magic pillar, they would also be able to obtain the treasures of this expert. The magic staff in one's hand, the magic clothes on one's body, and the treasures within the spatial items.
However, it wasn't so easy to enter the inner part of the demon pillar.
One had to obtain the approval of some energy and spirit within.
In addition, if one wanted to enter the space, one had to first pass through the spatial passageway. Only those who had reached the level of a universe ruler at level 3 could enter. Of course, one could also enter with powerful defensive treasures.
For example, the unfettered Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land. They had 20 to 30 disciples who entered this place. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and sensed this place. The spatial energy here is very stable. Even if my main body enters this place will not collapse. As he sensed it, his eyes sparkled.
His body moved and arrived in front of a demon pillar.
There were 12 demon pillars with various attributes. There was also one with the space attribute. When Wang Xian arrived, 4 figures were kneeling in front of the demon pillar. His gaze swept across the 4 figures and knew that they were the holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space. The holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space also sensed Wang Xian's arrival and looked at him.
"This is a senior of our forbidden space, holy son Wang Xian. I hope you won't be unreasonable."
The saint Sun Su and I looked at Wang Xian and said faintly, "Of course."
Wang Xian nodded his head. He came to the front of the demon pillar and used his hand to sense it. The entire demon pillar should be a part of a huge magic formation.
The demon pillar still contained a vast amount of energy.
These demon pillars seemed to be able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth on their own initiative.
The energy in this space was much denser than the previous space because of these demon pillars. Buzz. Wang Xian infused some space energy into it. In an instant, waves of killing intent rushed into his mind.
His expression changed slightly. Following that, he felt a change in his vision. Waves of vast killing intent, a vast battlefield, and a terrifying battle surged into his mind.
This vast killing intent could even destroy his brain and soul.
Eh?
You're courting death. You actually dared to infuse energy into the demon pillar. Once the energy enters the demon pillar, the energy and some of the will on the demon pillar will surge into your mind and destroy all of your life force. The saintess from the forbidden space was slightly stunned when she saw Wang Xian injecting energy into the demon pillar. Following that, a mocking expression appeared on her face. "Saintess, he seems to have suffered the impact of the energy will. He is going to be done for."
It would be interesting if this Wang Xian saintess dies here. After all, he came from a small place. He doesn't know anything about the things in the universe ruins. Under such circumstances, acting rashly would take his life.
The other Heaven's Pride sons from the forbidden space were also slightly stunned when they saw this scene. They shook their heads and spoke with slight mockery and sympathy. Although this place is relatively safe, there are also many hidden killing intent. This Saint Wang Xian is about to be destroyed by the energy will of this demonic pillar.
The Saint Suenai from the forbidden space also shook his head and spoke.
Ha! The commotion over here also attracted the attention of the saint sons and saintesses beside the demon pillars.
They looked over and revealed a stunned expression.
It can't be. That Saint Sun Wang Xian used his energy to touch the demon pillars? Is he going to die?
This?
If he were to die directly, he would be the most miserable Saint Sun. He just arrived here and died here at the demon pillars.
Some of the saint children, saintesses, and heaven's favorites said with a confused expression.
At this moment, Wang Xian could indeed sense waves of vast killing intent surging over. At the same time, a scene of a battlefield appeared in his mind. In the scene, he seemed to have turned into a spatial cultivator with powerful abilities. There were 11 other existences of the same level as him in the surroundings. Their bodies trembled, and a magic pillar shot into the sky. The 12 of them moved their bodies and instantly flew toward the enemies in front of them. In the center of this group of enemies, there was an enormous space war machine, and there was a strange mountain filled with deathly stillness. There were also more than 10 pinnacle universe masters. They rushed over, and a terrifying battle erupted. Using the power of the magic array, they destroyed the silent and strange mountain peak.
They destroyed many experts at the peak of the universe dominator realm. Only the space war machine was not destroyed.
However, this war machine was completely suppressed by them. 2 experts who contained the terrifying power of space charged out from the war machine, trying to open a path. At this moment, Wang Xian saw himself waving the magic scepter in his hand. The entire space was enveloped. The surrounding space collapsed and ruptured. They entered a new space directly. Roars, sounds of battle. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire space. In the end, the 2 space-attributed experts were annihilated by them. However, the 12 of them had exhausted all their vitality.
They exchanged a glance and a throne appeared behind them. They sat on it. Death. Death. However, that invincible aura and the terrifying killing intent were still surging in this space.
It was an extremely heroic battle.
Buzz buzz buzz. Under this will, Wang Xian was like a small boat.
However, his body trembled as his powerful will and mental strength resisted. His mind remained clear. All the killing intent did not affect him at all.
Wang Xian stood there quietly for a long time, more than 10 days.
He slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect that a casual touch would yield such a harvest.
What a pleasant surprise!
Wang Xian channeled his energy into this magic pillar and obtained the impact of the will of the expert's corpse inside the magic pillar. He was able to enter his battle vision and endure the entire process. This gave him a huge benefit. That was to gain the recognition of this expert's corpse. The defensive power around the magic pillar dissipated.
Since he could enter the interior of the demon pillar, he would naturally be able to obtain everything about this expert. Such a sudden opportunity was a huge surprise to Wang Xian.
You're actually fine. At a corner, the 4 disciples of the Void Forbidden Ground were shocked when they saw Wang Xian opening his eyes. Why is there a problem? Not only is there a problem, but there are also huge benefits to be gained.
Wang Xian smiled and flew straight towards the corpse of the powerhouse in the demon pillar.
Swoosh. He easily came to the side of the powerhouse's corpse and bowed to him.
Senior brother, the defensive energy outside the demon pillar has disappeared. It can enter the interior of the demon pillar.
When the saintess of the forbidden space saw that Wang Xian had arrived in front of the expert's corpse, her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly shouted, "Whoosh!"
The face of the saint son of Suenai also changed drastically. His body moved and instantly flew upwards.
Wang Xian heard the exclamations from below and sensed the saint son of Suenai flying over. He frowned slightly. With a wave of his arm, he put away the expert's corpse and everything else. How impudent! Put down the corpse of our senior from the forbidden space.
When the saint son of Suenai saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. He immediately shouted loudly. At the beginning, when they saw Wang Xian placing his arm on the demon pillar, they thought that the will inside the destroyed demon pillar had collapsed and died. However, they didn't expect that not only did he not die, the will protecting the demon pillar had disappeared. he could enter the demon pillar directly. Seeing that the expert's corpse had been taken away and all the treasures of that expert had been taken by Wang Xian, his expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. "What's the situation?" The commotion caused the rest of the holy sons and saintesses around to look over in astonishment. When they saw that Wang Xian wasn't dead but had come to the interior of the demon pillar instead, they were also slightly shocked. "Holy son of the forbidden space, this deceased senior has already acknowledged me. Naturally, I will inherit everything that belongs to him." Wang Xian saw this holy son of Su and I flying over and said indifferently, "How impudent! This is the corpse of our senior from the forbidden space. Return it to us immediately." The holy son of Suni's expression changed drastically. His gaze focused as he shouted loudly at Wang Xian. Saint son of Su and I, according to the information I obtained, your space forbidden ground was only established in this calamity. There was no space forbidden ground during the previous calamity. It's a little too much for you to say that it's the corpse of an expert from your space forbidden ground. Wang Xian replied indifferently when he heard his words. From the one-sided memories of this expert, he knew that he was not an expert from any space forbidden ground. In the previous calamity, there was no such force. Our forbidden space was created by a spatial powerhouse in the previous calamity. This powerhouse is the partner of the powerhouses in our forbidden space. Naturally, he is also a powerhouse in our forbidden space. I would like to trouble you, Saint Wang Xian, to give us some face and return this corpse to us. At the back, the saintess from the forbidden space flew over and said to Wang Xian calmly, "I can return the corpse to you. However, there are incomplete memories and soul fragments around the corpse. After I absorb them, I will naturally return them to you." Wang Xian said, "The corpse of this expert might be due to the magic array. After his death, there were still some soul memories and broken memory fragments. These were the most profound things in the memories of this expert. And the most profound thing was naturally cultivation. After absorbing it, it would indeed bring great benefits to Wang Xian. As for that corpse, the energy it contained wasn't much. It didn't matter even if it was returned to the forbidden space. Impudent! The corpse of our senior from the forbidden space must not be desecrated. Return the corpse to us immediately." Upon hearing that, the expression of Saint Sun Su and I changed again as he shouted loudly. Saint Sun Su and I knew what this corpse meant and what it meant. When Wang Xian heard his words again, he frowned slightly and his gaze turned cold. "Who are you calling impudent? You better watch your words and don't bring yourself to be humiliated. A corpse from the previous calamity. Yet your forbidden space shamelessly said that it was your senior from the forbidden space and asked me to return it to you. Aren't you guys a little ridiculous? You want me to give you the complete corpse and give you all the treasures and weapons he has." Wang Xian stared at them and said directly with a face full of mockery. He didn't bother to hide his disdain and coldness. Just now he had already given enough face to the forbidden space. Now he wanted to take an inch and take a mile? Huh? Let's go. That Saint Wang Xian actually obtained a corpse and a treasure from the demon pillar. This speed is too fast. Didn't he just arrive? The forbidden space zone actually clashed with him. TSK. Looks like the forbidden space zone wants to snatch that corpse away. But that Saint Wang Xian didn't give him any face at all. That Saint Wang Xian is really not simple. In the past, the forbidden space zone sent countless strong disciples to this place. But they weren't able to obtain the corpse from the demon pillar. Yet he actually obtained it directly. Looks like he has some ideas. Let's go. In the entire space, all the holy sons, holy virgins, and heaven's pride disciples immediately flew over when they saw the situation here. Their eyes flickered as they sized up Wang Xian. The faces of the holy sons, holy virgins, and the other two disciples in the forbidden space changed drastically when they heard Wang Xian's words. They stared coldly at Wang Xian. Their eyes filled with a sinister look. "Everyone, don't forget the rules. Anyone who dares to break the rules will be killed immediately." The saint son of Wuman from the undeserved forbidden ground flew over. He swept his gaze across Wang Xian and the saint sons and saintesses from the forbidden space and warned them indifferently. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and smiled faintly. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't say a word.
The saint son of Su and I stared at Wang Xian, his face filled with unwillingness. In the core of the universe ruins, the greatest opportunity for all the disciples was these 12 demon pillars. As these experts were sealed and died in the demon pillars, their souls and wills wouldn't dissipate.
If he could absorb them bit by bit, he would be able to obtain a terrifying inheritance.
If he could obtain this corpse, he would be able to obtain all the inheritances of a master of the universe at the peak, a spatial expert. It was much more powerful than the top-tier magic mantle and sword bowl. The holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space, as well as the other experts, stared at Wang Xian with unsightly expressions. Wang Xian had obtained the treasures in the 12 magic pillars belonging to the spatial attribute experts.
This also meant that their forbidden space was no longer fated to be with this magic pillar. Even the opportunity to absorb some scattered soul fragments was gone.
This made them look indignant.
Holy Son Wang Xian, can you tell us how you obtained the approval of the corpse of the powerhouse in the demon pillar?
Holy Son Wu Man looked at Wang Xian and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Everyone was shocked that Wang Xian obtained the approval of the corpse in the demon pillar.
Similarly, their hearts were burning with passion.
If they could obtain the recognition from the corpse of the expert in the pillar with their talents, they would definitely be able to reach the pinnacle of the universe overlord realm.
I don't know how it happened exactly. When I injected my energy into the pillar, I was attacked by the will of the pillar. Scenes of the expert's death surfaced in my mind.
I managed to resist the invasion and destruction of the terrifying will and gained the recognition of the corpse in the pillar. When Wang Xian heard their words, he hesitated for a moment. He did not hide anything and spoke directly. There was no need for them to hide this. It was extremely difficult to resist the impact of the will in the pillar. If Wang Xian did not possess the will and mental strength of his original body, he would have lost his vitality under the impact of the mental strength.
This mental attack was not something they could withstand.
Can you withstand the mental attack? When the saint son of no man heard Wang Xian's words, his expression changed slightly and was filled with a solemn expression. They had been reminded by their seniors that they had to be careful of the mental attack of this demon pillar.
This was not something they could withstand. In the past, some of the disciples that they had just explored in the no-man forbidden ground had died under the mental attack.
In the past, those who could enter this place were not much weaker than the saint child. The saintess of flowing water forbidden land frowned slightly when she heard this. He should be able to withstand the impact of the will from the powerful warrior's corpse in the demon pillar and watch the scene in his memories before he died. However, it's extremely difficult to withstand the impact of the will.
The saintess from the undeserved sanctum frowned and said,
"Furthermore, I'm afraid that it would be useless if a strong man of the same attribute withstands the impact of the will." The saint from the undeserved sanctum added. His expression was a little ugly. It was too difficult to obtain the corpse in the demon pillar. Saint Sun Wang Xian, do you have a way to withstand the impact of the will?
The saintess of the flowing water forbidden ground couldn't help but ask Wang Xian.
No, I don't have any treasure that can resist this will. It's all my luck.
Wang Xian replied indifferently. Thank you.
The barbarian saint and the rest nodded their heads and cupped their hands at Wang Xian. They knew about Wang Xian's situation. They didn't see him using any treasure to resist it.
This was purely due to his strong willpower to withstand the impact of the terrifying willpower.
The group of people from the unfettered forbidden grounds of the flowing water forbidden ground moved and came before the magic pillars again. They were thinking about how to withstand the impact of the willpower, how to obtain the recognition of the strong expert's corpse inside.
The rest of the holy sons and saintesses from the forbidden grounds also left.
This Wang Xian holy son has such a powerful opportunity. He has obtained the corpse of that spatial attribute expert. In the future, he will definitely be able to step into the peak of the universe overlord realm. In the future, he will definitely be a top-notch expert in our continent. Yeah, who would have thought that he would obtain such a terrifying and lucky opportunity just now? This is simply too heaven-defying. The holy son and saintess from the forbidden space seem to be very unwilling. They seem to have had a conflict, but that Wang Xian didn't give a damn about them. In the future, as long as Wang Xian doesn't die, he will definitely be one of the top-notch powerhouses in our sword and magic universe.
This luck is too strong. However, the forbidden space is a little unlucky this time. Without the spatial magic pillar, they will definitely lose their greatest opportunity. The group of holy sons and saintesses from the sacred grounds of the forbidden space were discussing in low voices.
Regarding the small conflict between Wang Xian and the holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space, they were only discussing it. In the ruins of this universe.
With the rules of the unfettered forbidden land and flowing water forbidden land, no one dared to kill each other here.
Furthermore, with the strength of the holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space, they might not be a match for Wang Xian. Although Wang Xian's ranking was one rank lower than that of the holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space, everyone knew that he was concealing his strength. Wang Xian had become the biggest winner among all the holy sons and saintesses and Heaven's Pride disciples.
This made many saint sons, saintesses, and Heaven's Pride disciples extremely envious. When Wang Xian saw the group of saint sons and saintesses leaving, his gaze swept across the 4 people in the forbidden space. His body moved and he flew towards the center of this group of demonic pillars.
There was another treasure there, and that was the Void Pagoda. A Void Pagoda that was on the same level as Enlai's. This kind of Void Pagoda should only be owned by Void race experts who were at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. Moreover, it seemed that only a few Void race experts who were at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm could own one.
It was extremely powerful and also extremely precious.
According to the scene that he had just obtained in his mind, another extremely powerful war machine had been destroyed by the 12 demon pillars. Only this Void Pagoda was not destroyed. Wang Xian flew over and sized up the entire Void Pagoda with a twinkle in his eyes. However, the Void Pagoda had been sealed off and there was no way for him to enter. Let's wait for Enlai to arrive. The reward this time is already very big. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had unexpectedly obtained the corpse of a powerhouse. Furthermore, there was his will inheritance on it. This could deepen his understanding of the power of space.
It would also allow him to improve much faster in the future.
He swept his gaze across his surroundings and sat cross-legged on the ground. A wave of energy wrapped around him.
At the same time, the corpse appeared in front of him.
Due to the special seal, the corpse still contained a terrifying amount of energy.
Wang Xian began to cultivate quietly.
The energy in the ruins of the universe, coupled with the power of space emitted by the corpse, allowed his improvement speed to increase by a lot. It was much faster than when he was in the Tower of the Moon.
Buzz buzz.
Thousands of years passed by quickly. Wang Xian opened his eyes. Today was the day he made an agreement with Enlai. Summon Enlai over and enter this Void Pagoda. In addition, you can enter other war machines and even that divine kingdom. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling.
Buzz. A demonic altar appeared in front of him. Wang Xian waited quietly.
Dragon King.
Soon, Enlai's figure appeared. He bowed respectfully to Wang Xian.
Is everything normal in the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian asked.
Dragon King, everything is normal in the Dragon Palace.
Enlai nodded. Then he focused his gaze and looked to the side. Dragon King, is this the Void Pagoda?
As he spoke, he was slightly shocked. His eyes were glowing.
Yes, the Void Pagoda. The powerful Void Pagoda. Enlai, bring my main body here first. Then we will enter the Void Pagoda. Wang Xian nodded and continued to instruct him.
It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. Very soon his figure disappeared.
When Enlai reappeared, Wang Xian's main body followed him. Buzz. Wang Xian merged with him and the powerful force merged again. He scanned his surroundings and revealed a faint smile. This space was much more stable compared to the previous space. However, if he were to launch an attack, he could still destroy this space. However, this was sufficient. As long as Wang Xian appeared in the previous space, the space should not be able to withstand it. At least this space could withstand it. Enlai, bring me in. Wang Xian looked at the Void Pagoda at the side and said, even though his original body was looking at the Void Pagoda, he could sense the powerful energy and power from it. This Void Pagoda was not simple. It was much more powerful than the innate supreme treasure. It was only slightly weaker than the fragment of the heaven's origin creation. This was already very terrifying.
Buzz.
Soon, Wang Xian's body moved and entered the interior of the void pagoda. It was exactly the same as the interior of the dark intense void pagoda.
Similarly, there was a throne at the highest position. It was the mechanism that controlled the energy here.
Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. Compared to the void pagoda that dark intense obtained, there were a large number of corpses in this void pagoda. There were at least hundreds of thousands of corpses.
These corpses had 2 horns and carried a trace of spatial energy.
Their appearances were similar to humans, but their facial features were completely different. There were many types of skin, and some of them were dark.
Their thick skin was like a layer of armor.
Wang Xian sized them up in astonishment. He came to the front of a corpse and tried to sense it.
This should be the void race of the void universe, an extremely terrifying race.
Wang Xian mumbled. These corpses should have died from the impact of external energy. Of course, it was also possible that they were trapped here and died. They had stayed here for more than 20 billion years. Those who were below the heaven's origin and had a lifespan of at most 1 calamity. That was more than 30 billion years of life.
Since the birth of these void creatures, they had definitely exceeded the limits of life. Wang Xian looked at these corpses.
There were many treasures on the bodies of these corpses. The weapons looked like swords, but they were slightly different from swords. There were saw teeth on them. Of course, these things could also be used as swords. There are quite a number of treasures. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression and kept these sharp swords. Some of the sharp swords were comparable to innate treasures. There were dozens of such sharp swords. This was definitely a huge income.
Other than the weapons, there aren't any resources.
Wang Xian checked around and didn't find any elixirs. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time that the elixirs had evaporated. He moved his body and arrived at the seat of the throne.
He sat on it and channeled the power of space into it.
However, what surprised Wang Xian was that he couldn't open the void pagoda. What's going on? This void pagoda is already ownerless. I can't activate it.
I can't refine it into my own treasure.
Wang Xian was astonished. Waves of energy were injected into it, but there was still no reaction. What's the reason?
Special bloodline and physique.
Wang Xian frowned slightly and looked at Enlai, who was beside him. Enlai, give it a try. Wang Xian sat on the throne and injected energy into the tower. Immediately, waves of energy were injected into the tower. The entire void pagoda reacted as well. Enlai can do it, but it's impossible for him. Is it because Enlai's physique is similar to that of the void race? Wang Xian guessed in his heart when he saw this scene. Some clans had their own unique weapons. Other than the experts from their own clans, the other experts could not control them. This was not impossible.
This was the case with the void pagoda. Even if Wang Xian obtained an ownerless void pagoda, he could not control it.
This made him look disappointed. The power of the void pagoda was beyond doubt.
But unfortunately, he could not control it.
Dragon King, to control this void pagoda, you may need a special physique. My physique is similar to that of the Void Clan, so I can refine it.
Enlai replied, in addition, Dragon King, this void pagoda is already ownerless. I found a living space in this void pagoda. I'll open it for you.
Buzz, buzz. As he spoke, a space appeared behind him. It was an incomparably huge space. There was a place to rest and a place to live.
There was also a place to plant spiritual herbs and treasures. Oh,
there are treasures inside this void pagoda? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He immediately flew over. Yes, Dragon King. The void pagoda is like the nest of a race. This is like the insect race having their own mother nest. According to my understanding, the void race is divided into many races. They are not completely unified. Many small races of the void race fight for themselves. The void pagoda is divided into 2 types. This is the first type, which belongs to the nest of those small races.
It is their survival base. The disciples of the void race born in this survival base constantly build and strengthen this void pagoda.
The second type of void pagoda is a weapon that belongs to the top-notch experts. It's just like the void pagoda that I have now. It's a true void royal clan. It's a weapon that is used for expeditions and battles. It's not used for survival. And Lai introduced it to Wang Xian. This made him nod his head.
Void Clan, Void Royal Clan. The Royal Clan didn't say that they had complete control over all the disciples of the Void Clan.
There were still some tribes that fought on their own. When the War of Calamity began, they would plunder resources and snatch treasures. This Void Pagoda should belong to a tribe in the Void Universe. They aimed at the sword and the magic universe, hoping to obtain the spatial treasures here.
However, they were left here.
No wonder this Void Pagoda is slightly different from you and Lai. However, their levels shouldn't be too different. Wang Xian mumbled as he stared at the space in front of him.
Whoosh! Wang Xian's body moved and immediately flew towards the space in the void.
Pagoda. As the place where a tribe lived, there was a living space here. It contained a space, and this space was very large. Wang Xian flew over and scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the space in front of him. It should be the place where the divine herbs and divine trees were planted. However, it seemed to be a little deserted at this moment. The divine herbs and divine trees did not reach the level of the heaven's origin creation. They also had a lifespan. Time had already consumed everything here. However, when Wang Xian arrived at the center of the space, his eyes slowly glowed.
There was a piece of divine wood in the middle of the space.
This kind of divine wood was very strange. It looked a little illusory, just like a mirror.
It hasn't been worn out by time. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes were sparkling.
He then looked at the bottom of these divine trees. There were many fruits on the ground.
Some of the fruits contained less energy.
This is the growth of the divine trees. No one took away the fruits on them.
Therefore, the fruits fell and the fruits sprouted again, growing into divine. Wang Xian looked at the scene and understood why these divine trees did not disappear under the passage of time. This was a cycle of reincarnation. In the past, when the divine trees grew and the fruits fell, the fruits grew into divine trees. This was also the reason why these divine trees still existed. He scanned his surroundings. There were not many of these divine trees, but there were a few hundred of them.
Each of them contained a huge amount of energy. This divine tree was a divine tree that belonged to the 8th level of the Universe Dominator.
Wang Xian looked at the fruit on it and picked one to sense it. The space-attributed fruit was of great use to Wang Xian. He scanned his surroundings and realized that there was a treasure vault located in the deepest part of the area.
This should be the treasure vault of this void race. Wang Xian had a look of anticipation in his eyes as he walked to the front of the treasure vault.
Buzz! The treasure vault was opened under the control of Lai. He entered the treasure vault and all kinds of energy charged at him.
The treasure vault not only contained the energy of the space attribute, but also the energy of other attributes. Located at the central entrance was the head of a powerful godly beast. The entire head was sealed in a transparent solid body.
This should be a decoration.
However, the head of this divine beast gave off an extremely majestic feeling.
Wang Xian sized it up.
This was the head of a divine beast at the peak of the universe overlord realm. It was hunted down by this void race, leaving behind its head. Looking inside, there were some weapons. In addition, there were many treasures that had lost their energy, especially those treasure bottles. It was obvious that they were used to contain some medicinal pills and other treasures. Scanning through them one by one, other than the weapons, many other treasures had lost their energy. There were more than a dozen space-attributed weapons that were comparable to innate supreme treasures.
This void race is not weak, Wang Xian thought to himself. However, based on the images in his mind, the 12 demon pillars were even more terrifying and powerful. Even Wang Xian could not last more than a few minutes inside with the help of the 2 heavens origin treasures. Of course, if Wang Xian could improve a little more, it would be hard to say.
Wang Xian opened some porcelain bottles one by one and looked inside.
He opened more than 10 of them consecutively but didn't find anything. Buzz!
With a wave of his arm, all the porcelain bottles in the entire treasury were opened. There were more than 200 of them.
Buzz! At this moment, Wang Xian felt a surge of energy coming from a few porcelain bottles in the middle. He looked over immediately.
What a strong vitality! He waved his arm and 3 porcelain bottles flew into his hands. He opened them and realized that there was some liquid stored inside. For some unknown reason, the liquid did not disappear despite the passage of time. Perhaps it was not due to the medicine.
Wang Xian sensed for a moment and his eyes glowed.
The liquid that was filled with life force belonged to the wood attribute.
The energy was extremely terrifying. Although this porcelain bottle was only the size of a palm, the space inside was more than 10 square meters. The energy contained in the liquid in these 3 porcelain bottles was extremely terrifying.
This should be able to raise my actual strength. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. The harvest this time was simply too great. Excitement appeared in his eyes. After putting away these resources, Wang Xian looked around and didn't find any more resources. I can absorb these wood-type liquids with my own body. I can absorb those space-type divine trees with the body of the void divine dragon. Wang Xian mumbled. Lai. His mind moved and he shouted at Enlai. Enlai flew over immediately. Dragon King. He bowed respectfully.
Let's go out first and head to a few other places. He moved and left his original body here. Then he instructed Enlai. Enlai nodded his head and brought him out immediately.
Hide yourself,
Wang Xian said to him before flying to the entrance of the space.
He looked at the space above and flew directly. After passing through the space whirlpool, he returned to the unstable space above again. It's Saint Sun Wang Xian from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
He came from below. It seems that he can enter the space below. However, with our strength, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous. What's the space below?
When he came out, he realized that there were many Saint Sons, Saintesses, and Heaven's favorites from the other Saint Children's forbidden grounds.
When they saw Wang Xian flying out from here, their faces were filled with astonishment.
Saint Sun Wang Xian, what's that space? Can you tell us? A Saintess couldn't help but ask Wang Xian. A space that contains more energy. There are some great opportunities in it.
However, without the strength of a level 3 universe dominator, don't even think about entering it.
Wang Xian glanced at them and did not hide anything. He spoke directly. Thank you, Holy Sun Wang Xian.
The Saintess thanked him immediately.
She looked at the entrance of the space with a burning gaze. Wang Xian did not reply and continued flying forward. A space that contains more energy contains a great opportunity. The rest of the Saint Sons, Saintesses, and Heaven's favorites also looked into the space with a burning gaze. The Saint Sun Wang Xian should not be lying to us. Those powerful Saint Sons, Saintesses, and Heaven's favorites don't seem to be in our space anymore. However, they require the strength of a level 3 universe dominator to enter. They looked at this entrance with a hint of helplessness on their faces. After Wang Xian spoke to the group of Holy Sons, Saintesses, and Heaven's favorites, he left immediately. His first target was a divine kingdom. A divine kingdom in the realm of the universe's ruler.
This should be a powerhouse from the 9 origin universe. For some unknown reason, he had joined this war.
The divine kingdom was now sealed, but it still contained energy. Wang Xian flew over with Enlai and entered easily.
The divine kingdom of the universe from the previous calamity is really rare. Wang Xian entered and scanned his surroundings.
His body moved and he immediately started to search around. He found a pond that was filled with energy. This pond contained majestic water elemental energy. This water elemental energy was sufficient to increase Wang Xian's dragon chi by a lot. Other than this item, he did not discover any other resources. This universe god country can call Aohe and the rest over and let them slowly devour it. After all, this is the god country of an expert at the peak of the universe overlord realm. Wang Xian mumbled. However, with Aohe and the rest's strength, it would take too long for them to completely devour this god country. Furthermore, their levels were too high and they might not be able to devour. Enlai, bring Aohe and the rest over and give it a try. If they can devour it, it would be a huge opportunity for them. Wang Xian said.
It's the Dragon King.
Enlai nodded and immediately disappeared. Soon, Enlai brought Aohe here. Greetings, Dragon King. Aohe immediately bowed respectfully when he saw Wang Xian. Let's see if this divine kingdom can be devoured. Wang Xian spoke to him. It's the Dragon King. Dragon King. The level of this divine kingdom is so high. He looked around and his eyes were burning with passion. Yes, the peak of the Overlord realm. You stay here first. We will go to other places. Wang Xian said.
He and Enlai came to the other war machines.
There were more than 10 other places that they could not enter.
However, with Enlai, they could enter easily.
They came to the war machines one by one. Unfortunately, Wang Xian did not find any resources inside.
There were quite a number of divine stones with various attributes. However, Wang Xian could not devour these divine stones to increase his strength.
Other than divine stones, there were all kinds of metals. These metals were of great use for the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate. War machines were used for war. It was normal that there were no medicinal pills, herbs, or other resources inside.
However, the harvest was still huge.
This Tower of the Firmament is indeed powerful. It is a very powerful war machine. Give the blueprints to the Fire Hammer Dragon Seed and the Dragon Witch. Let them study it with Lin Wenluo and see if they can build the Tower of the Firmament. Wang Xian said to Enlai. The Tower of the Firmament was a war machine. Wang Xian happened to find a blueprint of the Tower of the Firmament here. A war machine of this level could kill existences at the peak of the universe's ruler.
It was also a great killing machine that could dominate the universe.
The Divine Dragon Clan was not good at using weapons in the past. However, due to the combination of the Divine Dragon Clan and the Insect Clan's technology,
the new dragon species that were born had different directions. If they could create a powerful Tower of the Firmament, it would be a huge boost to the strength of the Dragon Palace.
It's the Dragon King.
Enlai nodded.
After plundering all the war machines that could not be entered, Wang Xian returned to the Divine Kingdom once again. He nodded slightly when he saw Ao Crab and the group of devouring dragons devouring them.
As long as he could devour them, Ao Crab and the rest would be able to improve rapidly.
It's time for me to improve as well. It's been a long time since my original body's strength has improved. Wang Xian mumbled.
He got Enlai to bring him to the Void Pagoda where Wang Xian's original body was sitting cross-legged.
Upgrade. A faint smile appeared on his face. With a move of his body, he immediately transformed into the 9 origin universe. Wang Xian let out a low roar. A large amount of resources appeared in front of him from the surrounding areas. The body of the Void God Dragon is also undergoing cultivation.
The body of the Void God Dragon sat cross-legged at the side. He took out the corpse of the expert and began to cultivate quietly.
In the following period of time, Wang Xian began to improve his strength. The resources he obtained this time were enough for him to improve by a level. As time passed, the energy in Wang Xian's body was also increasing rapidly. Boom! 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 Crack, crack, crack. After more than 10,000 years, waves of vast energy gushed out from Wang Xian's dragon body. The 9 attributes were emitting dazzling rays of light around him. It was holy and majestic. Waves of vast energy gushed out from Wang Xian's body. This energy was definitely the best in any universe. It was the power of a master at the peak of the universe.
Ding, congratulations to host for increasing your level and breaking through to the level 5 of the master of the universe. Ding, congratulations to host for increasing your level and strengthening the 9 origins dragon field.
The system's voice sounded at this moment. Wang Xian opened his eyes and revealed an excited expression. His mind moved. Name Wang Xian.
Race, 9 origins divine dragon, man-dragon unity. Level 5 of the master of the universe, 9 transformations unity, origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough.
Ability. Governs the water race below its own level.
Devours living beings to extract origin.
Control of the 5 elements.
Technique, divine dragon transformation. Ability, soul absorbing, spirit attaching.
Law ability. Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements dragon claw, Yin Yang breakthrough, 8 luminaries dragon scale, sacred dragon shadow, heavenly dragon 8 tribes, dragon tomb, cloud dragon soaring, true dragon body. Laws and abhijnas. 8 dragon pillars, 8 dragon clones, towering dragon horns, mighty heavenly dragon, Divine Tail Pearl, Life Dragon Breath, Shadow Dragon Clone, Abyss Dragon Chase, Abyss Dragon Transformation, Wind and Thunder Dragon Birth, Mad Dragon Star Explosion, Domain 9 Origin Dragon Domain. Control Laws: Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light, Darkness, Wind and Thunder. God Country, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Innate. Dragon Palace members. 8060450. I've broken through. It's been tens of millions of years. It's been hundreds of millions of years. I've finally broken through. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and revealed a smile. His realm had been raised to level 5 of the Universe Overlord. With his 9 attributes, he was able to fight against experts at the peak of the Universe Overlord realm without the aid of any treasures. It would be even more terrifying if he were to use the Heaven Origin Creation Fragment. Wang Xian felt the strength of his body and a smile appeared on his face. The strength of his original body was the root of everything. At present, with his strength and trump cards, in the entire sword and magic universe, other than the 2 Heavens Origin Creation existences, no one was his match. Of course, he still had to keep a low profile. Once he was targeted by the Heavens Origin Creation, Wang Xian would still be killed instantly. Next, I should upgrade the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. The metal and weapons I obtained this time will be able to upgrade them a little. Wang Xian thought to himself. Although it wasn't enough to upgrade the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate directly, it would still be able to upgrade their accumulation. The breakthrough of his main body was a great benefit to Wang Xian. It was also a great benefit to the cultivation of his Void Dragon body. After Wang Xian's ascension, his main body allowed the Great Mill of the 5 Elements and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to absorb the metals obtained in the Divine Kingdom. His Divine Dragon body came to the space of the 2nd level. The energy contained in the space of the 2nd level was much more than that of the 1st level. He sat there with his legs crossed. He took out the corpse of the powerhouse and continued to cultivate. This powerhouse was at the side. He was able to absorb some soul fragments from time to time, which could deepen his understanding of the power of space. It originated from the top-notch powerhouse in the previous calamity. He had a unique grasp of the power of space. Wang Xian was cultivating in one spot. In the surrounding area, basically all the holy sons and saintesses as well as the heavens favored ones were surrounding the demon pillar. They were trying their best to obtain the inheritance within. Some holy sons and saintesses even perished because of this. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to these things. He was cultivating all the time. Time passed by quickly. His control over the power of space was also increasing. In just 20 million years, he could sense the arrival of the shackle. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. With a jolt of his body, a powerful force broke through this shackle. It was an easy breakthrough. The 4th level of the Universe Dominator. The increase in his strength caused a smile to appear on Wang Xian's face. He opened his eyes and felt the energy in his body. He moved and arrived at the entrance to the 1st level of the space. He entered directly. At the exit, there were still many holy sons and saintesses from other forces gathered. Some were cultivating in the surroundings while others were thinking of ways to enter the 2nd level. Wang Xian flew out from the 2nd level and continued to fly forward. He took out his communication device and contacted Long Yinin and Long Yinhao. Soon, Long Yinin and Long Yinhao received a message. Wang Xian gave them some instructions and flew in a direction. Brother Wang Xian. Brother Wang Xian. Holy Son Wang Xian. Soon Long Yinin, Long Yinhao and the rest appeared. They were followed by a group of disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian smiled at them. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place. Brother, did you find any opportunities? Upon hearing that, Long Yinhao asked excitedly. I guess so. However, there are many people there. Wang Xian smiled and said, It's the 2nd level of the space. Haven't you heard of it? The 2nd level of the space? I've heard of it. I've heard that the energy in that space is even more abundant. Furthermore, there are opportunities in there. The holy sons and saintesses of the top-notch forbidden lands are all there. Long Yinhao quickly replied.
Yes, that's the place.
Wang Xian nodded his head. I've heard that one needs the strength of a level 3 universe dominator to be able to enter that place. Brother Wang Xian, can we enter that place? Long Yinhao asked.
Yes, I've obtained some opportunities in there. My strength has increased. Due to the space attribute, it's enough to bring you guys in. Wang Xian said.
He could indeed bring them into the second level now. To enter the second level, they had to pass through the space storm. Before they had a breakthrough, he couldn't bring them in. However, after the breakthrough, it was enough.
Are you kidding me, brother?
You've broken through again.
Long Yinhao's incredulous voice was heard.
Let's go. Wang Xian smiled. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy enveloped them and brought them forward. Our Saint Wang Xian has broken through again. Isn't his speed too fast? It has only been a short while, but he has broken through so quickly. Yeah, this is too terrifying. Now that our Saint Wang Xian has the strength of a level 4 overlord of the universe, doesn't that mean that he's comparable to the barbarian saint of the unfettered forbidden land and the flowing moon saint of the flowing water forbidden land? His strength is comparable. This Saint Wang Xian is too strong. In the future, he will definitely become a top-notch powerhouse in our universe.
When the group of disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land heard Wang Xian's words, they were all shocked.
The current Saint Wang Xian is already a very powerful powerhouse. In our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, he's only slightly weaker than the deacon. However, how long has our Saint Wang Xian been cultivating for? Furthermore, we can stay here for 100 million years. In the remaining tens of millions of years, Sage Wang Xian should be able to raise another level. It shouldn't be a problem. This is truly heaven-defying.
A disciple from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground exclaimed.
They looked at Wang Xian's figure. The admiration they felt was not concealed at all.
At the side, Dragon Roar looked at Wang Xian with admiration and a hint of pride. Wang Xian brought them to the entrance where a wave of spatial energy enveloped them.
He led them straight to the second level. Buzz. The spatial storm was completely blocked by Wang Xian and successfully brought them into the second level. What?
That sage Wang Xian actually brought all the disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground into the second level.
This? What kind of strength does he have? Or does he have some powerful treasure? How could he bring 20 disciples who were not even in the ruler realm into the Forbidden Ground?
Damn, that sage Wang Xian is too freakish?
Isn't he too freakish? The luck of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground is too good.
When the group of holy sons and saintesses of the Sacred Institute of the Forbidden Ground saw that Wang Xian actually brought people into the Forbidden Ground, they were all shocked beyond words.
At the same time, they were also envious of the disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Wow, they really came in. The second level. The energy here is so dense. What is that in front of us?
There are so many huge demon pillars. There are quite a number of people here. The Dragon Roar and the Dragon Roar entered and looked around in astonishment.
Let's go. I'll bring you guys to the demon pillars to train. These demon pillars contain the corpses of top-notch experts. It's beneficial to train around the demon pillars. Wang Xian smiled at them as he swept his gaze across the magic pillars. There were 12 magic pillars. In the entire sword and magic universe, there were only 10 attributes.
The 2 additional magic pillars were of the water attribute.
In other words, there were 3 magic pillars of the water attribute here.
The Dragon's Roar Forbidden Land mainly focused on the water attribute.
He brought along the Dragon's Roar and Dragon's Roar as he flew towards a magic pillar of the water attribute. The rest of them looked around curiously. They came to the front of a water attribute demon pillar. There were disciples from the flowing water forbidden ground cultivating around them. They were slightly surprised when they saw Wang Xian bringing the disciples from the Dragon's Roar Forbidden Ground. However, they didn't say anything.
After all, out of the 12 demon pillars, only Wang Xian had absorbed a space attribute demon pillar and obtained all the inheritances and treasures.
Other than Wang Xian, no one else had succeeded, including their saintess Flowing Moon.
These are all experts from the flowing water forbidden land.
Yes, they should have arrived here long ago. When the disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land saw the disciples of the flowing water forbidden land, Their faces revealed expressions of fear as they transmitted their voices softly.
Fear was also this battle.
The strength of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land was ranked 90th in the entire universe.
As for the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, it was ranked 2nd. It could be said that any top-notch expert from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground could destroy their Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. In addition, the disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground were all at the Overlord level.
As for them, apart from Long Yin and Long Yin Hao who had reached the peak of the Universe Night Realm, the rest were only at the 7th or 8th level of the Night Realm. There was even a younger one who was at the 5th level of the Universe Night Realm. When Wang Xian and the rest arrived, the disciples of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground didn't say anything. Yin Hao, you guys are cultivating here. If you are lucky, you will be able to absorb the soul fragments of the powerhouses here. Your luck is not bad. It's even comparable to obtaining some sword alms and magic alms inheritance.
Wang Xian spoke to them.
Yes. Thank you, Brother Wang Xian.
Long Yin nodded her head heavily. A happy expression appeared on her face.
Brother Wang Xian. At this moment, a voice came from a spot not far away. Following that, Wang Xian saw more than 10 figures flying towards him. The leader was a woman. She was covered in flowing water and had a comfortable smile on her face. Beside her was another young man covered in flowing water.
Both of them exuded a powerful and noble aura.
They flew over and their eyes landed on Wang Xian.
This is really amazing. I didn't expect Brother Wang Xian to have achieved a breakthrough in your strength.
The one who spoke was the Saintess of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, Saintess Flowing Moon. She looked at Wang Xian with a hint of shock in her eyes. As the Saintess of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, they possessed a large number of treasures.
Naturally, they also had a lot of treasures for scouting. Naturally, they could sense that Wang Xian's strength had already broken through.
After breaking through, Wang Xian would have the same level of combat strength as them.
Although they didn't think that Wang Xian would be their match, it wouldn't be that easy for them to kill Wang Xian. Furthermore, he had obtained the corpse of the inheritance of a top spatial master from the previous calamity. I was just lucky.
Wang Xian looked at the people in the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and landed on Saintess Luyu. He smiled faintly. This isn't something that can be done by luck. Saintess Luyu looked at Wang Xian and glanced at the Dragon Roar, Long Yin Hao and the rest. She said directly, Saint Wang Xian, to tell you the truth, we have a favor to ask of you.
Oh? Please tell us, Saint Flowing Moon.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at them curiously. We have a method in the Flowing Water Forbidden Land. We can use one person as the core to transfer and evenly spread any damage.
The Flowing Moon Saintess said we used this method to transfer the impact of the will on the demon pillar. However, one of our junior brothers who was the core died instantly. He didn't even last a minute. This is because we have already transferred dozens of portions of the impact of the will on the demon pillar. With our willpower and mental strength, we can't withstand this impact at all. It's hard to imagine how you managed to succeed, Saint Wang Xian.
As she spoke, she suddenly stopped. Wang Xian looked at her and smiled, indicating for her to continue.
To break the demon pillar, we need experts of the same attribute to inject their energy into the demon pillar. However, it's not necessary to withstand the impact of the will. Our method is very safe. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to withstand the impact of the will.
We would like to ask Saint Wang Xian for help. We will use this method to break the demon pillar.
Saintess Lua continued. After Wang Xian obtained one of the demon pillars, they had thought of ways to break through the Flowing Water Forbidden Land and obtain the recognition of the corpses of the experts inside.
However, they had never succeeded. They had even lost a junior brother who was at level 3 of the Universe Dominator. Based on the time that this junior brother had died, they concluded that even if their strength could be upgraded by another level, they would not be able to withstand the impact of this willpower. This shocked them immensely. They could not understand how Wang Xian could withstand the impact of this willpower. You want to use me as the core and I will bear most of the impact of the willpower. However, you should obtain the approval of the corpses of the powerhouses in the magic pillar. Wang Xian looked at the Saintess of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and asked directly. Yes.
This method of our Flowing Water Forbidden Ground can help Brother Wang Xian share some of the impact of the will. Of course, this sharing is only our limit. You have to bear most of the impact of the will yourself, brother.
Wang Xian.
Of course. Since you can bear the impact of the will of the space magic pillar alone, you must be able to bear the impact of the other magic pillars as well.
After all, the powerhouses who are at the peak of the dominance of the space attribute are acknowledged to be the strongest. The flowing moon saintess said, "Of course, our flowing water forbidden ground will not let you help us for nothing. You can name your conditions and we will try our best to fulfill them." When Wang Xian heard her words, his eyes flickered slightly. He glanced at the magic pillars one by one. Yes, I want 2 water attribute magic pillars."
He hesitated for more than 10 seconds. He said directly, 2 water attribute magic pillars. In addition, since we are going to open the magic pillars, we might as well open all of them.
Your flowing water forbidden ground should contact the undeserved forbidden ground and the other disciples of the forbidden ground to discuss it together.
Other than the 2 water elemental magic pillars, other than the corpses of the strong ones, I want to choose the 2 items on his body first.
Wang Xian stated his conditions directly.
Since the flowing water forbidden ground had the spell, Wang Xian could open all the magic pillars.
After opening them, he didn't care about the corpses of the strong ones because they weren't of much use to him. However, Wang Xian couldn't miss out on some of the treasures that these strong practitioners possessed.
In addition, he wanted the corpses of 2 water-attributed strong practitioners to give to Long Yining and Long Yinhao. He had been with them for tens of millions of years and had many friendships. He wanted to give them an opportunity.
2 water-attributed corpses. Brother Wang Xian, don't you want too many of them? Before the flowing moon saintess could reply, the other saint's son from the flowing water forbidden ground had a drastic change in expression. He immediately spoke up.
There were 3 water-type magic pillars in the entire second level. Once Wang Xian wanted 2 of them, the third one would definitely belong to the flowing moon saintess.
Then he wouldn't have any gains. This was unacceptable to him. Brother Wang Xian, if there are 2 water-type corpses, I can give you 1.
The flowing moon saintess also frowned slightly as she spoke.
It's not much. You can consider it. If you are willing to help, I will help. The rest of the magic pillars are useless to you. However, you can make a trade with the unfettered forbidden land. I believe that the value of your trade will definitely be more than my gains. Oh, that's right. I know the holy sons of the Void Dragon Holy Land. I will make a trade with them for the metal attribute magic pillars. In other words, I want 3 magic pillars and 2 treasures for each powerhouse. Overall, it's still your flowing water forbidden land. You guys have gained a
huge advantage.
Wang Xian spoke.
The condition that Wang Xian mentioned wasn't very high. There were a total of 12 demon pillars. He had absorbed 1 of them and there were still 11 left.
As for these 11 demon pillars, he wanted 3 of them and there were still 8 left.
In addition, he wanted the 2 treasures on the corpses of the powerhouses in each of the demon pillars. As for the flowing water forbidden land, they would obtain 8 corpses of the powerhouses and 8 powerful inheritances. Compared to treasures, these inheritances were much more powerful.
It was not an exaggeration to say that unless these 8 experts had extremely powerful treasures, they were not as valuable as these inheritances.
Furthermore, if the treasures were only at the level of a connate cardinal treasure,
then the value of these treasures could be worth at most 3 corpses.
No matter what, it was still better than the flowing water forbidden ground.
When the flowing moon saintess heard Wang Xian's words, she frowned slightly and revealed a contemplative look. You can have the other attributes, but we want 2 water attributes.
The holy son of the flowing water forbidden ground looked at Wang Xian with a changing expression and said, or we can use the other treasures as compensation. The holy son of the flowing water forbidden ground did not want to give up on a top-notch inheritance at the pinnacle of the universe dominator. Such an inheritance existed in the flowing water forbidden ground, but it wasn't something he could obtain.
He was only the holy son of this generation. There were many generations of holy sons and holy virgins before him.
Some of the holy sons and holy virgins were even more talented than him. Therefore, the inheritance of this magic pillar was extremely important to him. What's the use of giving me the magic pillar of other attributes?
The disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground are all of the water attribute. Wang Xian shook his head lightly. There's no room for negotiation. If you agree, we'll work together. If you don't agree, then forget it. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surrounding magic pillars. Wang Xian wasn't very interested in these magic pillars. The cultivation methods of the Nine-Origin universe and the Sword and Magic continent were somewhat different. As the Divine Dragon Clan, they had their own cultivation methods. They were no weaker than the attack methods of the Sword and Magic continent. Therefore, Wang Xian really didn't care about the corpses of these experts. Ao Jian and the rest didn't have too much of a demand for the corpse of the metal-attributed expert. Their cultivation methods were different. Even if they obtained the corpse of an expert, they could only undergo a supplementary cultivation. As for the treasures, they were still acceptable. If he could obtain them, Wang Xian was prepared to sell all of them in exchange for resources to increase the strength of his main body and the strength of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. When the Saint Son of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground heard Wang Xian's decisive words, his expression turned ugly. The Flowing Moon Saintess frowned slightly and glanced at the Saint Son beside her. "Let me contact our seniors in the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground." She hesitated for a moment before speaking. The inheritance within these magic pillars was too powerful. Even as the Saintess of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, she couldn't make the decision on certain matters. "Can you contact the outside world?" "That's even better. If you agree, I need your Flowing Water Forbidden Ground to protect the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. This is to prevent the powerhouses from other forbidden grounds from threatening us to give the two water elemental magic pillars to the others." Wang Xian added on. "All right." Saintess Flowing Moon nodded and contacted him immediately. Buzz. "All right. Our seniors from the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground have agreed." Soon, Saintess Flowing Moon spoke to Wang Xian. "All right, let's start now." Wang Xian looked at Saintess Flowing Moon and said. The Flowing Moon Saintess nodded her head and looked at the water elemental magic pillars in front of her. "Let's divide the 3 water elemental magic pillars freely. There aren't many records of the strong ones from the previous calamity." "Yes, that's fine." Wang Xian nodded his head and didn't reject her. "Since that's the case, we will activate the spell and connect all of us together. Brother Wang Xian, although you aren't of the water element, as long as you don't resist, there won't be any problems." As the Flowing Moon Saintess spoke, she swept her gaze across the disciples around her. "Begin, set up the formation and cast the spell." "It's the Flowing Moon Saintess." The disciples immediately replied. At the side, the Saint Son of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground had an indignant look on his face. However, the Flowing Moon Saintess was the most respected person in the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. His strength was a level lower than the Flowing Moon Saintess. There was no room for him to choose or resist. "Thousand Flowing Saint's Son, this time, the seniors in the Forbidden Ground will give you some compensation. The benefits will not be small either," the Flowing Moon Saintess said to the Thousand Flowing Saint's Son. "Okay." The Thousand Flowing Saint's Son took a deep breath and nodded. "Let's begin," the Flowing Moon Saintess said and looked at Wang Xian. "Brother Wang Xian, stand over here." "No problem." Wang Xian nodded and stood in front of them. The disciples of the Lushui Forbidden Ground also stood around Wang Xian immediately. Brother Wang Xian, Long Yinin and the rest couldn't help but call out to Wang Xian from the side. "A few days at most, a few hours at most. Let's begin." Wang Xian smiled at them before looking at Saintess Luiyue. Saintess Luiyue nodded her head. With a wave of her hand, a huge staff appeared in her hand. She waved her hand forward, and streams of water currents connected everyone. Wang Xian looked at the water currents flowing into his body and sensed that there was no danger. "It's about to start. Saintess Wang Xian, don't resist." As Saintess Luiyue spoke, her palm moved and landed directly on the demon pillar. Following that, a wave of willpower impact force surged towards her. However, this surge of willpower force entered her body and spread to the surroundings along with the flow of water. Wang Xian's eyes flickered when he saw it. Following that, he felt a strong surge of willpower force surging towards him. Wang Xian's eyes focused as he tried his best to resist it. Images appeared in his mind. The images of the battle were somewhat similar to what he had seen previously. There were also some differences. Furthermore, Wang Xian felt that the impact of the will this time was much weaker than the last time. This was due to the fact that the impact of the will was slightly scattered.
After all, there were more than a dozen people around to help him split the burden.
Furthermore, space was the king. Naturally, the impact of the will of space-attributed experts was also the strongest. Wang Xian resisted the impact of the will. The images in his mind kept flashing.
This time it was much faster than the last time. Eh?
What are the flowing water forbidden ground and the Saint Sun Wang Xian doing?
Could it be that they have found a way to break the magic pillar?
In the surrounding area, the undeserved forbidden ground, the rest of the Saint Sons and Saintesses from the top forbidden ground and the Saint Academy looked over. Their eyes were sparkling. The holy sons and saintesses from the forbidden area looked at each other. Then they flew over.
Eh?
What are they doing?
The barbarian Saint Sun flew over and swept his gaze across the flowing moon Saintess and Wang Xian. His eyes were sparkling. Eh? Senior brother, this Wang Xian Saint Sun seems to have made a breakthrough in his strength.
At this moment, the saintess from the unfettered forbidden land looked at Wang Xian. A treasure on her wrist was glowing as she spoke in astonishment. It should be. This Saint Wang Xian is very monstrous. He must have obtained many great opportunities and his combat strength is also very strong.
The Saint Wu man nodded his head. His gaze landed on Long Yin Hao and the rest. His eyes carried a questioning look.
Saint Wu man, Saintess Harmony, Saintess Flowing Moon, and Big Brother Wang Xian are preparing to break open this demon pillar and obtain the treasures and corpses inside. Long Yin Hao immediately spoke when he saw the gaze of Saint Sun Wu man. Long Yin Hao did not dare to act rashly towards the most powerful Saint Sun in the sword and magic universe.
Do they have a way to break the demon pillar?
Saint Sun Wu man's gaze focused. His eyes revealed a burning look as he asked.
Saintess Flowing Moon said that she has a way to break it with the help of our big brother Wang Xian.
Long Yin replied.
They had just arrived and did not know what the corpse in the magic pillar represented.
They did not know how precious it was.
We can break through it.
The eyes of the barbarian Saint Sun flickered slightly. They stood at the side and stared at it intently. No one dared to destroy the magic pillar while the people from the flowing water forbidden ground were destroying it. The undeserved forbidden ground would not disturb them either.
Time passed quickly.
However, after 5 hours, a special energy emerged from the entire magic pillar. The energy barrier on the magic pillar began to dissipate slowly. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at the position above. It's a success.
At the side, Saintess Flowing Moon revealed an excited expression. Her eyes were burning as she stared at the magic pillar that had been opened.
Her body was trembling slightly.
We did it.
We really did it.
What a fast speed.
This holy son Wang Xian's willpower is so terrifying. He succeeded in just a few hours. I thought it would take a few days. A disciple from the flowing water forbidden ground said with burning eyes.
Although they could not obtain these demon pillars, they could definitely obtain a lot of rewards.
Let's continue. I'll take the corpses and treasures in this magic pillar first. The next one belongs to your flowing water forbidden ground. Saintess Flowing Moon, you can choose between the 2 magic pillars.
Wang Xian moved and came to the top of the magic pillar. With a wave of his arm, he kept the corpse.
When Saintess Flowing Moon saw this scene and heard his words, she nodded her head.
A faint smile appeared on her face. All right, Saintess Wang Xian. It's a pleasure to work with you. Let's have this water elemental magic pillar then.
It's a pleasure to work with you.
Wang Xian smiled and looked at the magic pillar that Saintess Lu Wei was pointing at. He nodded his head. Saintess Lu Wei, what method are you guys using? When the barbarian saint saw the scene, he moved his body and flew to the front of Saintess Lu Wei with burning eyes. He stared at her and then glanced at Wang Xian, who was beside him.
This is the unique method of drifting in our flowing water forbidden land. Of course, the main reason is that the holy son Wang Xian is able to resist the impact of the will. Saintess Lu Wei smiled at him. For the next demon pillar, if you want to open the unfettered forbidden land, the holy son Wang Xian will have to take 2 of the treasures from the corpses in the demon pillar. As for us, we will also need some resources to exchange for them. Saint Wang Xian, you can send the news to your seniors in the undeserved forbidden ground. Let your seniors in the undeserved forbidden ground talk to our seniors in the flowing water forbidden ground. The flowing moon saintess said to him with a smile on her face. The eyes of Saint Wang Xian flickered slightly. He nodded without any hesitation and said, "All right, no problem."
Okay.
The flowing moon saintess nodded and looked at Wang Xian. "Continue, Saint."
Wang Xian.
"Sure."
They moved and arrived in front of another demon pillar.
The flowing water forbidden land and that Wang Xian joined forces and managed to break the demon pillar. This is amazing."
Hiss, what method did they use to break this demon pillar? Doesn't that mean that all the remaining demon pillars can be broken?
All the saint sons and saintesses from the forbidden land flew over from their surrounding positions and looked at this scene in shock.
Wang Xian and the rest ignored the shock in the surroundings and continued to crack the second water elemental demon pillar.
A few hours later, this demon pillar was easily cracked. Saintess Lu Yu flew over excitedly and took away all the corpses and treasures inside.
Following that, the third water elemental demon pillar was easily cracked by Wang Xian and the rest.
The corpses and treasures inside were taken away by Wang Xian. How? These 2 corpses are for you." After Wang Xian obtained the corpses in the 2 demon pillars, he immediately threw them to Long Yin and Long Yin Hao. "Brother Wang Xian, no way. Are these for us?" Long Yin Hao looked at the corpses that flew to his side. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock.
Long Yin was also shocked.
At first, they didn't know much about this corpse. But in these few hours, they heard the exclamations and discussions of the other holy sons and saintesses from the other holy lands. They had a complete understanding of the effects and abilities of this corpse. Because of the special nature of the death of the powerhouses in the magic pillar, and because they were sealed.
All of their essence, energy, and spirit were locked within this demon pillar.
Within the corpse, there were fragments of their spirit, as well as the comprehension of the great beings within.
As long as the corpse was placed beside one's body to cultivate, there was a very high chance that one would be able to absorb everything that this great being had learned before he died. What was this? This was an existence that was even more powerful and precious than the sword alms bowl and magic mantle.
Furthermore, the sword alms bowl and magic alms bowl were also divided into different levels.
There were not many sword alms bowls and magic alms bowls at the peak of the universe overlord realm in the entire universe.
However, the corpses in this magic pillar were several times more precious than the sword alms bowl and magic alms bowl at the peak of the universe overlord realm. Now, Wang Xian had given them such a terrifying inheritance directly. This was no different from allowing them to ascend to the heavens in one step. It allowed them to have the capital to step into the peak of the universe's ruler in the future. It allowed them to become the top experts in the sword and magic universe in the future.
If I don't give it to you, what's the point of me keeping it?
Wang Xian heard Long Yinhao's exclamation. He smiled and said, "Absorb the energy and essence in this corpse as soon as possible. It won't be safe outside of this cosmic ruin. It's a sin to have treasures. However, as long as you absorb all of it, there won't be any problems. By absorbing this corpse, you have the hope of stepping into the peak of the universe's ruler." This Wang Xian sage actually gave the 2 corpses to his junior brothers and sisters in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. This is simply a great opportunity. To the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, they are not qualified to obtain treasures of this level. What kind of opportunity is this? If I remember correctly, Wang Xian joined the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground halfway. Now, he has given them 2 terrifying opportunities. If Wang Xian is willing to give these 2 corpses to the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, he would be able to exchange for an identity that is not inferior to the status of the holy sons and saintesses of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground.
In the surrounding area, the holy sons and saintesses of the other forbidden ground saw the scene and their eyes revealed an extremely heated expression. The jealousy and envy in their eyes were not concealed at all.
This kind of opportunity was extremely huge even for the holy sons and saintesses of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land. They did not dare to dream of it.
Now, the 2 of them who were only disciples at the peak of the universe night realm were able to obtain it.
This was simply unfair to the heavens, especially the holy son of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land. When he heard Wang Xian's words, the jealousy and greed in his eyes were not concealed at all. His breathing was a little hurried. Even he did not get such a treasure. It was actually obtained by two people whose status was much lower than his and whose strength was much weaker than his.
He was somewhat unwilling to accept this.
Brother Wang Xian Wei, Long Yin and Long Yin Hao were stunned. They opened their mouths with a look of shock on their faces. The words of these two corpses were not pleasant to hear. If they had been obtained by the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, if they weren't in the universe ruins right now,
then these two corpses could give them the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and bring them a disaster. Yes, it was that terrifying. Currently, the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground didn't have any universe ruler pinnacle level great beings. And these two corpses could give an extremely talented disciple a 50% chance of reaching the universe ruler pinnacle level.
Although it wasn't a 100% chance, it was already very terrifying.
The peak of the universe overlord realm was the strongest in the entire universe.
Other than the heaven's origin, they were the strongest existences. Now, a huge opportunity had fallen on them.
We'll find a place to absorb it later.
Wang Xian smiled and continued. He looked at Saintess Luiwei and said, Saintess Luiwei, quickly discuss the conditions with the other forbidden lands. Once the conditions are settled, we will break all the remaining magic pillars. All right. Saintess Luiwei's eyes flickered as she looked at Wang Xian. She then glanced at Long Yin and her brother and revealed a hint of envy. Saint sons and saintesses, next, we will break the remaining magic pillars. Other than the metal-attributed magic pillars, you can trade with us for the rest of the magic pillars. Get your seniors to contact our seniors in the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. The one with the highest price will get it. Also, let me remind you that the two treasures on the corpses of every powerhouse belong to Saint Sun Wang Xian. He can choose first. Saintess Flowing Moon spoke to all the saint sons and saintesses around her. His words made all the saint sons and saintesses look excited. If we can absorb the wind element magic pillar,
contact our seniors in the Forbidden Ground immediately and ask them to talk to the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground
to dominate all the inheritances of the peak powerhouses. I hope our Saint Academy can negotiate with the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. Excited voices were heard. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes flickered. Saintess Flowing Moon, we are in the ruins of the universe. Can we send resources here from the outside? He couldn't help but ask Saintess Flowing Moon. I can't do that. Saintess Flowing Moon shook her head.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he had an idea.
He didn't want all the treasures in the magic pillars for his own use. He didn't lack treasures now. His main goal was to exchange these treasures into resources to upgrade his main body. Apart from one magic pillar that belonged to the water attribute of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and the space attribute magic pillar that he obtained himself.
He could also choose two of the treasures that belonged to the corpses of the powerhouses in the 10 magic pillars.
That was 20 treasures.
These 20 treasures were the strongest treasures of an expert at the peak of the universe dominator realm. Treasures of this level were extremely precious to a group of experts at the peak of the universe dominator realm. In that case, there was an 80% chance for Wang Xian's original body to make another breakthrough after exchanging these treasures for resources.
That's right. As long as Wang Xian achieved another breakthrough, his strength would be terrifying.
Against the destiny of the heaven's origin?
It might be a little difficult. However, he was already at the level of a ruler. As he was making a plan in his heart, his gaze swept across the surroundings. Ao Jian was also at the surrounding area. It was just that the two of them had concealed their relationship for the time being. Sword Sage Ao, please come over. I have something to discuss. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking directly to Ao Jian.
When Ao Jian heard Wang Xian's words, he cupped his hands and flew towards him immediately.
Both of them flew to the side.
What's the relationship between the Holy Son of Void Dragon, Forbidden Ground and Holy Son Wang Xian? It seems that the Holy Son of Void Dragon Forbidden Ground has some respect for this Holy Son Wang Xian. What's going on?
I don't know. Do they know each other? What's their relationship? The surrounding holy sons and saintesses were stunned when they saw Wang Xian and Ao Jian walking to the side. The two strongest dark horses on the prodigy roll this time. One was Ao Jian, Holy Son of Void Dragon Sacred Ground. The other was Wang Xian, holy son of Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
These two were definitely dark horses.
Extremely terrifying dark horses. From the looks of it now, they seemed to know each other. This made them extremely curious.
Are Wang Xian and the holy son of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground know each other?
How do they know each other? Yeah, what's going on? When the disciples of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground saw this scene, they were also slightly surprised. Long Yin and Long Yin Hao were also slightly surprised. Their faces revealed a curious and pondering look.
Brother Wang Xian must have met the experts and disciples of Void Dragon Forbidden Land when he was in the Holy Moon.
Long Yin Hao guessed. Yes, it's very possible. Long Yin also nodded. However, they didn't suspect Wang Xian. What a joke. The two corpses that Wang Xian gave them were more valuable than the entire Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
What did Wang Xian plan to do with the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground?
It was impossible. The eyes of the holy sons and saintesses of Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and Undeserved Forbidden Ground flickered when they saw Wang Xian and Ao Jian walking to the side. They were guessing the relationship between them.
After all, Wang Xian and Ao Jian were existences who had obtained or were about to obtain the inheritance of the corpses in the Demon Pillar.
They might be top-notch experts in the future, so they had to pay attention to them. Dragon King, what orders do you have?
Ao Jian looked at Wang Xian from the side and transmitted his voice respectfully.
Next, I will trade the treasures I obtained with the sacred grounds of the Forbidden Grounds. The resources after the trade will be taken over by the charming dragon species. For now, we should not expose our identities, Wang Xian said to Ao Jian.
After all, they did not belong to this universe. In order to prevent others from targeting them, Wang Xian decided to be more careful. All the treasures were traded in the ruins of this universe and handed over to the holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden grounds of the Holy Land. After that, he would let the charming dragon seed take the resources first.
Wang Xian's main body would go out and bring it over. In this way, he could ensure that the transaction would proceed smoothly. If he were to conduct the transaction outside, Wang Xian was afraid that some powerful forbidden lands would covet it.
In order to be on the safe side, this was also the best way.
It's the Dragon King. Dragon King, what identity shall we use to get along with each other?
Ao Jian nodded and asked, just pretend that we've met before in the Holy Moon. PV also met the Lord of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian said. Ao Jian nodded.
His body moved and flew to the side.
Brother Wang Xian, do you know the holy son Ao Jian from the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground?
Long Yin Hao couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Wang Xian flying over. Yes, I've met him in the Holy Moon. I've also met the master of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Of course, I only found out about this later. Wang Xian didn't hide anything and said with a smile, Saintess Lu Yu, we have already discussed with your Flowing Water Forbidden Ground about the fire, wind, and thunder attribute magic pillars. We want them. At this moment, Saint Sun Wu Man received a message and spoke to Saintess Flowing Moon.
Yes, I have received the message as well.
Saintess Flowing Moon nodded. He looked at Wang Xian and said, Thank you.
Saint Sun Wang Xian.
We are just cooperating with each other.
Wang Xian shook his head. Everyone moved and arrived in front of the wind attribute magic pillars.
Following that, they continued to crack the magic pillars.
One by one, the magic pillars were broken. Wang Xian was the first to come to the front of the corpse and took away 2 of the treasures on the corpse. The weapons that could be used by a master at the peak of the universe were not simple. Especially the 2 items that Wang Xian chose first. Each of them was a rare existence.
This made Wang Xian's gains extremely terrifying. When he broke through the 3 magic pillars, the ownership of the other magic pillars had already been negotiated. The other forbidden grounds, the sacred grounds of the Saint Academy, and the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground were also negotiated. The 12 magic pillars were broken through one by one. It was the last one. This made the holy sons and saintesses who had obtained the corpses in the magic pillars look extremely excited. This was a huge opportunity for them. Could make them become top-notch experts. Saintess Luiyue, I have a request. Can you ask the seniors in your tribe to contact the experts in our Void Dragon Forbidden Land?
We want to make a deal with the holy son Wang Xian. When all the magic pillars were broken, Ao Jian cupped his hands towards Saintess Lu Wei and said,
No problem. I wonder what kind of deal the Void Dragon Holy Land wants to make with the Holy Sun Wang Xian.
Saintess Lu Wei said very politely, "We would like to exchange all the treasures in Holy Sun Wang Xian's hands for resources. We would like to make a deal with your powerful Holy Land." Ao Jian replied,
We would like to make a deal with all the treasures in Holy Sun Wang Xian's hands? Saintess Liu's gaze froze as she looked at Wang Xian. Yes, I have so many resources in my hands. Naturally, I have to trade for something useful to me. Otherwise, if I keep it in my hands, it will be coveted by other powerhouses. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. All right, I will contact the two of you immediately. Saintess Lu Yu's gaze flickered slightly. All of them had witnessed the treasures obtained by Wang Xian. Some of the treasures were indeed extremely powerful. There were the staffs, sharp swords, and protective clothing worn by these powerhouses. These were considered top-notch treasures in any forbidden land. Naturally, they wanted to obtain them and conduct the trade. In the surrounding area, the disciples of the Sacred Grounds and Sacred Academy in the Forbidden Land immediately spread the news to the seniors of the Sacred Grounds and Sacred Academy. Things handed over good. Wang Xian then came to the side of the position.
In how I'll set up a barrier for you and you can start cultivating inside. Try to increase your power to the 3rd and 4th level universe masters in the next 80 million years or so.
Wang Xian said to Long Yin and Long Yin Hao. With the bodies of the strong, and with the power of this place. Next, their strength can gain a surge period. 80 million years to upgrade a few levels. Should not be a problem.
Thank you, Brother Wang Xian.
Long Yin's eyes twinkled as he spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. With a move of his hand, swords of space appeared in one place.
The space sword rises, forms a terrible sword cover space.
All of you are cultivating inside now. I will be cultivating inside after settling some matters. Wang Xian said to them. His gaze swept across the surrounding disciples of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. All of you can cultivate in the surroundings. Yes, it's Saint Sun Wang Xian. All the disciples replied respectfully.
Now, they were exceptionally respectful towards Wang Xian.
Not to mention, even Saintess Lu Yu and Saint Sun Wu Man were courteous towards Saint Sun Wang Xian.
The 2 corpses that the Wang Xian saint took out were given to each of the holy sons and saintesses of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Such behavior was worthy of their respect. After Wang Xian had dealt with the situation of the Dragon Roar, he began to wait.
He was waiting for the time to come. Ao Jian Saint Sun, we have already helped you contact the experts of your Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian Saint Sun, are you selling all the treasures in your hands?
A few days later, Saintess Lu Yu said to Wang Xian and Ao Jian.
Yes, we are going to sell them all. We will give the treasures to the holy sons and saintesses of the holy sons and saintesses of whichever forbidden ground after they are purchased by the Holy Academy.
Wang Xian nodded and said,
The transaction will take place in more than 4,000 years. We need to make some preparations for the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Ao Jian also said from the side. All right, I will pass on your message. Saintess Lu Yu nodded. The transaction was scheduled to take place in 4,000 years because Enlai would come over in 4,000 years. At that time, he would bring Wang Xian's original body out of the cosmic ruins. The original body would leave the space to prevent any accidents from happening during the transaction. In addition, once the transaction was successful, Wang Xian's original body would immediately absorb it. Holy Sun Wang Xian, we want 5 treasures from the unfettered forbidden ground.
Holy Sun Wang Xian, we want 4 treasures from the flowing water forbidden ground.
More than 4,000 years passed quickly. In the ruins of the universe, one by one, the disciples of the Sacred Land and the Sacred Academy were trading with Wang Xian. Wang Xian gave them the treasures. At the same time, in Tianyuan City, the 2 charming dragon species were collecting all the resources that the Sacred Land and the Sacred Academy had traded. There were a total of 20 treasures.
Each of them was the strongest weapon used by the strongest masters of the universe.
These were definitely top-notch treasures.
The value of such treasures was extremely terrifying.
The resources exchanged would be enough to raise the strength of Wang Xian's actual body. Let's go.
After the transaction was completed, the two charming dragon seeds moved and immediately flew towards a certain direction.
Let's go.
When they flew to a certain location, Wang Xian's main body sensed his surroundings.
He had a thought and instructed and lie. Buzz. In the next second, their figures disappeared. After sending the two charming dragon seeds back to the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground, Wang Xian ordered Enlai to bring him back to the Void Pagoda in the middle of the universe ruins. Where did this Void Dragon Forbidden Ground come from? We have been searching for a period of time in the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground, but we haven't found any information or any clues. We haven't even found the leader of the Void Dragon Holy Ground. At the same time, in a large hall in Tianyuan City, a group of experts from the Forbidden Ground were sitting inside.
Among them, there were more than 20 peak-level universe masters.
A peak-level universe master from the Space Forbidden Land couldn't help but speak out.
I don't know. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. However, the experts from the Void Dragon Forbidden Land don't have peak-level experts, but their disciples' combat strength is extremely powerful. It's as if they have grasped a powerful sword technique. An old man from Holy Land who carried a huge sword on his back shook his head and looked confused.
He couldn't help looking at the great beings from Flowing Water Forbidden Land and Undeserved Forbidden Land in the center. Void Dragon Forbidden Land wasn't supposed to be in their sight.
However, the deal this time involved a total of 20 top-tier Universe Master True Treasures, which allowed Void Dragon Forbidden Land to obtain a large amount of resources. This amount of resources was extremely huge for any Forbidden Holy Land present.
Obtaining such powerful resources naturally attracted their attention.
Some Forbidden Holy Lands and Sacred Academies even had other thoughts.
This Void Dragon Forbidden Land is indeed extremely mysterious. I don't know where it came from, but it should have come from some sealed treasure land. An old woman from Flowing Water Forbidden Land said indifferently. They didn't suspect that the Void Dragon Forbidden Land came from another universe. This idea hadn't even been born, because they knew that before the calamity started, the universe would have a huge repulsive force. When the powerhouses from other universes entered here, they would be subjected to a terrifying suppression. Moreover, they could also sense that the other party was not an expert from their sword and magic universe. No matter what, it's a good thing that our sword and magic universe has a powerful force born. The elder from the unexpected Forbidden Land also said indifferently, then stood up. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave for now.
After saying that, the elder from the unexpected Forbidden Land directly disappeared. The old woman from the Flowing Water Forbidden Land cupped her hands together and disappeared. The Unfettered Forbidden Land and the Flowing Water Forbidden Land were the only forbidden lands in the universe that possessed the existence of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm. They possessed the will of a Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert. And at the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm, what they were looking at was no longer the difference between the powers of the Forbidden Lands and the Holy Lands. Instead, it was their entire sword and magic universe.
It was the multiverse.
Otherwise, with their strength, the entire sword and magic universe would have no other holy lands and holy academies.
They would all belong to the two forbidden lands. The Undeserved Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land had also inherited the will of the heavenly fate. Under normal circumstances, they would not bully the other forbidden lands and holy lands. This had also created the transcendent status of the two forbidden lands. The experts from the two forbidden lands left. The rest of the experts from the other forbidden lands took a glance and left immediately with their own thoughts.
As for what they were going to do, perhaps only they themselves knew.
Those resources were enough to make some of the experts from the forbidden lands take action. Wang Xian did not know about this matter.
However, when he arrived at the Void Pagoda, he also reminded the Charmed Dragon Seed and the rest to be careful. Wang Xian knew that it was a sin to be rich. At this moment, Wang Xian wasn't too worried about the matter regarding the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Now, after obtaining the extremely powerful resources, his strength was enough to allow him to improve once again. Wang Xian transformed into the body of the Divine Dragon and entrenched himself in the Void Pagoda. He looked at the resources in front of him and revealed a faint smile.
Absorption.
Rapid absorption.
A large amount of resources entered his body. causing his dragon energy to increase rapidly. As time passed, the energy in his body became denser and denser. Roar! 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 Dragon roars sounded around him out of thin air. This dragon roar seemed to come from the void and from the unknown. Just as Wang Xian was about to break through, the shadows of the divine dragons appeared around him. There were a total of 9 shadows of the divine dragons. They kept circling above Wang Xian. Slowly, the 9 divine dragons gradually merged together. Wang Xian sensed the changes in his surroundings. His eyes flickered slightly. The last time he made a breakthrough, there wasn't such a huge commotion. This time, the breakthrough was terrifying. If it wasn't in the Void Pagoda, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake. Even so, the entire interior of the Void Pagoda was enveloped by the 9-colored energy. It filled every space. Even the powerful Void Pagoda was slightly weak in front of the 9-colored attribute light. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level and breaking through to the level 6 realm of a universe overlord. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through and strengthening the 9-origin dragon field. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. The divine dragon in the sky above Wang Xian's body slowly entered his body. The 9-colored radiance merged into one, causing the color of Wang Xian's body to be very strange. It was a little dark gold in color. However, his dragon horns were like diamonds, looking extremely transparent. An extremely terrifying power surged out from his body. His entire body looked extremely majestic. Wang Xian sensed the energy contained in his body and revealed an excited expression. He had broken through the 6th level of the Universe Dominator. His current strength was already above the Universe Dominator. Yes, above the Universe Dominator. Above the pinnacle of the Universe Dominator. Now he had no idea how strong Wang Xian was. Even without the help of the Heaven Origin Fragment, he could easily kill a powerhouse at the peak of the Universe Dominator. With a thought, Wang Xian looked at his attributes. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 9-origin divine dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, Universe Overlord Level 6, 9 transformations returned to 1. Origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability, rule the water race below one's level. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul capture. Spirit attachment. Law supernatural ability. Dragon Eye Lock. 5-element dragon claw. Yin-Yang realm breaking. 8 luminaries dragon scale. Holy dragon shadow. Heavenly dragon 8 tribes. Dragon tomb. Cloud dragon soaring. True dragon body. Laws and abhijanas. 8 dragon pillars. 8 dragon clones. Towering dragon horns. Mighty heavenly dragon. Divine tail pearl. Life dragon breath. Shadow dragon clone. Netherworld dragon pursuit. Netherworld dragon. Transformation. Wind and thunder dragon birth. Mad dragon star explosion. Domain 9 origins dragon domain. Control laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind and thunder. Kingdom of God. Dragon Palace. Innate. Dragon Palace member. 8060450. Looking at his information, he revealed a smile. Other than these attributes, Wang Xian currently had the Starfield Lock Fragment and the Book of Water Forbidden Spell, 2 pieces of Tianyuan fragments. Other than these 2 treasures, he also possessed the Black Resurrection Lily. This was also a very powerful and terrifying treasure. Could replay the state from a few seconds ago. It was very terrifying. As for the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc, they were still at the 9th level of the Universe Overlord. They had not been able to improve. The improvement in his strength allowed Wang Xian to be more neutral in this universe. He smiled. With a thought, Wang Xian and the dragon roar were cultivating in a sword shield over at the void dragon body. With that corpse and the density of the energy here, Wang Xian was able to achieve a significant improvement this time around. He began to use all his strength to upgrade his void dragon body.
The Void Dragon body would be an extremely powerful trump card for Wang Xian when it matured in the future.
The power of space was indeed terrifying. In the aspect of teleportation, it was extremely terrifying even when it was used to chase after enemies. In the following period of time, Wang Xian began to cultivate in the ruins of the universe.
Time passed day by day.
5,000 years later, An Lai flew over and reported a piece of news. This news did not originate from the Dragon Palace, but from the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. The Void Dragon Forbidden Ground was attacked by an unknown powerhouse. Furthermore, they were teleported into the Holy Moon.
The moment the powerhouse attacked, the charming dragon seed was teleported out of the Holy Moon.
As expected, the huge amount of resources attracted the covetous eyes of some powerhouses from the Forbidden Ground. I wonder which powerhouse from the Forbidden Ground made the move. It shouldn't be the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground or the Unexpected Forbidden Ground. Wang Xian mumbled after receiving the news. The Unexpected Forbidden Ground and Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. With their strength, there was no need for them to do such a thing. It was possible that there were other forbidden lands and holy lands that possessed experts at the peak of the universe overlord realm. Although Wang Xian had already expected this, a faint killing intent still surged in his heart when someone attacked him. However, Wang Xian did not know who the person who attacked him was. He had no way to take revenge. He continued to keep a low profile.
Unless Wang Xian felt that he had the strength to fight against the heaven's origin creation, he would not slaughter his entire sect. If he were to be too high profile, he might be targeted by the Tian Yuan Kismet powerhouses.
He would put this matter aside for the time being.
For the next tens of millions of years, Wang Xian had been cultivating.
40 million years later, Wang Xian's Void Dragon body had another breakthrough and reached the level 5 of the Universe Dominator. The level 5 of the Universe Dominator was already very terrifying. All disciples, get ready to come out. 80 million years passed in the blink of an eye.
On this day, a vast voice suddenly sounded in the center of the entire universe ruins. When all the disciples heard this voice, they hurriedly opened their eyes. The time of 100 million was up.
They were about to leave.
Wang Xian also opened his eyes. He exhaled and scanned his surroundings.
Through his senses, the energy in the cosmic ruins had decreased by a lot compared to the beginning. His gaze landed on the spot beside him. Long Yinin and Long Yinhao had also opened their eyes. Both of their abilities had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Universe Overlord realm.
The increase in their abilities over the past 100 million years was extremely terrifying.
Most importantly, it was because of the corpse.
Now, the corpse of the expert had turned into ashes.
All the energy and spiritual fragments supporting it had been absorbed. Brother Wang Xian, we are going out. Long Yin looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile, Brother Wang Xian, I have advanced to the 3rd level of the Universe Dominator. Ha ha ha, the 3rd level of the Universe Dominator. I am the most powerful Saint's son in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. Ha ha. If our parents and grandparents knew about this, they would definitely be shocked.
Long Yinhao stood up and said excitedly,
to have advanced to this level in 100 million years, this was something they did not dare to imagine.
According to their thinking, to be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Universe Dominator was already heaven-defying luck.
Now that the Universe Dominator was at the 3rd level, their future path was clear in their minds. There was a high possibility of stepping into the peak of the Universe Dominator. This was a realm that none of the powerhouses in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground had stepped into.
Hee, not bad.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded at them. Brother Wang Xian, what is your current strength? The Dragon Roar looked at Wang Xian and asked. The 5th stage of the Universe Dominator realm. The time required for me to improve is much longer. Wang Xian replied with a smile.
The level 5 realm of the ruler of the universe is still the spatial attribute. This is considered quite strong in our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Brother, you are the best. It will probably take us hundreds of millions of years to step into the level 5 realm of the ruler of the universe. Especially after we leave this place. Dragon Roar spoke in admiration.
There's no rush. There are still billions of years before the arrival of the calamity. All of you have enough time. All right, let's go out. As Wang Xian spoke, He waved his arm and the sword shield disappeared. In the surrounding area, some of the disciples of the dragon's roar forbidden ground had already stood up. Wang Xian glanced at them. Most of them had already reached the peak of the universe night realm. Only 2 of them had not reached it because their realms were relatively low when they came. However, this was unimaginable in the past.
Cultivating here was even better than the treasure land of the dragon roar forbidden ground.
Lord Saint Sun, Lord Saintus.
A group of disciples saw them and shouted happily.
Okay, let's go.
Wang Xian nodded at them.
Saint Wang Xian.
Saint Wang Xian. Wang Xian brought along the dragon's roar and flew towards the first level of the universe ruins.
In the surrounding area, some of the sons and daughters of heaven greeted him with sparkling eyes. Although Wang Xian kept a low profile in the universe ruins, the 12 devil pillars were destroyed by him. He had also traded a large number of treasures. His strength was comparable to the undeserved Saint Sun, the flowing water saintess, tens of millions of years ago.
The rest of the saint sons and saintesses greeted him warmly when they saw him.
After all, Wang Xian had obtained the corpse of a spatial attribute powerhouse.
With his terrifying talent and the resources in his hands, he was almost 100% certain that he would step into the peak of the universe overlord realm. Even the saint sons and saintesses of the top 10 forbidden holy grounds and saint academies had a trace of respect for Wang Xian.
The strong were respected. In their eyes, Wang Xian was the future top-notch expert in the entire universe. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly at them and continued to fly forward.
They arrived at the first level where they had entered. At the front, all the saint sons, saintesses, and heaven's favorites had arrived.
He swept his gaze across the area. There weren't many heaven's favorites disciples who had died here.
It was still very safe in the ruins of the universe.
At the front of the center, a group of disciples from the unadulterated forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground were standing there. At the front were the saint sons and saintesses of flowing water. When Wang Xian arrived, the 2 of them seemed to have sensed something as they looked at him. Their gazes landed on Wang Xian as their eyes sparkled. Holy Son Wang Xian, congratulations on your breakthrough again. You're really amazing. When the unadulterated Holy Son sensed Wang Xian's current strength, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes as he exclaimed slightly,
Holy Son of unadulterated barbarians, haven't you also broken through?
Wang Xian's gaze landed on the Holy Son Wu Man. He had already broken through to the 6th level of the Universe Dominator. I only broke through 1 level when I came to the Universe Ruins. I'm not like Holy Son Wang Xian who broke through 2 levels.
The Holy Son Wu Man smiled.
Now, Holy Son Wang Xian's strength is no longer weaker than ours. Saintess Lu Yu, who was at the side, also smiled faintly. Wang Xian smiled and brought the group of disciples from the Dragon Roar forbidden ground to the front. Saint Wang Xian, there will be actions and matters in the future. If there's a chance, let's work together.
Saint Wu Man looked at Wang Xian and continued.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and revealed a curious expression. What's? Regarding the matter of the abyss of magical beasts, we only heard from some seniors in the Forbidden Land. We don't know the details yet.
The undeserved Holy Son said with a smile. I've also heard some of it. Before the arrival of the calamity, we have to get rid of the abyss of magical beasts. We have to completely get rid of the internal troubles and welcome the arrival of the calamity.
The flowing moon saintess said from the side.
Get rid of the abyss of demonic beasts?
Speaking of which, PvE never been to the abyss of demonic beasts before. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke.
The sage Wang Xian will be there soon. All of us have to participate in the battle and enter the abyss.
The undeserved sage said to him. This involved the decision-making of the experts from the sacred grounds of the forbidden grounds. The 2 of them didn't say much, and Wang Xian didn't ask any further. They should be able to find out once they left this place. This Wang Xian Holy Son is actually on equal footing with the flowing moon saintess and unexpected Holy Son. He's really amazing. This Wang Xian Holy Son's current realm has already reached the level 5 of the Universe Dominator. His cultivation speed is really terrifying. The space attribute is at the level 5 of the Universe Dominator. In addition, he has a large number of treasures and resources in his hands, as well as the spiritual will of a top-notch expert of the space attribute who absorbed the previous calamity. He has inherited the inheritance. In the future, as long as this Wang Xian doesn't suffer any losses, he will definitely be the strongest expert in our universe. That's right. Due to the space attribute, the strength of the flowing moon,
Saintus and the unexpected Holy Sun might not be as strong as that Wang Immortal in the future. It's only right for the two Holy Suns and Saintuses to befriend Wang Immortal.
The surrounding Holy Suns and Saintuses, as well as the Heaven's Pride disciples, were all amazed when they saw this scene. One had to know that the flowing moon Saintus and the unexpected Holy Sun were the most elite existences in the two forbidden areas.
Even if it was the space forbidden ground, the false saint, these two saintuses wouldn't show off their colors.
They wouldn't even greet them. This saint from the dragon roar forbidden ground was able to make them treat him in such a manner. This shocked everyone.
Even the saintus from the unexpected forbidden ground and the flowing water forbidden grounds saint didn't interrupt.
It could be said that in this generation, the flowing moon saintus, the uncivilized saint, and the Wang Xian saint were on the same level. The passageway is about to open. Wang Xian chatted with them. Not long after, a passageway appeared in front of them. Everyone, exit in 10 seconds. The Honesty Saint Sun spoke and gestured to Wang Xian, the flowing moon saintess, and the rest before flying straight ahead. Wang Xian and the rest also flew out immediately. Buzz.
Soon, the scene in front of them started to rotate.
They returned to the place where they came in. Everyone come out. Let's go. At the side, two powerhouses at the peak of the ruler realm were waiting in the unfettered forbidden land and flowing water forbidden land. Their eyes swept across them. With a wave of their arms, they left quickly with them. Soon they arrived at the Tianyuan Peak again. What surprised Wang Xian and the rest was that in the Tianyuan Peak, there were a large number of powerhouses from the sacred grounds of the Forbidden Land. In fact, there were even more strong practitioners in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Grounds than when they were sent here.
At the front of the group, an old man was sitting there with a strong aura.
A master of the universe at level 9. Is this the founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Grounds?
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the old man and guessed in his heart. The group of experts from the Forbidden Ground and the Saint Academy had gathered here again. It should be related to the abyss of demonic beasts. According to the news from the barbarian Saint Sun and Saintess Luyu.
Next, they had to deal with the threat of the abyss of demonic beasts. Not bad, not bad. The improvement this time is not bad. The opportunities are not bad either.
All of Wang Xian's disciples were brought to the Tianyuan Peak. An old woman who was sitting in the middle said faintly, "It's not bad indeed. The demon pillar that hasn't been broken in more than 20 billion years has been broken by all of you. This will bring many experts to our sword and magic universe before the apocalypse."
At the undeserved forbidden ground, an old woman nodded her head. Their gazes landed on the figures of Wang Xian and the rest.
They were aware of what happened in the ruins of the universe.
They also knew which disciples had absorbed the corpses of the powerhouses in the magic pillar. Cultivate well. Don't waste the treasures of one of our universe's great calamity seniors. Inherit their will and protect our sword and the magical universe. Another powerhouse from the Holy Land spoke from the side. Yes, senior. We will definitely inherit your will and guard our sword and the magic universe. The barbarian Saint Sun and the flowing moon Saintess, as well as a few other disciples who had absorbed the corpses in the demon pillar, immediately bowed and replied,
"Yes, senior. We will definitely inherit your will and guard our sword and the magic universe."
Long Yin and Long Yin Hao saw this and quickly bowed as well. What is a magic pillar?
It actually says that it can bring many great beings from our universe?
To be able to make great beings from the undeserved forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground say such words, it must be an extremely powerful inheritance that can allow a disciple to rise to the pinnacle level of a universe ruler. There really is a great opportunity within the universe ruins. The two forbidden lands weren't able to obtain treasures before, but they did. Just what level of treasure is this, to be able to make the two forbidden lands pay so much attention to it? In the surrounding areas, the warriors of the sacred lands and sacred academies who weren't near the front heard the voice from the front, and their faces revealed looks of astonishment. They didn't know what was going on in the universe ruins. They didn't have any special methods to contact the disciples inside. However, from what the two experts of the Forbidden Lands said, they must have some extremely precious treasures.
The founders of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, Roaring Dragon Inn and Roaring Dragon House grandparents had also arrived.
They were also extremely curious about the words of the peak stage rulers of the Unfettered Forbidden Ground and Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. However, when they saw that Inlong and Inlong had actually followed the barbarian Saint Sun and Saintess Flowing Moon to bow and speak, they were slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. Just now, only a dozen Saint Suns and Saintesses had bowed in response to the words of the two great Forbidden Ground experts. The rest of the Saint Suns and Saintesses, as well as the Heaven's Pride disciples, were all standing there. Now, the two disciples who saw them from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground also bowed. They were filled with shock. What was the meaning of this? The disciples from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground had also obtained a huge opportunity.
Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the group of Saint Suns, Saintesses, and Heaven's Pride disciples flew towards their respective forbidden grounds. Wangstand followed Long Yin, Yin Long, and Long Yin Hao as they flew over as well. Yin Hao, what happened?
What opportunities did you guys obtain in the ruins of the universe? Long Yin Long's grandfather, the second elder, could not help but ask them. His eyes were filled with anticipation.
Grandfather, we obtained a great opportunity this time. Big brother Wang Xian gave us a great opportunity. Long Yin Hao immediately ran over and said excitedly with an extremely excited expression.
What great opportunity?
Tell me quickly. Also, how did your strength increase so quickly?
How did you reach the third level of the Universe Overlord realm? The second elder asked impatiently. Following that, Long Yin Hao told them everything that had happened in the universe ruins. When all the powerhouses in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land heard that the magic pillar was the inheritance of all the powerhouses at the peak of the Universe Dominator, they were stunned. All of them were stunned.
What a great opportunity!
This was a great opportunity for them in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, and this opportunity was obtained by two of their disciples in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land.
Furthermore, it was given to them by Wang Xian.
If this level of opportunity was placed outside, the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground wouldn't even dare to fight for it.
Now they had obtained two of them.
This was simply unbelievable. It was simply unimaginable.
At the side, when the old man heard this, he was also stunned.
You guys really obtained such an opportunity? Good. The old man, who was the founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, couldn't help but roar in excitement. Forefather, it's all Big Brother Wang Xian. He collaborated with Saintess Lu Yu and the rest. After breaking the demon pillar, he gave us two corpses. Dragon Roar replied happily. Xiao Xian.
The forefather of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and all the experts from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground looked at Wang Xian with shock and gratitude in their eyes. Such a level of opportunity was too great.
Although Wang Xian was the holy son of their Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, he had only joined their Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground for more than 100 million years.
To be able to give them such an opportunity, it was simply unimaginable.
If such a treasure was given to the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, he could totally join the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. His status would probably be higher than the current Holy Sons and Saintesses. Xiao Xian, thank you very much. I didn't think of you.
Yin and Yin Hao's parents walked over hurriedly. They didn't know how to express their gratitude. It was such a precious opportunity. Even if they sold the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, they wouldn't be able to get it.
Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. Yin and Yin Hao have already thanked me. It's useless even if you give me the corpse inside the demon pillar.
Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile.
We still have to thank you properly. On behalf of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground and our long family, I thank you, little Xian.
The forefather of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground couldn't help but bow to Wang Xian and express his gratitude.
The opportunity was too great.
He had no choice but to express his gratitude.
Wang Xian smiled and waved his hand.
Old man Long, your luck in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground is really good. It's really heaven-defying.
At this moment, An old man from not far away looked in the direction of the dragon roar forbidden ground. The jealousy on his face was not concealed at all.
He swept his gaze across the dragon roar Yin Long and Hao and Wang Xian. He was deeply envious. He. When the forefather of the dragon roar forbidden ground heard the words of the old man, he merely smiled foolishly.
He did not have the demeanor of a powerhouse at all. The luck of this dragon roar forbidden ground is simply heaven-defying. It's not that he's heaven-defying. It's just that the dragon roar forbidden ground accidentally received a disciple. It's that sage Wang Xian. His strength is extremely heaven-defying. He has already reached the level 5 of a universe overlord. Furthermore, he has the space attribute. In the future, he will definitely be a top-notch existence in our universe.
Damn, the luck of this dragon roar forbidden ground is too heaven-defying.
They managed to pick up such a disciple. Damn, it's too enviable. In the surrounding area, a group of experts from the Sacred Land and the Sacred Academy had received all the news from the cosmic ruins. Their faces were filled with jealousy as they spoke.
They looked over with a fiery gaze.
In the cosmic ruins, there were a total of 10 such top-notch inheritance opportunities. The dragon roar forbidden ground had obtained 3 of them. Even without the sage Wang Xian, the Long family's disciple from the dragon roar forbidden ground had obtained 2 of them. There was an 80% chance that a peak stage ruler would be born in the future.
There was a 50% chance that 2 peak stage rulers would be born. How could they not be envious?
Furthermore, the flowing water forbidden land had only obtained one of the inheritance opportunities in the magic pillar, even though they had obtained other powerful resources.
However, they had only obtained one of the opportunities.
Only the unfettered forbidden land, the 3 that they traded with the flowing water forbidden land. Just like that, it was only on par with the dragon roar forbidden land. Around the Tianyuan Peak, a group of strong disciples from the Forbidden Grounds looked in the direction of the dragon roar forbidden ground with jealousy. Their eyes were burning with passion and were slightly red. This was too enviable. If Long Yinin and Long Yinhao didn't die and continued to grow, then the dragon roar forbidden ground would completely rise up. In addition, there was also that Wang Xian in the dragon roar forbidden ground. He was an existence with heaven-defying talent. How could they not be envious?
However, some people were jealous while others were filled with unwillingness.
At the space forbidden ground, the holy sons and saintesses of the space forbidden ground stood in front of a group of experts. Their gazes swept past Wang Xian and revealed a hint of coldness. This time, their space forbidden ground didn't obtain any fortuitous opportunities. The space-type demon pillar was obtained by Wang Xian, but they didn't get anything.
Furthermore, Wang Xian didn't put them in his eyes at all. This also caused them to hold grudges and anger in their hearts.
Their space-type forbidden ground was the 3rd-ranked forbidden ground, yet someone dared to look down on them? Other than the holy sons and saintesses of the space-type forbidden ground and the heavens' favorites, the holy son of the flowing water forbidden ground also glanced at Long Yinin and Long Yinhao with a sinister gaze from time to time. His heart was filled with unwillingness. As the holy son of flowing water forbidden ground, he actually couldn't obtain a water element magic pillar. Instead, it was obtained by 2 people who were countless times weaker than him and whose status was completely inferior to his.
He was unwilling. However, even if he was unwilling, he wasn't willing to show it. This time, flowing water forbidden ground obtained a large amount of benefits. The seniors in the forbidden ground wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river.
All right, I've called you all here today because I have something to announce.
This matter also concerns the plans and development of our entire universe.
At this moment, a powerhouse from the undeserved forbidden land at the front opened his mouth and spoke slowly. His voice entered everyone's ears. When all the powerhouses from the Sacred Lands and Saint Academy heard this, their hearts went blank. They immediately stopped talking and listened attentively. This time, the unfettered Forbidden Grounds and flowing water Forbidden Grounds had attracted all the experts from the Forbidden Grounds. They definitely had something big to announce. Wang Xian sat beside the forefather of the dragon roar Forbidden Ground and looked over as well. There are still 3 billion years before the arrival of the calamity. Before that, we have to make sufficient preparations to deal with the arrival of the calamity. When the calamity arrives, All the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy will form a united front to deal with the outside world. However, before that, we have to settle down first. Currently, there is still a huge hidden danger in our sword and magic universe.
Yes, it is a huge hidden danger for us. That is the abyss of demonic beasts. Everyone only knows about the abyss of demonic beasts. You should not know how the abyss of demonic beasts was formed, right? The elder from the undeserved forbidden land said as his gaze swept across everyone. When all of the experts from the forbidden lands and sacred academies heard this, their hearts trembled slightly. Next, they might be able to touch upon the secrets of the entire universe. The abyss of magical beasts is a terrifying domain formed by the blood of experts dripping down. This involves the great battle of the last calamity, and it involves the enemy of our sword and magic universe, the mad demon universe.
Over at the abyss of magical beasts is the blood of a heaven-born mad demon. In addition to the loss of his arms and 4 limbs, as well as the blood of countless other mad demons, the demon beast race was born. These demon beasts don't have any rationality and are extremely violent. Once the calamity arrives, they will very likely become the eagle and dog of the
mad demon universe. Therefore, we have to destroy them. The main reason for choosing this time is to temper the disciples and the great beings of the Forbidden Land Sacred Academy. It will be bloody. The great being from the undeserved Forbidden Land continued to speak. Medicine Ancestor, are we going to completely eradicate the demon beast? Abyss?
I heard that there are quite a few Pinnacle Universe rulers in the demon beast abyss. There are dozens of them. Some of them are even at the
Pinnacle Universe ruler realm. They aren't easy to deal with.
A great being of the sacred land couldn't help but speak. We have to eliminate them all. Also, unless the time comes, the Pinnacle Universe rulers of the undeserved Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land won't make a move.
The old man known as Medicine Ancestor replied,
Our Lord has said that if we cannot even finish off a small demon beast abyss, then we will not survive the calamity. This time, after understanding the demon beast abyss, there is one more thing that will allow a group of strong disciples to rise quickly.
War and slaughter will always be the fastest way to give birth to strong disciples. Although it is a little cruel, our sword and magic universe cannot wait that long.
The disciples who have been to the ruins of the universe should have seen a corner of the war. Most of the experts here were born in this calamity. Your parents' generation may have survived the last calamity, but they probably didn't tell you how cruel the calamity was.
Other than the 2 lords, the seniors of the previous calamity have already reached the end of their lives. They won't tell you that in the last calamity there were less than 1,000 ruler-level experts in our sword and magic universe who survived.
They won't tell you that less than 1% of our entire universe's population survived. At the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, an old woman spoke indifferently. Although his tone was calm, his words made people shudder.
There were countless people in the sword and magic universe, billions of them, and less than 1% of them survived.
Only a few of the 100 million people could survive. And the lords mentioned by the old woman in the Flowing Water Forbidden Land were naturally 2 heavenly fate existences. Therefore, only the strong can survive. However, compared to the last calamity, we have one more heavenly fate. Our lords in the Flowing Water Forbidden Land only broke through at the later stage of the calamity. This time, clearing the Devil Beast Abyss can be considered a training for all the strong disciples. The corpses of the devil beasts are also a huge resource for our universe.
The old woman of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land continued.
Granny Shah, how do we clear the Devil Beast Abyss?
Do you have any plans? An old man of the Sacred Institute asked.
Send all the experts from the Sacred Institute. We'll form an army and let all the elite core disciples participate. All the disciples heading to the ruins of the universe will participate. Only those who have experienced blood can survive the calamity and protect our universe. Of course, we can't lose too much either. Experience is the main thing.
Although the peak-level masters of the 2 forbidden lands won't make a move, at least 1/3 of the masters of the 9th level and below will participate.
If you holy lands and sacred academies want to become stronger in the future, send more disciples. Those demon beast corpses are the largest resources in our universe.
The old witch of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land said.
The undeserved forbidden land and flowing water forbidden land's two great experts spoke.
This time, although not everyone had to participate in cleaning up the demonic beast abyss. But the more experts participated, the better.
Moreover, all the saint sons and saintesses that entered the cosmic ruins had to participate.
Apart from this, in the undeserved forbidden land and flowing water forbidden land, other than the top experts who didn't participate, 1/3 of the experts' disciples would participate.
This number was extremely huge. Their combat strength was also extremely terrifying.
But one had to know that this time they had to clean up the demon beast abyss.
A place where demon beasts gathered in the center of the sword and magic universe. This place was once stained with the blood of the heaven's fate, and even the 4 limbs of the heaven's fate had fallen here. Although the heaven's fate didn't die, the 4 limbs falling here was also a very terrifying thing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a heaven's origin creator's arm could give birth to countless demonic beasts.
It could even give birth to dozens of demonic beasts at the peak of the universe's ruler.
The abyss of demonic beasts had existed for more than 20 billion years and had yet to be eliminated. One could imagine how terrifying this place was.
Of course, this could be related to the plan of the 2 heavens origin creator powerhouses in the sword and magic universe, or it could be due to some special reasons. They had yet to destroy this place.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he listened to the words of the powerhouses in the unfettered forbidden land and flowing water forbidden land.
This place was indeed a good place for training.
There were dangers, but there were also many opportunities.
This place was stained with the blood of the heaven origin creator. The limbs of the heaven origin creator that had once fallen were definitely filled with many treasures at the same time as the birth of demonic beasts.
Wang Xian's actual body had already broken through to the 6th level of the Universe Dominator. He was not afraid at all here.
Perhaps he would be able to obtain a large amount of resources.
Perhaps he would be able to improve once again. Alright, in the next few billion years we will open up an area in Tianyuan City. It will be used for the residence, healing, trading, and sparring of all the strong disciples who are participating in the battle. We will strive to produce more strong cultivators in our sword and magic universe.
All forbidden lands and sacred academies, go and prepare. In 10 years, prepare for war.
The medicine ancestor of the undeserved forbidden land continued to give orders. The experts of the forbidden lands and sacred academies immediately replied. They would not go against the orders of the 2 forbidden lands. The reason why they were able to establish the forbidden lands and sacred academies was because of the good fortune of the 2 forbidden lands, allowing them to develop as they pleased.
If not, the universe would divide the 2 forbidden grounds. As for the undeserved forbidden grounds and flowing water forbidden grounds, the rest of the forbidden grounds and the sacred academy were filled with respect. Little Xian, Inin Hao Dan Ti, follow us back to the Dragon Roar forbidden ground for now. Stay here in Tianyuan City and cultivate properly. The 2 experts from the forbidden grounds finished their instructions.
The patriarch of the Dragon Roar forbidden ground looked at Wang Xian and the rest as he spoke with a twinkle in his eyes. Oh, patriarch, why?
Long Yinhao was slightly taken aback as he asked in astonishment.
I have a few enemies. Furthermore, many experts from the forbidden grounds and Saint Academy are jealous of you. In order to prevent any accidents, all of you can stay in Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City is very safe. With the magic array of Lord Creation of Tianyuan, there won't be any problems. The forefather of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land said. He patted Long
Yinhao's head and said, Yinhao, cultivate well. The future of our Dragon Roar Forbidden Land depends on you. PM very happy. When I step into the demon beast abyss to train, I have to be careful to prevent people from doing bad things.
Yes, forefather.
Long Yinhao immediately replied.
Little Xian, you too, especially you. As long as you don't die, you will definitely be a top-notch expert in our universe in the future. You have to be careful. The elder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground looked at Wang Xian and said, You have obtained a large number of treasures and opportunities. I'm afraid that some people will be envious. I know, I will be careful. Wang Xian nodded and said with a smile. Good. The forefather of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground nodded with a smile. Long Yinhao's father and grandfather didn't leave. Instead, they brought Wang Xian, Long Yinhao, and the rest to Tianyuan City for a stroll.
They brought them to eat some delicacies and the like.
Now, Long Yinhao's father and grandfather were exceptionally passionate towards Wang Xian. They also knew that Wang Xian's identity was a little mysterious. Furthermore, he said that he would leave the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground after the outbreak of the quantum calamity.
However, all of this was no longer important. Since Wang Xian was able to give such a terrifying opportunity to the Dragon Roar, what more could they ask for? This opportunity could not be exchanged even if they sold the entire Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground.
Wang Xian was unusually courteous to the Dragon Roar's elders. In the following period of time, he completely relaxed. Meanwhile, the entire sword and magic universe was preparing to clean up the abyss of demonic beasts. In the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground, Wang Xian didn't allow them to show themselves because they had been attacked by some experts previously. However, this time around, Wang Xian was prepared to let some disciples of the Dragon Palace participate in the matter of eliminating the abyss of demonic beasts so that they could undergo a trial.
In addition, the demonic beasts he hunted could also be considered as an opportunity.
In addition, he also wanted to see which Sacred Ground and Sacred Academy were the ones who had secretly attacked the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground.
If they continued to attack, Wang Xian would definitely make them pay a price. The current Void Dragon Forbidden Ground was not weak.
Ao Jian and the rest had also received considerable improvements after such a long period of time. This was especially so for Ao Jian. After absorbing the corpses of the powerhouses in the Demon Pillar, coupled with his heart of faith, his breakthrough speed was also very fast. It might not be long before he reached the Universe Ruler level 5. The rest of the Dragon Guards were all at the Universe Ruler level 3 or 4. Other than the Dragon Guards, the strongest ones at the moment were Ao Crab and the others.
Ao Crab was still in the Universe Ruins, devouring the divine kingdom of a peak Universe Ruler.
After devouring for nearly 100 million years, Ao Crab's strength had already reached the level 8 of the Universe Dominator. Of course, because Ao Crab belonged to the Devouring Dragon, although he was at the level 8 of the Universe Dominator, his combat strength was only on par with the level 7 of the Universe Dominator. However, the strongest point of the Devouring Dragon was the Sea of People tactic. The divine kingdom of the peak of the Universe Dominator would be able to give birth to more than 10 Universe Dominators at the level 9 of the Universe Dominator. It would not be a problem. 10 years passed very quickly. On this day, the Patriarch of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground called Wang Xian and the other two and flew towards a direction in Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City was very big. During these 10 years, the Unfettered Forbidden Ground, Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, had opened up a territory in Tianyuan City. It was used to clean up the cultivation grounds of the abyss of demonic beasts. Moreover, the teleportation formations leading to the abyss of magical beasts had also been built there.
Whoosh! 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 When Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the area of Tianyuan City,
from the surrounding areas, the strong disciples from the sacred grounds and the sacred academy also rushed over quickly. One by one, the strong ones flew in the air. There were also the strong ones from the sacred grounds who were riding on huge magic weapons. Or perhaps they were flying on their flying swords. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong.
At this moment, the sound of drums was heard from the front.
The sound of drums shook the sky and was filled with a murderous atmosphere.
Let's go!
A shout came from the front and everyone flew towards the sound of drums.
Wang Xian and the rest also flew towards the sound of drums. When they arrived, there was a general stage in front of them.
It was an extremely huge arena. In the middle of the arena, there was a drum beating with a robust middle-aged man beating on it. The strong disciples from the Unfettered Forbidden Land, Flowing Water Forbidden Land, had arrived. They were standing in front of the drum beating.
The lineup was not arranged according to the various forbidden lands, but according to their strength. A group of powerhouses at the peak of the Universe Overlord realm stood at the front.
They were facing everyone. As for the rest, be it the Universe Overlord realm level 9 or level 8, they were all standing at the place where the top powerhouses were facing.
The front row was dominated by level 9 while the second row was dominated by level 8.
Then they were lined up in order.
However, as the space attribute, the ones who dominated the level 5 realm were lined up together with the others who dominated the level 6 realm.
Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled.
He separated from the dragon roar, Yin Long and Hao and the others and stood where they belonged.
All the strong disciples from the sword and magic universe have arrived.
The medicine ancestor from the unexpected forbidden ground glanced at them and said faintly, "Since we are all here, let me explain. Our formation is to deal with the calamity. Regardless of which forbidden ground or holy land we belong to, before the calamity arrives, we only have one camp. That is, the sword and magic universe will fight against the enemy together."
Magic universe will fight against the enemy together.
Medicine ancestor said in a deep voice, and his majestic voice entered everyone's ears.
His face was also filled with a solemn expression. Next, we will first clear out the outer area of the demon beast abyss in small teams. After clearing out the outer area, the demon beasts in the demon beast abyss will be threatened. The great beings among them will lead their race to fight back, and when the time comes, we will fight in the form of an army.
In addition, in Demon Beast Abyss, the demon beasts at the pinnacle level of Universe Ruler will be watched by a group of great beings from the Forbidden Holy Land and the Sacred Academy. You don't have to worry about them.
However, you need to be careful and deal with the demon beasts at level 8 or 9 of Universe Ruler. Now, you can form small teams to fight against each other. The difference in levels should not exceed 3. Medicine Ancestor continued to give orders. After forming teams, those below the Universe Knight level will be sent over first. After that, those at the Universe Ruler realm will be sent over. As for those above the Universe Ruler level 7, head directly to the 4th level of the Demon Beast Abyss. Medicine Ancestor started to give orders. The great beings from the Forbidden Lands and the Sacred Academy immediately responded. This was a battle that would determine the future of the calamity. Without the Forbidden Lands and the Sacred Academy, they would cower. Furthermore, they couldn't cower either. With the arrival of the universe, they would be a whole without any power. This situation wasn't just limited to the sword and magic universe. It was the same for the 9 origin universe and the belief universe. In the 24 temples of the belief universe, there were still conflicts between some temples.
However, when it came to defeating the other universes, they would work together.
The peak races of the 9 origin universe rarely communicated with each other. But when they faced other universes, they would work together as well. Even the battle between the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix Clan's Angel Clan would be put aside for the time being when they were facing enemies outside.
However, in the future, the Dragon Palace, the Phoenix Clan, and the Angel Clan would be in a state where they would fight to the death.
All right, all the strong disciples, prepare to form a team and enter. The medicine ancestor waved his hand. Saint Sun Wang Xian, are you interested in forming a team? At the side, the saintess from the flowing water forbidden ground looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile. I think our generation can join forces. The Saint Sun Wu man also smiled and said to Wang Xian, the flowing moon saintess and the barbarian saint were the top existences of their generation. The ones they wanted to team up with were either the strong disciples from the same forbidden area or the strong disciples from the same generation.
However, it was obvious that they wanted to team up with the strong ones from the same generation. There was a huge benefit to this. They had different attributes and possessed different powerful spells and sword techniques. In this way, they could complement each other in battle. It was much better than forming a team with the experts from the same forbidden area.
Furthermore, they could be considered to be befriending the experts from the same generation.
Clearly, Wang Xian, who possessed the spatial attribute, would be able to reach the peak of the Overlord realm as long as he didn't die in the future. They still wanted to befriend him.
Even their seniors in the forbidden area had said that they could befriend Wang Xian. As long as he didn't die in the future, he would definitely be one of the top existences in their universe. To be able to get such an evaluation from the experts in their race who were at the peak of the Overlord realm, it was only natural for them to befriend him. Yes, that's fine. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then he said, I need to bring 2 junior brothers and sisters.
Of course, that's not a problem. Long Yinin and Long Yinhao, the 2 junior brothers and sisters. Their talents are enough to join us. In addition, we will also have some junior brothers and sisters joining us.
Saintess Luiyue nodded her head.
In addition, we are also prepared to invite the powerful heaven's favorites from the other forbidden grounds of the Holy Land to fight together.
The barbarian saint continued. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and didn't refuse.
After entering the abyss of demonic beasts, Wang Xian, the body of the void dragon, was prepared to train with a group of strong disciples.
Wang Xian's original body would enter the abyss of demonic beasts alone.
If he wanted to obtain more resources, he would have to rely on his original body.
Since that's the case, let's form a temporary team.
The barbarian saint smiled and scanned his surroundings. Those are the same
generation as us, masters of the universe with cultivation levels above level 3. Can join our team. Barbarian saint, let's join. The barbarian saint's son, we can, right? Hearing this, the eyes of the holy sons and saintesses from the other forbidden lands twinkled. Those who were qualified immediately walked over.
They didn't join because they wanted to gain experience alone.
If they wanted to gain experience, it would be safer for them to follow the great beings from their forbidden lands.
However, if they joined this team, they would be able to befriend the barbarian saint's son, the flowing moon saint's son, and the others.
If they fought together, their friendship would be different.
In the future, the wildless saint's son and the flowing moon saintess would also be publicly acknowledged as the future rulers of the peak as long as they didn't die midway. Furthermore, it would be very difficult for them to die with their background. Even if they died, they would still have treasures to revive them.
Very soon, more than 20 heaven's favorites of the same generation who were at least level 3 of the universe masters gathered around the undeserved saintess flowing moon.
Basically, all the heaven's favorites of the same generation came over.
During the 100 million years in the cosmic ruins, many saints' sons and saintesses had improved significantly. Compared to 100 million years ago, everyone's strength had improved significantly.
Ao Jian and the rest did not join.
Wang Xian did not let them join mainly because he wanted to see which faction wanted to target the Void Dragon Forbidden Land.
Wang Xian placed the 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon plate on them, which was enough to deal with some dangers.
Before entering the abyss of demonic beasts, we need to set up some formations. This way it will be easier to deal with demonic beasts. Mages only need to be responsible for long-range attacks, buffing swordsmen, and close combat swordsmen. Sage Wang Xian, you are very strong, and you have the space attribute. So, you and the false saint will launch a sneak attack and interfere. The unexpected saint spoke to them and formed a simple battle formation. Everyone nodded and did not have any objections.
The abyss of magic beasts were all terrifying magic beasts, and there were many of them. They were able to occupy the center of the sword and magic universe, so their strength wasn't simple. If the heaven's fate didn't appear, even if all the experts of flowing water Forbidden Land and unfettered Forbidden Land joined forces, they might not be able to wipe out the demonic beast abyss. There were some demonic beasts that were born from the falling limbs of the
heaven's fate. They had terrifying strength.
However, the peak-level masters of the 2 Forbidden Lands wouldn't make a move for the time being.
They would leave it to the other peak-level masters. There were also quite a lot of masters from the sacred lands and sacred academies. It was enough to deal with them. With our strength, we can go to the 3rd level of the demonic beast abyss. A sacred land's sacred son said, yes, we can go to the 3rd level of the abyss of beasts. On the 3rd level, there are all universe dominators and below level 5.
The unexpected Holy Sun nodded. There were 9 levels in the abyss of beasts.
Yes, they lived underground and opened up 9 huge underground spaces.
Therefore, it was very difficult to kill them.
There were countless magical beasts living in every level of the space. Let's go.
Wang Xian didn't have any objections and followed them to the teleportation formation.
Long Yinin and Long Yinhao were considered to be the weaker ones among the group. However, they were mages and could mainly cast spells and attack from the back. The group came to the teleportation formation and teleported immediately.
Buzz!
In an instant, Wang Xian felt the scene in front of him change. In front of him, a huge primitive forest appeared. The trees in the entire forest were black and some were blood-red. Those blood-red trees were emitting a lustrous glow. It looked very strange. Wang Xian looked around and his eyes were glowing. Is this the abyss of magical beasts? This is my first time here.
Long Yin looked ahead and said, this is the highest level of the abyss of magical beasts. Most of the magical beasts here are at the Celestial Emperor level. They pose no threat to us. A saintess from the Saint Academy replied to Long Yin with a smile.
Oh, thank you. Long Yin smiled and nodded at the saintess.
No need. The saintess also smiled. Although Long Yin and Long Yin Hao came from the weak forbidden land, they had obtained the inheritance of the corpses in the magic pillar. No saint child or saintess dared to underestimate them.
Let's go. The magic beasts on the top floor will be cleaned by ordinary disciples. Let's go to the underground passage and go to the first floor. There are many entrances to the first level of the abyss of demonic beasts. Let's look for them.
It was obviously not the first time for Saintess Lu Wei and the rest to be here. They moved and led the way as they spoke to everyone.
Wang Xian was on one side while the unexpected Holy Sun was on the other side.
He and the unexpected Holy Sun were both swordsmen, so they had to protect the mages in the middle.
The group flew forward and soon found a hole beside a red tree. The hole was pitch black and extremely deep. It led to the first level of the abyss of magical beasts.
There's a hole here. Let's go.
The unexpected Holy Sun saw it. He immediately said, under normal circumstances, it's not very dangerous for us to enter the first level. It's not too risky to venture through such a hole. However, we have to be careful in the deeper level. Although magical beasts are irrational, they can hunt.
As he spoke, he looked at Wang Xian.
The main purpose was to explain to him.
They also knew that this was Wang Xian's first time here.
Wang Xian nodded his head and the group entered the cave entrance. The cave entrance had a diameter of 1,000 meters. They flew downwards. With their abilities, they actually flew for about 5 minutes. This depth was abnormally terrifying. When he arrived at the first level, he realized that this place was like an underground world. There were trees and rivers in the entire underground world. There were also all kinds of colorful flowers. The entire first level of the abyss of magical beasts emitted a kind of bewitching beauty.
It was like a colorful mushroom possessing a terrifying toxicity.
Wang Xian took a look and his eyes revealed a curious look.
This abyss of demonic beasts was not simple. This was only the first level. There were a total of 9 levels. Let's go. Let's look for the entrance to the second level.
As the unexpected Holy Sun and the rest spoke, the group continued to look for the entrance.
Soon, they found an entrance. They stepped into the second level again. The scenery on the second level was similar to the first level.
They continued to go deeper and found the entrance to the third level.
We have to be careful. Inside the third level, there are all demon beasts at the ruler realm. I heard from our seniors in the unfettered forbidden land that the entire demon beast abyss was a terrifying battlefield. The Heaven Origin Destiny realm experts were stained with blood. The disciples of the other experts from the Mad Demon universe were also stained with blood. The number of disciples who died here was no less than 100 billion.
At that time, the army of the Mad Demon universe invaded the center of our sword and magic universe. We almost lost that battle. Fortunately, the Lord of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land broke through and we won. Otherwise, our sword and magic universe would have been conquered. But that time, there were too many casualties. The blood turned into a vast ocean, and the corpses stood between heaven and earth, towering into the clouds. This also gave birth to the abyss of demonic beasts. Countless amounts of fresh blood condensed and were tainted by the blood of those damned fellows in the Mad Demon universe. Demonic beasts were born. The number of demonic beasts here is very terrifying. The undeserved saint introduced. Wang Xian was slightly speechless as he listened. It seemed that the sword and magic universe was far more tragic than the Nine Origin universe. Although there were enemies in the Nine Origin universe, they weren't invaded by the army. The third level is here. After passing through the second level, they arrived at the third level. The scenery was still the same as the first and second level.
Trees of all colors were growing. They were emitting a seductive glow.
Roar! 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 When Wang Xian and the rest had just arrived at the third level, the roar was heard.
Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the roar and saw a demonic beast that looked like a giant butterfly.
This demonic beast had a colorful body that covered its flesh. It was about 1,000 meters in size and emitted a terrifying aura. It's the meat-obsessed demonic beast, a level 1 overlord of the universe. A holy son looked over and immediately recognized this demonic beast. Let's begin. You said that most of the demonic beasts on the 3rd level are below the level 5 overlord. Let's just sweep them away.
Wuxia looked at the demonic beast and said,
Yes. With the strength of our team, it's still very safe on the 3rd level. However, it's impossible for us to sweep them away. The Saint Sun Wuman shook his head. He looked at Wang Xian and said, Saint Sun Wang Xian, you might not know this, but the demonic beasts will place their offspring in the abyss corresponding to their strength so that they can grow here. However, if their offspring are killed by the demonic beasts, they might not care about it. However, if they are killed by us, they will retaliate and attack us.
In other words, if we continue to hunt without restraint, we might be attacked by the demonic beasts in the deeper layers of the abyss.
The abyss of demonic beasts was not as simple as Wang Xian had imagined.
This was the race of the demonic beasts, and they had their own rules.
It did not mean that the demonic beasts in the lower layers would ignore the demonic beasts in the upper layers. After the offspring of the demonic beasts were born, they would grow up layer by layer and hunt them down. At this time, if they were hunted by a different species, the demonic beasts might retaliate.
Oh?
Then we really have to be careful.
Wang Xian nodded his head slightly when he heard that.
If a level 7 demonic beast, the master of the universe, were to charge at them, they wouldn't be a match for them.
Of course, we don't have to worry too much. Powerful demonic beasts need time to rush over when they sense the death of their offspring. If we manage to deal with it well, we can leave quickly. Every layer of the demonic
beast's abyss is huge. They can't lock onto us at all.
In the abyss of magical beasts, we have to be careful not to be surrounded by the magical beasts for a long time. Once we are surrounded, we might be attacked by the deeper level of the magical beasts.
Saintess Luiyue added on from the side. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Let's go. Let's start the cleanup. The barbarian saint said with a smile. Everyone moved and flew toward the magical beast with the level 1 realm of the universe dominator.
They moved and flew over quickly.
Roar! Roar! The mystery meat disc demonic beast sensed that Wang Xian and the rest were flying over and unfurled its colorful wings. It stared with its eyes and felt a threatening force, turned around and fled into the distance.
As it flapped its wings, waves of chaotic energy burst out from its body.
The demonic beast from the abyss of demonic beasts had chaotic energy all over its body. There was not only one attribute in its body, but many other attributes. It was like a fusion of all kinds of energy, extremely chaotic. However, it possessed terrifying energy. Increase your speed. Kill him. As the barbarian saint spoke, a wave of energy enveloped everyone.
Their speed suddenly increased by several times.
Hee. PLL go first. The flowing moon saintess smiled lightly. With a move of her palm, an incomparably huge staff appeared in her hand.
She raised the staff and a water web instantly condensed in front of the bewitching meat plate magical beast. The entire water web covered it. Roar, roar!
When the ruler realm first level magical beast saw the water web covering it, it let out a despairing roar. The water web covered its body, and drops of water flowed into its body. The entire magical beast instantly fell down and lost its life force.
Let's look for a group of demonic beasts to fight. A single demonic beast like this is boring.
Seeing that the demonic beast was killed so easily, the barbarian saint said with a smile, I'll go and look for it. You guys watch the surroundings first.
Wang Xian said to them, We'll go and look around too.
The holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space also said, among all the attributes of the space attribute, they were the best at scouting. Naturally, they were responsible for scouting. All right.
Saintess Lu Wei nodded. Everyone, be careful.
Wang Xian nodded and looked ahead. With a flash, he disappeared instantly. The holy sons and saintesses of the forbidden space also disappeared instantly. It's much more convenient for us to form a team than to act alone. A saintess couldn't help but laugh when she saw them leaving. Everyone nodded in agreement.
With the space attribute to conduct reconnaissance, it would be very easy for them to cooperate and fight together. Wang Xian teleported to a very far location.
With a thought, he sensed his surroundings with his mind.
Currently, with his strength, there was basically no need for him to have any scruples here.
In just a few flashes, he was already very far away from the team. He quickly sensed his surroundings and encountered a few hundred demonic beasts along the way. All of them were at the level 1, level 2, and level 3 of the Dominator realm. The density of the demonic beasts in the demonic beast abyss is really high. Wang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
In the 9 Origin universe, the number of masters at the level of the Dominator realm in the universe didn't seem to be as many as this demonic beast abyss. Of course, this might have something to do with the blood of the masters of the Heaven's Origin creation realm. It might have something to do with the deaths of countless living beings.
It was because the blood of the Heaven's Origin creation realm had caused a change in this place. Furthermore, the masters of the Heaven's Origin creation realm in the Sword and Magic universe did not manage to get rid of this place. As for why they did not manage to get rid of this place, it might be because they were used to train the disciples of the masters in the universe. Could also be for other reasons.
The specific situation wasn't something that Wang Xian could know.
After flying for a day, Wang Xian sensed the presence of a group of demonic beasts. With a flash, he immediately arrived above this group of demonic beasts.
Woo 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 woo.
Woo 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 woo. The moment Wang Xian appeared, some demonic beasts immediately sensed him.
Those pairs of golden eyes stared at him fiercely.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the crowd. There were 25 level 5 masters of the universe. There were more than 50 level 4 masters of the universe. There were also more than 300 other level demonic beasts.
I can easily exterminate a group of demonic beasts of this level by myself. Wang Xian took a look and mumbled.
He looked hesitant and decided to inform the barbarian Saint Sun and the rest. I should fight with them for some time first. If I can't, I will leave alone.
Whoosh,
whoosh, whoosh. Wang Xian sent a message to the Saint Sun and Saintess Flowing Moon. A few hours later, figures flew over one by one. At this moment, Wang Xian had already left the place where the demonic beasts gathered earlier.
Saint Sun Wang Xian, have you discovered the demonic beast horde?
The Saint Sun and the rest looked at Wang Xian and asked with smiles on their faces. I found them. There are 25 demonic beasts at level 5 of the Universe Dominators, more than 40 at level 4 of the Universe Dominators, and more than 300 of the other demonic beasts. Wang Xian nodded and spoke to them. The strength of this demonic beast race is not weak at all. Upon hearing that, the Flowing Moon Saintess focused her gaze and said, It's not a big problem. We can easily destroy them.
Wang Xian spoke.
With our strength, it's indeed not a big problem. We just need to be careful not to be attacked by the demonic beasts on the next level. The barbarian Saint Sun nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd behind him. Everyone, get ready for battle. Leave the level 5 and level 4 masters of the universe to us. The rest will be left to you. The group of Saint Suns, Saintesses, and Heaven's favorites responded immediately with sparkling eyes.
This demonic beast army was still a huge pressure for them.
However, they had the Saint Sun Wang Xian, the barbarian Saint Sun, and the Flowing Moon Saintess on their side, so it was not a big problem.
Let's go.
Wang Xian gestured to them and led the way.
Soon, they arrived at the location of the demonic beasts ahead.
It's the hunter demonic beasts.
When the barbarian saint and the rest got closer and saw the humanoid demonic beasts in front of them, the barbarian saint immediately spoke up. A grave expression appeared on his face. What do you have to say?
Wang Xian saw his expression and asked him.
The demonic beasts in front of them looked similar to humans, but they were a few thousand meters in size. Their entire bodies were filled with terrifying sharp weapons, as though they were killing machines.
The hunter demonic beasts belong to a large race in the demonic beast abyss. They can be found on every level. This is also the reason why there is a high possibility of powerful hunter demonic beasts charging up from the lower level. They are the most dangerous demonic beasts to hunt. Saintess Luiyue introduced. There's such a thing? Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. Saintess Flowing Moon, I suggest that we don't provoke them. The strength of this race is considered to be at the top of the 3rd level. There's a 60 to 70% chance of hunting them down. There will be demonic beasts charging over from the 4th level. The risk is very high.
The saintess from the forbidden space pondered for a moment before she suggested. A high risk also means a high reward. Could it be that we are only going to hunt some demonic beasts that dominate the 3rd or 4th level? Wuxia looked at the demon hunter in front of him and frowned slightly. It would be meaningless if they didn't hunt these demonic beasts. Yes, the risk is high, but the reward is also high. We are here to gain experience and clear out the abyss of demonic beasts. If we are only targeting some weak demonic beasts, there is no need to form a team.
The wildless Holy Sun nodded in agreement and swept his gaze around. Everyone, do you want to make a move? With the wildless Holy Sun here, our strength is much stronger than this demonic beast race. If we don't make a move, then it doesn't make sense. Entering the demonic beast abyss isn't 100% safe.
The Holy Daughter Holy Sun hesitated for a moment before speaking up.
All right, everyone, prepare to attack.
Saintess Lu Yu's gaze focused as she ordered everyone. Fight! Swordsmen, let's charge!
The barbarian saint waved his arm and a huge sword that was 3 meters in size appeared in his hand. Lightning surrounded it.
Wuxia moved and appeared above the demonic beasts in a flash.
When their energy erupted, hundreds of demonic beasts also saw Wuxia and the rest. Their eyes were filled with coldness. In their cold eyes, an energy burst out instantly and attacked them.
They launched an attack directly. When Wuxia saw it, his expression didn't change.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, space swords appeared around him.
There were more than a dozen space swords, and half of them were terrifying existences at the level of innate supreme treasures. Although Wuxia's void dragon body could not control so many innate supreme treasures at once, the sharpness of an innate supreme treasure was also very terrifying. It was not something that an innate spiritual treasure could compare to.
More than a dozen space swords instantly attacked the level 5 hunters who were masters of the universe. Whoosh, 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 roar, roar. When Wuxia flew into the sky, streams of golden energy shot toward him. Instantly, more than a dozen hunters charged toward him.
That terrifying aura and violent aura made one's heart palpitate. The hunters possessed the wind, darkness, and metal attributes. When these attributes were combined, it was extremely explosive.
Strangle.
Wuxia looked at them and snorted coldly. Above them, more than a dozen space swords were connected to each other.
The sword tomb was set up instantly. The sword formation was formed instantly. A sound that sounded like glass shattering was heard. More than a dozen space swords were sent to strangle the demon hunters below in an instant. In the void, there seemed to be countless space swords condensed into one. With a flash, it instantly pierced through more than 10 demon hunters.
Ayo, 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 ayo.
In the next instant, a miserable cry sounded. More than 10 demon hunters were instantly killed and fell down. What a powerful attack! Seeing this scene, the barbarian Saint Child's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lightning coiled around his body, and the huge sword was also covered by lightning. Crackle!
He flashed like a bolt of lightning, instantly shuttling in front of them. One by one, the demon hunters saw him wave his sharp arms and sweep towards the lightning. But the lightning was too fast, instantly piercing through their bodies. The giant sword directly pierced through their chests. The lightning flashed and pierced through the bodies of the 9 demon hunters in an instant.
The 9 demon hunters were also easily killed by him.
One water, one world.
When Saintess Lu Yu saw this scene, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. The huge staff in her hand glowed. Each of them seemed to contain the water droplets of the entire world as they attacked the level 5 demon hunters who were the masters of the universe.
When the rest of the hunters saw Wuxia and his team, they let out a furious roar and charged towards them.
Prepare to attack, one of the holy sons shouted as he held a sharp sword in his hand.
Magic, attack!
At the back, a group of holy sons, holy daughters and heaven's favorites who were good at magic immediately released their magic and began to attack. Boom! 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 The battle began. The entire team immediately engaged with hundreds of hunter-demon beasts. Those who were above level 4 as the masters of the universe were all blocked by Wuxia, Saint Barbarian Wu, and Saintess Flowing Moon. The rest of the demon beasts and the rest of the team fought. The swordsmen were engaged in close combat at the front.
At the back, a group of mages were providing support and long-range attacks.
With their cooperation, they were able to suppress the group of demonic beasts. Wang Xian instantly killed more than a dozen level 5 hunters who were masters of the universe. He waved his arm.
Space swords were suspended in the surroundings. Sword mounds were arranged in the surroundings.
Roar! 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 A group of demonic beasts who were at the 4th or 5th level could feel the terrifying pressure coming from Wang Xian's side. They became agitated and roared furiously. Boom! Boom! They stomped heavily on the ground and charged straight into the sky. In an instant, more than 30 hunter demonic beasts attacked Wang Xian. They waved their sharp claws and clawed at the sky directly.
Streams of violent energy shot towards Wang Xian directly. Buzz!
Wang Xian waved his arm. The surrounding sword catacombs trembled and immediately connected together.
A sword formation was formed and covered the area below.
Any hunter demonic beasts that rushed over were killed by Wang Xian directly.
One move, one full second.
Brother Wang Xian, isn't your attack power too terrifying? From the side, Saint Wu Man was shocked when he saw Wang Xian killing so many hunters and demonic beasts with 2 moves.
This was a real battle. He could clearly sense the powerful attack power contained in Wang Xian's 2 moves. This made him look shocked.
Leave some for us.
Saintess Liu looked over and opened her mouth. She couldn't help but speak out. After witnessing such terrifying swordsmanship, Saintess Lu Wei was basically certain that it would be difficult for her to defeat Wang Xian. There was even a possibility that she would be defeated.
That was because she was a mage. A strong person with spatial attributes had a huge advantage over a mage.
Good.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head lightly. He floated in the air and didn't continue his attacks. Below him, the group of demon beasts sensed Wang Xian's might and didn't attack him. This Wang Xian is so terrifying. He killed almost half of the top-tier demon beasts in 2 moves.
With his strength, he could easily destroy this group of demon beasts by himself. He's too strong. This lethality is even stronger than the barbarian saint and the rest.
What kind of spatial sword technique is that?
How can it be so terrifying?
The surrounding holy sons, holy virgins, and heaven's favorites were also filled with shock when they saw this scene.
The truth was that Wang Xian's combat strength was too strong. Although he was of the spatial attribute, he was still a master of the 5th level. Now he was slaughtering demonic beasts of the same level as if he was slaughtering a dog.
It was too shocking. His swordsmanship. In the forbidden space, Saint Sun Suni's eyes flickered as he looked at Wang Xian. His expression changed drastically. The space attribute had always been the strongest in their forbidden space. Now, there was a young man of the same generation whose strength far surpassed his. This made him jealous.
His expression changed drastically as he continued to hunt down the magical beasts in front of him.
When Wang Xian heard Saintess Liu's words, he stopped attacking. He hovered in the air and watched everything with a smile on his face. His gaze landed on Long Yinin and Long Yinhao, and he nodded his head slightly.
Without Wang Xian continuing to attack, their battle speed was also much slower.
However, this was also the intention of the barbarian Saint Sun and Saintess
Lu Wei.
With their full strength, they could quickly finish the battle.
However, if that was the case, the other members would not be able to train themselves.
Therefore, they slowed down the pace of the battle. To ensure safety, the battle will end in half an hour.
The barbarian saint killed a demon hunter in front of him with a swing of his sword and spoke to everyone. The battle ended within half an hour. Even if the lower-level demon hunters sensed that their children had been killed, they would have already left by the time they rushed over. Half an hour was a safe time.
Yes. The disciples also answered loudly.
The demon beasts had very strong vitality. They had a very powerful ability.
That was Berserk. This magical beast was very special. Their bodies had fused with several types of elemental energy. There was even a hint of conflict between the different elemental energies. But just like that, the power of the magical beasts when they went berserk was very terrifying.
Under the state of berserk, their combat strength could be increased by 50%. Wang Xian hovered above and observed.
Every universe had a unique characteristic of the universe. The unique characteristic of the 9 origin universe was the universe god country. The unique characteristic of the sword and magic universe was the magic and swordsmanship. The unique characteristic of the belief universe was the power of belief. The unique characteristic of the void universe was the power of space. And the formation of these demonic beasts was mainly due to the Mad Demon universe. The Mad Demon universe must also have some unique characteristics.
Berserk might be one of them. The more severely they were injured, the more terrifying their berserk power would be. Just now, Wuxia had killed the hunter demon beasts instantly, so he wasn't able to go berserk in front of him.
He watched calmly as the hunter demon beasts were killed one by one.
At most, it would take about 20 minutes for all the demon beasts to be killed. Roar, roar, roar.
Roar, roar, roar.
However, 10 minutes later,
suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard. Not far away, 8 figures were sprinting towards them. They were jumping on the ground, and with each jump, they were able to cross a terrifying area.
8 hunter demons. Their bodies were more than 2,000 meters in size, and their bodies were filled with violent energy.
Damn. How is this possible? These are the lower-level hunter demons. How did they rush over so quickly? Not good. They are level 6 hunter demons, universe masters. How can they be so fast? Suddenly, a roar sounded. Following that, everyone felt their bodies turn cold, and a death threat enveloped them.
Everyone looked over, and when they saw the 8 figures leaping over at high speed, their pupils constricted slightly.
Their faces were filled with shock and terror.
8 level 6 sovereign realm hunter demons had directly charged over.
This wasn't something they could contend against. What? When the wildless Saint Child, the flowing moon Saintess, and the others saw these 8 figures, their expressions changed drastically. Run!
Run now!
Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately shouted. The 8 level 6 sovereign realm hunter demons were no longer something they could deal with. This was especially true for the other team members. Once they started fighting, they would die. Roar, roar, roar.
Roar, roar, roar.
The sudden arrival of 8 level 6 hunters, who were masters of the universe, caused the entire team to show fear on their faces. Without any hesitation, they immediately issued the order to escape. When Wuxia saw the scene, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not impossible to deal with the 8 hunters who were masters of level 6. However, he did not want to fight them. There were only 8 of them now. What if there were more coming?
Then they would not be able to fight them. Wuxia could escape easily, but they might not be able to.
With this thought in mind, Wuxia moved his body and followed the group to fly into the distance. But Wuxia did not have the barbarian Saint's son, the flowing moon Saintess.
Their energy enveloped everyone and brought them to speed up their flight. The 8 demon hunters let out a furious roar when they saw them fleeing.
Their speed suddenly increased by a lot. Furthermore, they split up and wanted to surround them from both sides.
They are very fast.
The barbarian Saint's son's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene and heard the roar coming from behind.
Increase our speed and shake them off. If we can't shake them off, we'll be in trouble. The flowing moon Saintess said with a grave expression. Their expressions weren't very good.
Roar. But at this moment, a demon hunter behind them let out a sky-shaking roar.
This roar spread out in all directions.
It was as if it was summoning.
Oh no, this demon hunter is summoning.
The demon beasts on the next level can order the demon beasts on the next level to stop us.
Seeing this scene, Saint Sun Suni's expression changed slightly as he shouted.
He was currently at the ruler realm level 4. If he was targeted by a demon beast at the ruler realm level 6, even if he was of the space attribute, he would still be in danger.
The eyes of the barbarian Saint Sun and the rest focused as they roared in a low voice. His 2-meter-long giant sword had now become 1,000 meters in size. Everyone was standing on his giant sword.
The flowing water power of the flowing moon Saintess was constantly increasing the speed of the giant sword. Similarly, Wuxia's space power was also added to it. Based on their speed, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to escape.
At the back, the gap between the demon hunters and them was getting bigger and bigger. They should be fine.
After fleeing for about 10 minutes, Saintess Luiwe turned around and glanced around. She could no longer see the demon hunters behind them.
She heaved a sigh of relief.
If they were to be entangled by these 8 demon beasts, they would be in great trouble. Even if they could escape, the entire team would suffer a great loss. We should be fine now. It was really dangerous just now. It's best that we don't provoke these demon beasts. Didn't our seniors go to the 4th level to clean up?
It should be better if some seniors go to the 4th level,
the group of holy sons and saintesses said with lingering fear. However, just as they finished their sentence, roars came from the front.
The sudden roar stunned everyone.
Wang Xian, who was standing on the sword of the barbarian saint, was also stunned. He looked ahead. At the front, hundreds of demon hunters were staring at them. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Among these hundreds of demon hunters, 20 of them were at the level 5 realm. The rest were at the level of tier 2 overlords and above. How did we encounter such a powerful demon hunter clan again? Everyone raised their eyebrows when they saw this scene.
Holy Sun Wu, they are charging over. Hundreds of demon hunters were emitting a violent aura as they attacked them.
This group of demon hunters has entered a berserk state. This is bad.
Finish them off immediately and leave this place. When Saintess Lu Wei saw that the group of demon hunters had gone berserk even before the battle started, her gaze froze slightly.
Wang Xian looked at this group of demon hunters with a glint in his eyes. These demon hunters were slightly different from the group they encountered earlier. Earlier, they were the ones who took the initiative to search for them and then began to hunt. And this group of demon hunters seemed to be here specifically to attack them.
Moreover, before they could rush over, their entire bodies went berserk.
When the demon hunters went berserk, their combat power instantly increased by 50%.
In their eyes, this was a little shocking. Demon beasts weren't said to go berserk at will.
They went berserk at the cost of their vitality and potential. Under normal circumstances, they would only go berserk when they were in danger and injured.
The fact that they went berserk before they could charge at them made them a little uneasy.
Whoosh! 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 Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. Numerous space swords instantly floated in the air. One by one, the space swords flashed and started to condense into a sword tomb. Attack! The barbarian saint's son's eyes focused. The huge sword returned to his hand. Instantly, it was covered by lightning and charged forward. The group of saint sons and saintesses who practiced swordsmanship followed closely behind.
Saintess Flowing Moon also immediately cast a powerful spell.
Roar! Roar!
At the front, the group of demon hunters seemed to be fearless as they stared at Wang Xian and the rest.
The violent energy in the surroundings formed a terrifying storm. Even though Wang Xian and the saint son of barbarian Wu were stronger, they still charged forward fearlessly. Moon sword formation. Wang Xian looked at the demon hunter without the slightest fluctuation in his gaze. Above them, sword mounds were formed one after another, connecting to form a sword formation.
A moon sword disc appeared above them, shining with a luster.
Whoosh! 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 Following that, countless sharp swords charged towards the demon hunters. Roar! Roar! At the front, more than 20 demon hunters who were at level 5 were feeling threatened. They waved their arms. Terrifying sharp swords charged towards Wang Xian and the rest. They completely covered half of the sky. Boom!
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 A terrifying collision sound was heard. Apart from Wang Xian, the saint son of barbarian Wu and Saintess Lu Yu, their attacks had penetrated through their attacks. The rest of the attacks were all blocked by them. However, this was already the best.
Wang Xian and the rest's attacks landed on the hunters who were at the level 5 realm instantly. The terrifying destructive power caused their vitality to disappear rapidly. In an instant, more than 20 demonic beasts who were at the level 5 realm were killed by them. Roar! However, when they killed more than 20 tier 5 sovereign realm demonic beasts, they were flanked on the left and right. The 8 demon hunters charged over at a terrifying speed. What?
Seeing the rapidly charging tier 6 sovereign realm demon hunters, everyone's faces changed. We are being targeted.
Wang Xian looked at the 8 hunters who were at level 6 and said with a twinkle in his eyes,
"Oh no, quickly send a signal for help. We are no match for them at all."
Why are these hunters and demonic beasts staring at us?
Damn it, it's hard for us to escape now. Saint Sun Wu Man, Saint Lady Lu Yu, Saint Sun Wangxian, what should we?
Some panicked voices came out from the mouths of the saint sons and saintesses. They looked at this scene with an embarrassed expression. This is bad. Saint Sun Wu Man and Saint Lady Lu Yu looked at this scene with a solemn and embarrassed expression.
Kill them. It shouldn't be a problem for each of you to deal with two of them.
Wang Xian waved his arm and 40 spatial swords with spatial attributes that were comparable to innate treasures floated in the air above him. Each of the sharp swords was exuding a terrifying might. Leave the 4 here to me. Kill them all.
Wang Xian said coldly. His body moved and without any hesitation he charged towards the 4 hunters who were at level 6 of the universe dominators on his right.
Although it would be difficult to fight against 3 to 4 hunters who were at a higher level as his cultivation level increased.
However, with the Heaven's Origin sword technique, it was not a big problem for Wang Xian.
In particular, he had a lot of treasures in his hands. He already had 40 sharp swords that were comparable to innate supreme treasures.
All of these were obtained from the Void Pagoda.
Brother Wang Xian, be careful. Long Yin was slightly shocked when he saw Wang Xian charging towards the 4 masters of the 6th level. He shouted out in worry.
It's all right. They are just 4 demonic beasts.
Wang Xian waved his arm and charged forward with 40 innate supreme treasures spatial swords.
Roar!
Roar! Roar!
When the 4 demon hunters saw Wang Xian charging towards them, they waved their sharp claws furiously and charged forward.
Waves of energy tore towards him.
Whoosh! 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 Wang Xian waved his arm and the 40 space swords met his attack directly.
As he charged forward, the 40 space swords changed their positions. Waves of energy gathered and formed a sword formation in an instant.
Boom! Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sounds of collision could be heard. After that, Wang Xian was not at a disadvantage.
Whoosh!
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 With a wave of his arm, 18 sharp swords flew to the top of his head and started to spin, setting up sword mounds one after another.
Following that, a terrifying spatial sword landed in Wang Xian's hand. This was a spatial sword formed from the condensation of energy, but it contained the incomparable power of the sword principle. Wang Xian is actually able to fight against 4 people by himself.
When the barbarian saint saw this scene, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but shout out involuntarily.
The space attribute allowed him to fight against 4 of them alone. This caused the barbarian saint to be extremely shocked. With his talent and the treasures in his hands, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against 2 demonic beasts of the same level.
However, if there were 3 of them, he wouldn't be a match for them at all.
And now, Wang Xian was fighting against 4 of them directly. Moreover, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all.
This made him feel extremely shocked.
How could the strength of this Saint Wang Xian be so terrifying? So strong. Saint Wu Man. The other 4 of us. 2 each.
Saintess Liu looked at them in astonishment. With a move of her body, she swiftly locked onto the 2 hunters who were at the level 6 realm.
Alright, PLL, leave the hunters ahead to you. We'll fend off the 8 hunters who are at the level 6 realm. The barbarian saint held the giant sword in his hand and charged forward like a thunderstorm. He raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed forward like a streak of lightning. This Wang Xian saint is so strong. He's actually fighting against 4 level 600 demons alone. Yeah, he's not at a disadvantage at all. Wang Xian saint's sword techniques are too strong. He has too many treasures in his hands. These 40 sharp swords are all at the level of innate supreme treasures. Oh my God! Isn't this too terrifying?
An extremely shocked voice came out from the mouths of the saint's sons and saintesses. They saw that Wang Xian was not at a disadvantage in a 1-on-4 fight.
When they saw Wang Xian's terrifying combat strength and the 40 sharp swords at the level of innate supreme treasures, they were extremely shocked.
He actually has so many spatial swords that are at the level of an innate supreme treasure.
How is this possible? And his spatial sword technique. When the Suanai Saint Sun and the rest of the Void Forbidden Ground saw this scene, their eyes were filled with shock. They were also filled with intense jealousy. 40 spatial swords that were at the level of an innate supreme treasure. This was simply too crazy.
What kind of inheritance did he obtain?
How could he have such powerful sword techniques and so many true treasures? The Saintess of the Forbidden Space couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Saint Sun Su and I don't know. Saint Sun Su and I also shook his head. In the entire sword and magic universe, the strongest master of the space attribute was the ancestor of their forbidden space. If they wanted to cultivate the strongest spatial technique, they could only do so here in the forbidden space. This was publicly acknowledged by the entire universe. However, a youth of the same level that was even more monstrous than them suddenly appeared. He was merely an existence that came from a small forbidden space. To actually have such treasures and sword techniques, how could they not be shocked and jealous? Battle, get rid of all the demonic beasts in front. At this moment, the voice of the saintess from the lawless forbidden land rang out as she commanded all the holy sons and saintesses. The bunch of holy sons and saintesses immediately came back to their senses and attacked the hundreds of demonic beasts in front of them. Wang Xian held the sword formation above his head, and the sharp sword formed from the heaven origin sword formation. With a flash, he teleported and appeared behind a hunter demon. In the sky, the other 22 sharp swords were floating and attacking continuously. When the demon hunter saw Wang Xian attacking him, he waved his arm. His arm, which was as sharp as a blade, turned into a length of 1,000 meters and slashed at Wang Xian. The sharp blade of his arm collided with Wang Xian's sharp sword, producing a loud sound. The figure of the demon hunter couldn't help but fly backward. Wang Xian saw that the space sword in his hand had also become 10,000 meters long. He slashed down from above. Roar! It roared furiously. At the side, the other 3 demon hunters saw this scene and quickly helped. Bang! 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 The 10,000-meter-long sharp sword slashed out but was blocked by the 4 demon hunters. Wang Xian waved his arm and the sharp sword in his hand went straight for the sword. The sword formation above him also shifted over rapidly. Wang Xian waved his arm and the other 22 sharp swords started to teleport one by one to a certain place in the surroundings. The space power in Wang Xian's body vibrated. Waves of space power were transmitted to the sharp swords, causing them to condense into a sword tomb. The 4 demon hunters stared at the sharp sword that was attacking them and let out a furious roar. In their eyes, an energy golden light bloomed, wanting to destroy the sharp sword. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying collision sound was heard. The 4 demon hunters' eyes emitted a golden glow. When they collided with Wang Xian's 10,000-meter-long giant sword, a terrifying sound was produced. The spatial sword collapsed and the golden glow dissipated. Roar! The 4 demon hunters saw that the sharp sword was broken and instantly pounced towards Wang Xian. Demon beasts were best at close combat. This was especially so for demon hunters. Their entire bodies were filled with weapons. The speed of the 4 demon hunters was extremely ferocious and fast. When Wang Xian saw them, he focused his gaze slightly and disappeared in an instant. The other 18 sharp swords were suspended in the surroundings. Similarly, they started to set up sword catacombs. One of the demon hunters in the middle roared furiously. 3 of them charged at Wang Xian once again. The other one attacked the spatial swords one after another. They felt a sense of threat from the spatial swords. Split up? You're courting death. Wang Xian smiled sinisterly when he saw this scene. He moved his body and flew towards a distant location. The 3 demon hunters immediately gave chase from behind. Buzz! Buzz! When he was flying for a distance, his figure was slightly illusory. Teleportation. At the instant he teleported, the 3 demon hunters had already sensed Wang Xian's teleportation location. They waved their arms and a terrifying bone spike shot out from their arms. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his gaze did not waver at all. He looked at the demon hunter who was attacking the space sword. Sword 22, sword formation. Open. Wang Xian growled. The 22 sharp swords that were in the air just now trembled violently. The sharp swords on them spun, and the densely packed sharp swords were like a storm as they attacked the demon hunter directly. The hunter demon felt threatened and looked over. His arms and limbs were crossed together. They formed a spherical shape. Roar! 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 It roared crazily and waves of energy continuously surged out of its body. The energy was blood red, golden yellow, and dark. It was abnormally mixed, abnormally violent.
This was a violent power.
The moment he sensed that his life was in danger, he went berserk. Buzz.
After Wang Xian launched an attack, he quickly dodged to the side. 3 bone spikes had already arrived in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Wang Xian continued to perform short-distance teleportation. With a thought, he arrived at another place directly.
However, that bone spike seemed to have a life of its own. It locked onto Wang Xian. No matter how he teleported, he would be pursued.
Wang Xian teleported rapidly. His main focus was on the hunter demon that was being attacked. With a wave of his arm, the other 18 spatial swords were formed into 10 sword catacombs. He did not continue to condense them. The 10 sword catacombs fused together instantly and headed straight for the hunter demon.
Bang!
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 The 22 sword formations landed on the demon hunter's body, causing it to be covered in blood.
At this instant, the sharp swords formed from the 10 sword mounds once again pierced towards it.
Seeing the terrifying sword that came slashing towards it in an instant, the demon hunter that was already heavily injured let out a frantic and terrified roar.
Roar, roar, roar.
When the other 3 demon hunters saw it, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately flew towards it. However, they were still a step too slow. The sharp sword pierced through the demon hunter's body. It destroyed the demon hunter's body directly. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face.
He moved his body and continued to dodge the attack of the bone spikes.
One sharp sword after another flew towards Wang Xian.
A total of 40 space swords arrived in front of him and attacked the bone spikes.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The space swords, which were innate treasures, collided with these bone spikes.
They blocked the bone spikes easily.
The 3 demon hunters let out an angry roar when they saw one of their comrades die.
Fresh blood oozed out from their bodies as they went berserk.
Their blood-dripping golden eyes stared at Wang Xian as they attacked him.
The sage Wang Xian has already killed 1 demon hunter. Hiss the sage. Wang Xian's strength is so terrifying.
Impressive, impressive. The sage Wang Xian has already killed one of them. However, the other 3 demon hunters went berserk immediately. After they went berserk, their strength is no weaker than the previous 4 times. The Saint Wang Xian was able to kill one just now. He can do the same now.
Kill!
The demon hunters who are at the level 6 of the Dominator realm have already been blocked. The ones who are at the level 5 of the Dominator realm have already been killed by the Saint Wang Xian and the rest. Let's kill the rest of the demon hunters.
His strength is so terrifying. In such a short period of time, he was able to kill a demon hunter while fighting against 4 of them. How terrifying!
At the bottom, the holy sons and saintesses could sense the battle on Wang Xian's side. Their faces were filled with shock.
He was able to kill a demon hunter in such a short period of time while fighting against 4 of them. The strength of the holy sons of Wang Xian was truly invincible. At another location, the holy sons of Wuman and Saintess Luiwei could sense the battle. Their faces were also filled with shock.
They knew that there was a considerable gap between their strength and Wang Xian's.
Kill! They roared and erupted instantly. They had the best cultivation methods and treasures in the entire universe. Naturally, they didn't want to be weaker than others.
Hee, with just the 3 of you, I can exhaust all of you to death. When Wang Xian saw the 3 demon hunters go berserk, his face revealed a cold expression.
The strength of the demon hunters had increased drastically after going berserk. However, it was impossible for them to maintain their berserk state.
If it continued for dozens of hours, they might not be able to hold on any longer. When Wang Xian saw that they were attacking him, he moved his body and immediately tried to dodge. The greatest means of a practitioner of space power was to escape. Escape!
The 3 berserk demon hunters wanted to surround Wang Xian and attack him. They knew that the longer they stayed in their berserk state, the greater the damage they would suffer. Therefore, they wanted to kill Wang Xian quickly. However, with Wang Xian's speed, they couldn't catch up to him at all. This made them extremely furious. Suddenly, one of the demon hunters let out a furious roar and stared at the area below. His gaze was locked onto the group of holy sons and saintesses below. He charged forward abruptly. Ha! You still have some intelligence.
Wuxia frowned slightly when he saw the scene. He waved his arm and numerous sharp swords attacked. Instead of fleeing, he took the initiative to attack. At the area below, the group of holy sons and saintesses was locked onto by a hunter demon who was in the level 6 realm. Their hearts turned cold. When they saw Wuxia intercept them, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They knew that they had dragged Wuxia and the holy sons back. Clang! 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 The space sword emitted a terrifying metallic sound. 40 sharp swords shot forward continuously. When the 3 demon hunters saw that Wuxia was attacking them again, they realized that he was no longer dodging. All of them roared and attacked Wuxia directly. The sharp swords were sent flying by them one after another. At the same time, their bodies were sent flying backward. Wuxia stared at them with a cold glint in his eyes. With a move of his palm, 40 sharp swords flew over rapidly and hovered around him. Wuxia's body trembled as sword mounds formed around him. With a clench of his palm, all the sword mounds flew into his hand. A spatial sword that contained a terrifying power appeared in his hand once again. Wuxia looked at the sharp sword in his hand and a sinister expression appeared on his face. The sharp sword was about 100 meters in size. He held it in his hand and attacked the demon hunters one by one. Roar! When the 3 berserk demon hunters saw this, they rushed over and clawed at Wuxia with their sharp claws. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Both parties engaged in close combat. Streams of energy gathered on their sharp claws. Wuxia's energy was gathered on this terrifying sharp sword. He waved his long sword and collided with the 3 demon hunters. The terrifying attack force caused the 3 demon hunters to fly backward continuously. If all 4 of them are berserk, I might have to be wary. If there are 3 of them, go to hell. Wuxia waved his space sword with both hands. His gaze locked onto one of the demon hunters as he continued to slash at it. In the past, Wuxia was able to fight 7 to 8 demon hunters who were of a higher level than him. However, as his level increased, the strength of his opponents also became stronger. However, as a space attribute, he possessed a large number of sharp swords that were innate treasures. He possessed sword techniques at the heavens creation level. His perception was terrifying. Under various circumstances, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was still able to fight against 4 to 5 existences that were higher in level than him. One had to know that Wuxia's original body had already been upgraded. His current strength had already reached the level of a ruler. This also allowed this clone of his to gain a lot of benefits. It wasn't a big problem to fight 3 of them head-on. It was just that it would take some time for the berserk demon hunters to destroy them. Bang! 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 Wuxia quickly arrived in front of one of the demon hunters. The sharp sword in his hand kept slashing at it. The demon hunter who was in the level 6 realm kept resisting with a face full of fear. Roar! Roar! At the side, the other 2 demon hunters immediately came over to provide support. They were engaged in a chaotic battle once again. Bang bang bang! Wuxia relied on his powerful perception and battle experience to engage in a fierce battle with them. With the innate supreme treasure sharp sword and the heaven origin sword technique, he had always been in an advantageous position. A large amount of fresh blood slowly appeared on the bodies of the 3 demon hunters. The battle continued to erupt. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 demon hunters continued to roar. They were in a frenzy. The terrifying energy charged into the surroundings, causing the entire world to change color. Wuxia's expression did not change. In the other position, the barbarian saint was fighting against 2 demon hunters by himself. Similarly, he had the upper hand. The flowing moon saintess was not inferior either. The group of demon hunters who were at level 6 were all suppressed. Below them, the group of holy sons and saintesses had the upper hand. The powerful hunter demons had already been eliminated by Wuxia and the rest. Therefore, when they fought, the pressure was not too great. One by one, the hunter demons were killed by them. The battle continued for more than 10 hours. The group of holy sons and saintesses killed all the hunter demons. This made all of them take a deep breath. They looked to the left and the sky, their eyes shining. Wuxia, Holy Sun Wu Man, and Saintess Lu Yu are at the upper hand, especially Wuxia. After the demon hunter's frenzy ends, it will be the end of the demon hunters.
Wang Xian is too brave. He chased after 3 demon hunters by himself. He is too strong. Those 3 demon hunters are already injured. If this continues, Wang Xian will definitely win.
Saint Wu Man and Saint Lu, you should be able to win as well. However, this might take some time. We are too weak. We can't help much.
Below them, the group of Saint Sons and Saintesses looked at the 3 battlefields and started discussing.
Saint and Sansi, should we contact some seniors and ask them to help us?
A saint child asked the saintess of the unfettered forbidden land. We've already contacted the nearest level 6 ruler realm expert. Saintess and Sansi nodded. We didn't send any experts to the unfettered forbidden land. Experience is experience. We can't just send experts over when we're in danger. There are level 6 ruler realm experts in the surroundings of our forbidden land, and they've already arrived.
At this moment, the false saint of the forbidden space also said. Saintess and Sansi nodded and looked at the battlefield. Let's watch and.
The holy sons and saintesses nodded. Now that the crisis was over, they felt much more relaxed. As time passed, the demon hunters' injuries became more and more serious. However, the demon hunters didn't give up. Instead, they became even more bloodthirsty and berserk. BZZZ BZZZ.
BZZZ BZEZ.
After a few hours, figures suddenly appeared around them. Senior brother.
When Saint Sun Su and I saw more than a dozen figures suddenly appear, he immediately shouted.
Junior brother, are you all right? Do you want us to take action?
Among the more than 10 figures, the leader of a middle-aged man's gaze landed on them. He teleported over, glanced at the 3 battlefields, and asked with a smile.
There shouldn't be a need. The 3 Saint Sons can handle it. Saint Sun Su and I shook his head. Thank you for coming to help us, senior brother.
Hehe, we're all from the same sect. Moreover, you've encountered some danger. It's normal for us to come over and take a look.
More than a dozen experts from the Void Forbidden Ground nodded. Among the dozen of them, 3 of them were at level 6 in the universe. The rest were at level 3 to level 5.
It was also a powerful team.
Unlike them, this team was made up of the Saint Sons and Saintesses from the previous generation of the Void Forbidden Ground. Senior brother, look over there. Isn't that the Saint Son from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground? His strength is so strong and the treasures in his hands are so powerful. At this moment, an expert from the Forbidden Ground of space looked towards Wang Xian with a hint of shock in his eyes.
He was especially shocked when he saw the 40 space swords surrounding Wang Xian. So many space swords of the innate supreme treasure level were simply too terrifying. A treasure at the level of an innate true treasure was a very powerful treasure in the entire sword and magic universe.
It was an extremely precious and powerful weapon for all universes. The race in the Void Pagoda only had around 30 innate true treasures with space attributes.
One could imagine how precious an innate true treasure was.
In the entire sword and magic universe, unless one was a saint's son or saintess of the Sacred Ground Sacred Academy, one could only have more than 2 innate true treasures. There was only one other Heaven's Pride disciple, and that was only in the case of Heaven's Pride disciples. Compared to Saint Sons and Saintesses and Heaven's Pride disciples, there were more ordinary disciples.
Many ordinary disciples who were universe masters didn't even have innate true treasures.
This phenomenon was even more obvious in the forbidden space. In the forbidden space, the current generation of saint children and saintesses only had 2 innate supreme treasures. This was because space-type treasures were extremely rare.
If they were not saint children and saintesses, only the more advanced Heaven's Pride disciples would have them.
Now that Wang Xian had taken out 40 innate supreme treasures, it really shocked them.
Senior brother, he is that saint's son Wang Xian. He obtained a large number of resources and treasures from the cosmic ruins. He also obtained the demonic pillar of a spatial attributed expert. In addition, he also possesses an incomparably powerful sword technique.
His sword technique is very terrifying. You can take a look.
At the side, Saint Sun Su and I walked to the front of a few senior brothers who were masters of the universe and were at the level 6 realm. He transmitted his voice to them.
The senior brothers nodded slightly and looked forward.
At the front, Wang Xian condensed sword mounds with sharp swords to form a sword array.
The sword array condensed into a sharp sword and unleashed a terrifying attack. It suppressed the three hunters and demons throughout the entire process. From time to time during the battle, he would use his own energy to set up the sword mounds and turn them into a sword array to launch a joint attack. The attack power was abnormally terrifying. This sword technique. When Su and I and the rest of the senior brothers saw Wang Xian's sword technique, they had solemn expressions on their faces. Their eyes were fixed on him and their expressions changed slightly. Wang Xian is really powerful. He was able to suppress the three hunter demons even when they were in a berserk state. He's really powerful.
Yeah, he is indeed powerful. You have to know that Holy Son Wang Xian has already killed one. What spatial sword technique did Holy Son Wang Xian use?
He is really powerful. His strength is even more powerful than Holy Son Wu Man and Holy Maiden Liu. I reckon that the two of them would have to join forces to fight against him. Gasps of astonishment could be heard from the surroundings. The group of Holy Sons and Holy Maidens and Heaven's favorites were discussing among themselves.
The battle was still going on. More than 10 hours later, at Wang Xian's place, the three demon hunters wanted to escape. That's right.
They wanted to escape.
Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, the three demon hunters were covered in blood. The aura on their bodies was much weaker than before. They let out a loud roar in unison and immediately fled into the distance.
So,
at this moment, a great being in the forbidden space below moved and instantly launched an attack on the demon hunters that were fleeing. The space attribute of a level 6 universe master was still extremely suppressive against demon beasts of the same level. The terrifying attacks heavily injured one demon hunter after another. Soon, 3 demon hunters were killed.
The Savage Saint and the Flowing Moon Saintess who were dealing with the 4 demon beasts felt this scene and their bodies exploded.
They immediately fled into the distance. However, they were easily killed by the experts of the forbidden space.
Thank you for your help, senior brothers.
The Savage Saint and the others looked at the experts of the forbidden space and cupped their hands to express their gratitude. Since the other party had rushed over to support them, they should express their gratitude.
There's no need for that. We were nearby, so we rushed over as well.
The experts from the forbidden space shook their heads and said with a smile, I still have to thank my senior brothers. The demon hunters that my senior brothers killed belong to you. The Flowing Moon Saintess also expressed her gratitude. Wang Xian flew over and cupped his hands to them. All right, we won't be polite about this. Junior brothers and sisters, you can continue your training. Let's go to the next level. The group of experts from the forbidden space smiled and took away the corpses of the hunters and demonic beasts that they had hunted. Then, they waved their hands and left immediately. Phew! It's all thanks to the presence of Saint Sun Wang Xian that we were able to last for so long. I really didn't expect that your strength is so strong. You're much stronger than me. The Saint Man looked at Wang Xian and said with a sigh,
Hee. Wang Xian smiled gently. He hesitated for a moment before looking at the Saint Man and the rest. Everyone, PM going to act alone next.
Wang Xian's sudden words stunned the Saint Man and the rest.
However, they soon understood something.
Wang Xian was a spatial attribute cultivator. His strength was stronger than all of them combined. He could teleport away instantly when he encountered powerful demonic beasts. He would be dragged down if he were to be with them. That's true. With your strength, it's more suitable for you to act alone. If it were us, we would be dragging you down a little.
The Flowing Moon Saintess nodded her head slightly and said,
Since you want to act alone, we won't force you. Next, pay attention to your safety. The Barbarian Saint also nodded his head and said,
We are indeed a burden to you. You must pay attention to your safety when you act alone.
The rest of the Saint's sons and saintesses also said,
Brother Wang Xian.
Long Yin and Long Yin Hao looked at Wang Xian and shouted, You must pay attention to your safety. Yeah, you guys pay attention to your safety too. I'll be fine. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Saint Wu Man and Saintess Lu Yu. I'll have to trouble Brother Wu Man and Saintess Lu Yu to take care of my junior brothers and sisters. They are relatively weaker compared to each other. No problem. Don't worry about Brother Wang Xian. When the Saint's son heard Wang Xian's change in address, he also smiled and Promised. He knew that this could be considered a small favor. In the future, their relationship could be closer. They had witnessed Wang Xian's strength. If he continued to grow in the future, he might become the strongest person under the heaven's origin. This was not impossible. Don, worry. The flowing moon saintess nodded with a smile. All right, we will meet again in a while. The corpses of these demonic beasts will be at your disposal. Wang Xian cupped his hands at them and left immediately. The barbarian saint Sun, the flowing moon saintess, and the rest waved their hands. Buzz. Wang Xian disappeared in a flash. Right now, his void dragon body was still a little weak in Wang Xian's eyes. However, he was no longer on the same level as the barbarian saint Sun and the rest. There was no way he could train with them. He was prepared to act alone and find some resources to train himself.